Chapter 563. It was also her first time seeing Lin Xian make a move. She didn't expect this weak youth to have such terrifying strength. Fortunately, she didn't make a move against Wu. Otherwise, the consequences would be terrifying. On the side, Wang Ling's eyes flashed with excitement. Just as she thought, Lin Xian's strength was on par with the young leader. Perhaps he was a little stronger. However, if the two of them fought, both sides would be injured. At that time, they might even perish together. At that time, they would have an absolute advantage. Because in this battle, other than the young leader and Lin Xian, only Grandma Silverflower's strength had reached the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. At that time, they would be the rulers. On the other side, the young leader also calmed down from his shock. "Good kid, I didn't expect you to hide your strength. Looking at your appearance, your true strength should have reached the peak of the spirit-detecting realm." There was a trace of seriousness in his expression. Then, he tightly gripped the blue broadsword in his hand. "However, don't think that you can defeat me just like that. That attack just now was just a casual attack. You being able to shatter it doesn't mean anything. Next, I will let you know my true strength. I will also make you regret being born into this world." At this point, a powerful aura surged from the young leader's body. It was very sharp and slashed in all directions like a heavenly blade. A powerful aura surged from the young leader's body. It was like a heavenly blade that slashed at Lin Xian. Blade intent. Wang Ling was shocked. This blade intent was too strong. It was as if it was going to tear the sky apart. Grandma Silverflower's expression was also grave. In the battle just now, she was suppressed by this blade intent. Although both of them were late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists, she had been in this realm for decades and was far stronger than the young leader. Logically speaking, her battle strength should be stronger. However, the other party's blade intent was too strong. Even she couldn't withstand it. Now, this terrifying blade intent appeared again and slashed at Lin Xian. According to Grandma Silverflower's deduction, Lin Xian couldn't block it at all. Blade intent? 70%. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. A trace of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. Although the other party's saber intent was incomparably sharp in the eyes of others, in his opinion, it could not withstand a single blow. After all, even Yi Linyun, who had comprehended sword intent to the phenomenal stage, wasn't a match for him, let alone this young leader. Since the other party was courting death, there was nothing he could do. Thus, when the blade aura slashed down, he did not move in the slightest. The surrounding injured cultivators grinned maliciously. In their opinion, Lin Xian must have been scared silly. Wang Ling cursed in her heart. What a piece of trash. She originally thought that she would be able to contend against the young leader, but she did not expect that she would be so weak. Seeing this scene, she was extremely anxious. One had to know that Lin Xian's battle prowess was a part of her plan, and the current situation was likely to cause her plan to fail. The young leader sneered. His saber intent was extremely tyrannical. Even martial artists of the same level would not dare to forcefully contend against it. It was impossible for a small martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm to withstand his saber intent. You still want to fight with me? You're courting death." The young leader snorted coldly. Looking at the blade aura that was rapidly approaching him, Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. Then, he slowly reached out his hand and clenched it slightly. This palm seemed slow and casual, but it was extremely fast. Moreover, he was grabbing at the weak point of the saber intent. Therefore, in the next moment, the shocking blade aura suddenly trembled and then shattered like a mirror. What? He actually shattered the blade aura. This is impossible. Everyone was stunned. That was a blade aura that had been infused with 70% saber intent. It was extremely sharp and could even threaten a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. However, such a sharp attack had been casually shattered. How did that kid do it? Who is he? The surrounding martial artists were shocked and subconsciously retreated. They no longer dared to look at Lin Xian. Wang Ling was also stunned. She felt her mind go blank and could not breathe. The young leader's pupils constricted. His eyes were filled with shock. He knew the power of this move. With Yi Linyun's strength, it was impossible for him to withstand it. How did he do it? The young leader was extremely puzzled. Then, he stomped his feet and quickly rushed over. Blue blade aura. The young leader swung the blue blade in his hand. It formed a dazzling blue blade aura that enveloped Lin Xian. The terrifying saber intent rose up into the sky as if it could cut through everything. Lin Xian's expression was cold. He did not intend to waste time with the other party. His body swayed as he used the illusory demon steps. His speed was extremely fast. He put 2 fingers together and a sword aura flickered on his fingertips. He pointed out with his finger. It was as fast as lightning and as shocking as divine thunder. The green sword aura flashed and cut through the blade aura that filled the sky. Then, it pierced into the young leader's throat at an extremely fast speed. So fast. No. Can. In the next moment, the blade aura and sword aura disappeared. The young leader's body trembled and his pupils gradually dilated. The powerful aura on his body was quickly disappearing. There was a finger-sized hole in his throat and blood was flowing out crazily. He stared blankly at Lin Xian before collapsing. Even in death, he did not believe that this middle-stage spirit-detecting realm youth could kill him in one move. Silence. It was terrifyingly quiet. Everyone was dumbstruck. They only regained their senses after a long time. The surrounding martial artists and guards threw away their weapons and knelt on the ground. Their bodies trembled as they begged for mercy. Wang Ling's heart was beating wildly. Her face was filled with shock as her chest heaved up and down. To be honest, she was truly shocked. She would never have thought that this unremarkable youth would have such great strength. If the other party could kill the young leader, then he could also kill Grandma Silverflower. This way, her plan could not be carried out. Grandma Silverflower's eyelids were twitching wildly. She swallowed her saliva with difficulty as her body trembled slightly. She was the strongest here and had the most unique insight. Therefore, she could deeply feel the terror of that sword aura. Although she was very far away, she still felt like she was about to die at that moment. She took a deep breath and did not dare to act rashly. Instead, she said with a trembling voice, "Thank you, young master, for saving my young miss." "All right, the matter has been settled. You can leave," Lin Xian said indifferently before turning around to leave. "Leave?" Wang Ling was stunned. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness. The cave ahead was definitely filled with primordial yang stones. That was a shocking treasure. However, she was so close but could not obtain anything. Now, she even had to leave. How could she be willing to leave? However, Lin Xian's performance had indeed shocked her. She did not have the courage to face such a terrifying enemy. Therefore, Wang Ling bit her lips and revealed a pitiful expression. "Young master, this desert is so dangerous. Are you really not worried about me leaving alone?" Chapter 564. Why don't you let me follow you? Once we leave the desert, my Wang family will definitely reward you handsomely. Wang Ling tried her best to stay by Lin Xian's side. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned slightly. He was very dissatisfied. Earlier, he had proposed to travel together, but he was mercilessly rejected and even mocked. Now, she wanted to leave with him? How could that be possible? There was no such thing in the world. He wanted to reject her, but in the next moment he suddenly turned his head and looked into the void. Wang Ling didn't know why Lin Xian had such a reaction, but Grandma Silverflower frowned slightly. She also tried to sense. Not long after, her heart trembled, and she revealed a look of shock. That was because she felt several powerful auras rushing over from afar. Any one of those auras could make her tremble. Needless to say, these people's cultivation must have surpassed the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Thinking of this, a worried expression appeared on her wrinkled face again. Not long after, Wang Ling also felt those powerful auras. Her little face was also tense, and her little hands were clenched together uneasily. The change in the situation was beyond her expectations again. Lin Xian frowned and looked into the sky. At the same time, he secretly sent a voice transmission to the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey in the cave, asking them to speed up their collection. In the next moment, a few figures descended and stood in the void. That powerful pressure caused the surroundings to buzz and tremble, as if the entire void could not withstand this power. A few figures descended and stood in the void, emitting powerful auras. Then these people looked down with disdain. Primordial Yang Stone, it is indeed primordial Yang Stone. The voice in the sky had a hint of excitement. Then, the few figures slowly descended. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked into the sky. He noticed that the first to descend was an elder in linen clothes. This elder had an aquiline nose and dark eyes. His aura was powerful, and his cultivation was probably at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. When the surrounding guards felt this aura, they immediately knelt on the ground and trembled. Grandma Silverflower was also shocked. She carefully guarded Wang Ling at the side. On the other hand, Lin Xian appeared to be very calm. However, he didn't do anything excessive and just stood there silently. Under such circumstances, he did not want to become the center of attention. The moment the gray-robed old man landed, he looked forward. His eyes were like divine light as he stared at the cave in front of him. Then he grinned. His palm danced, forming a huge claw of light that grabbed forward. It looked as if it was going to envelop the entire mountain. However, at this moment, a beam of sword light fell from the sky like a rainbow and instantly sent the huge palm of light flying. After that, the sword light also disappeared. "Old Hui, aren't you being too impatient?" A slightly dissatisfied voice came from behind. It was a blue-haired middle-aged man with a long sword at his waist. His aura was fierce. Other than the blue-haired swordsman, there was also a young woman and a one-armed old man. These three people had powerful auras that were not any weaker than the gray-robed old man. It was clear that these people were all at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Wang Ling, who was originally worried and afraid, immediately became happy when she saw the blue-haired middle-aged swordsman. "Uncle Shangguan!" Wang Ling shouted and quickly ran over. Grandma Silverflower also heaved a sigh of relief and followed behind Wang Ling. "Hey, it's actually the little girl from the Wang family. Little girl, why are you here?" What happened? Even your guard leader was slaughtered. Who did it?" Seeing the corpse on the ground, the blue-haired middle-aged swordsman frowned. "Uncle Shangguan, you have to seek justice for me." Wang Ling immediately cried and looked very sad. "I originally obtained an ancient map that marked the existence of the primordial Yang Stone. Then I brought my guards to search for it. Along the way, I traveled with that young man." Then she pointed at Lin Xian. "However, who would have thought that when we reached the primordial Yang Stone, this guy suddenly betrayed me and killed my guard leader. Moreover, he wanted to occupy the primordial Yang Stone cave. Not only that, he wanted to molest me. Uncle Shangguan, you have to save me." Wang Ling cried bitterly and looked very pitiful. It was as if she had suffered a great injury. Hearing this, Lin Xian's face turned extremely cold and his eyes were filled with intense killing intent. This woman was really too vicious. He was the one who discovered the primordial Yang Stone cave, and the betrayal was done by the young guard leader. As for the molestation, it was even more impossible. And now Wang Ling, this evil woman, had pushed all the blame onto him. Lin Xian felt a chill in his heart. One must know that not long ago, he had saved Wang Ling's life. Now that this vicious woman had a new backer, she wanted to distort the truth and kill him to silence him. "As expected, you are vicious. I have never seen such a shameless woman. Uncle Shangguan, look, he is still insulting me." Wang Ling cried again. Her small face was filled with tears and it made one's heart ache. "Good boy, you look honest, but I didn't expect you to do such a thing." The blue-haired swordsman coldly snorted. "Break your arms and kneel on the side. I will deal with you after I settle the matter of the primordial Yang Stone." There was a trace of coldness and ruthlessness in his voice. The other three-peak spirit-detecting realm martial artists were even more expressionless. They didn't even look at Lin Xian. Lin Xian chuckled when he heard those words. "I think you've gone stupid from practicing the sword. You believe everything she says. Do you have a brain?" Lin Xian coldly snorted. "You still dare to talk back? You're courting death." The blue-haired swordsman's gaze was cold and like a sword, it quickly swept towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian punched out and shattered the sword. Then he coldly shouted, "The one who wanted to betray us was the young leader. It was this vicious woman who begged me, so I saved her life. I didn't expect her to bite back. Even pigs and dogs know how to repay kindness, but she is worse than an animal." Lin Xian's voice was cold and contained a strong killing intent. "You're courting death." Wang Ling was trembling with anger. He dared to insult her like this. Moreover, he did it in front of a peak spirit detecting realm martial artist. Was he not afraid of death? The other 3 peak spirit detecting realm martial artists were also slightly moved. To be honest, it was the first time they had seen a youth like Lin Xian who was not afraid of death. As for the blue-haired swordsman, his expression was cold. He looked at Lin Xian as if he was looking at a dead man. In fact, in his eyes, Lin Xian was already dead because no one had ever dared to speak to him like this. Anyone who had done such a thing had already died and ceased to exist. However, what shocked him even more was that Lin Xian didn't stop there. Instead, he continued to shout. "What I said just now was the first thing. I wanted you to see the ugly face of this vicious woman. The second thing is to tell you that I found this place." Chapter 565. At the end of his words, the sound waves turned into rolling waves that swept through the sky and scattered the clouds in the sky. The surrounding martial artists and guards were all lying on the ground, trembling. The 3 extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artists all had cold expressions. The blue-haired swordsman was so angry that he started laughing. What did he just hear? A mid-stage spirit-detecting realm kid actually told them to scram? No one would believe it if they heard it. One had to know that the gap between each stage of the spirit-detecting realm was huge. An extreme martial artist could definitely kill a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist in one move without any accidents. Is this kid crazy? He actually dares to insult extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artists, and 4 of them at once. Does he really not want to live anymore? Grandma Silverflower was shocked. Good. You have guts. Don't think you're going to die for sure. You have to know that there's a state in this world that's worse than death. When I get the primordial yang stone, I'll let you enjoy the torture of this world. I'll let you know that there are some words that you can't say even when you're about to die. The other 3 extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artists also had cold expressions. They looked at Lin Xian with killing intent. Their identities were special, and no one had ever dared to scold them like this. When Wang Ling saw this scene, she sneered in her heart. In her opinion, Lin Xian was definitely going to die. Lin Xian looked at these people, but his heart was burning with anger. He didn't want to cause trouble, but these people were so aggressive and didn't plan on letting him go. Since that was the case, he couldn't be blamed. He would let these people know who was the prey. Moreover, he definitely wouldn't let Wang Ling, this vicious woman, go. It was fine if she didn't want to repay his kindness, but she actually distorted the truth and tried to lure experts to kill him. This kind of person definitely couldn't be left alive. Lin Xian raised his head with a cold expression. Countless golden lightning danced on his body, intertwining to form a golden armor. Lin Xian's body glowed with golden lightning patterns as he activated the golden lightning body. "What, kid, you still dare to attack?" The blue-haired swordsman laughed, his eyes full of disdain. A little martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm actually dared to make a move against him. He really was tired of living. "Little kid, I know you have some strength and can kill late-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivators. However, your strength is still too lacking compared to us. I advise you to surrender obediently. Don't ask for trouble," the prostitute said. However, the one-armed old man beside him sneered. "You're just an ant, yet you dare to compete with a giant dragon? You don't deserve to die." As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his leg, which formed a huge shadow of a leg and blasted forward. It had to be said that a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm was truly too powerful. Just a casual attack had the power to split the heavens and earth. This leg shadow was like a heavenly pillar, flowing with light. Wherever it passed, the earth would collapse. The ground trembled and cracks appeared. Countless grains of sand flowed downwards like yellow waves. It was a spectacular sight. Those guards who were originally lying on the ground were swept by the leg shadows and instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. In the blink of an eye, that terrifying leg shadow arrived in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian's eyes focused. He let out a low roar and suddenly punched out with his right fist. The golden fist shadow broke through the sky like a golden wheel, illuminating the sky and colliding with the terrifying leg shadow. Lin Xian had consumed many heavenly treasures, and his life force had reached the level of a supremacy. Moreover, he also had a powerful body refinement technique like the golden lightning body. Therefore, this punch could be said to be extremely violent. An earth-shattering sound resounded through the 9 heavens as a terrifying energy exploded. A terrifying aura swept out in all directions, causing the expressions of Wang Ling, Grandma Silverflower, and the others to change. Even those martial artists at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm frowned. With their strength, they could naturally sense that Lin Xian's aura was still there. In fact, it hadn't weakened by much. When the dust cloud dissipated and Lin Xian's figure was revealed, the surrounding martial artists trembled slightly. This was because they saw that Lin Xian's body was shining with golden lightning. He was completely unharmed, as if he hadn't been injured. How is this possible? Wang Ling was stunned, her face pale. The one-armed old man's face was terrifyingly gloomy. He was a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. That kick just now was enough to kill several martial artists at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. However, that attack couldn't hurt a kid at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Even if the other party was hiding his strength, the result couldn't be like this. Could that kid also have the strength of a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm? The one-armed old man's heart skipped a beat. He wasn't sure. However, the kid in front of him was definitely not as simple as he seemed. With a cold snort, he stood to the side and didn't make a move. This kid's opponent should be the blue-haired swordsman. Before he figured out his opponent's strength, he wouldn't draw fire to himself. Seeing the one-armed old man stop, the other martial artists at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm were shocked. One had to know that experts like them could kill a group of spirit-detecting realm martial artists with a raise of their hand. There was only one reason why the one-armed old man didn't make a move: he wasn't confident. Thinking of this, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Then, they looked at Lin Xian with a serious expression. They didn't expect this seemingly weak youth to be a difficult opponent. Wang Ling's heart skipped a beat. This was completely different from what she had expected. She didn't expect Lin Xian to be so strong that he could contend against a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. If the blue-haired swordsman was here, she probably wouldn't be able to withstand one of Lin Xian's palms. Thinking of this, she looked at the blue-haired swordsman with a worried expression. The blue-haired swordsman's face was also gloomy. The kid in front of him was even more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. However, since he had said that he would kill the other party, how could he stop? Moreover, this was related to an extremely important resource like the primordial yang stone, so he wouldn't stop. I didn't expect you to be able to withstand one move. Interesting. However, if this is what gives you the right to be arrogant, then you can go die. The blue-haired swordsman pulled out the silver sword at his waist and slowly walked out. The next moment, the aura on his body changed greatly. An extremely sharp aura spread out from his body like a sword being unsheathed. At that moment, cracks appeared in the air between heaven and earth. It was as if a small mirror had been shattered. What a powerful sword chi! The martial artists at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm frowned with serious expressions. Among martial artists at the same level, swordsmen were extremely powerful because their attacks were extremely powerful. They could even surpass those at the same level. It was clear that the blue-haired swordsman was this kind of person. His body emitted a powerful sword chi as he slowly raised the silver sword in his hand. And, remember, there are some people you can't afford to provoke. As his voice fell, the silver sword light soared into the sky like a silver river and slashed toward Lin Xian. Swords aren't meant to be used like that. Chapter 566. Then, he also took a step forward and a powerful aura burst out from his body. The large dragon sword intent surged and pierced through the clouds. It was like a peerless divine sword, shining with a shocking light. This is sword intent. The extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artists were shocked and revealed looks of disbelief. Especially the blue-haired swordsman, his pupils shrank. Sword intent was an extremely offensive concept. Out of 10,000 swordsmen, there might not even be one that could comprehend sword intent. One had to know that even he had not comprehended sword intent. But this little brat had actually comprehended sword intent. Looking at that aura, it was definitely not weak. The blue-haired swordsman's face was gloomy and there was a ball of jealousy burning in his heart. Seeing the terrifying potential of the other party, his heart was filled with killing intent. If he could not kill this brat today, he would be in great trouble in the future. Therefore, he would not let Lin Xian leave alive. Then, the sword chi in the blue-haired swordsman's hand became even brighter and sharper. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had the same intention of killing his opponent. As such, he used a terrifying ultimate move right from the start. A pitch-black sword appeared in his hand. Sword of Nirvana. A cold aura of death spread out and instantly enveloped the surroundings. Lin Xian was like a death god from hell, filled with danger. The sword of Nirvana quickly waved and turned into a black sword light. It emitted a cold aura of death and slashed forward like the call of the death god. The sword of Nirvana stabbed out, and everywhere it passed, life was quickly lost. The air was like a tide that quickly retreated to the sides. In an instant, it collided with the silver sword chi. Puchi. Under the influence of the sword of Nirvana, the silver sword chi was quickly lost and finally dissipated. What? You can actually break my sword chi in one move. The blue-haired swordsman's heart beat wildly. He did not expect Lin Xian's sword technique to be so strange. It was actually able to silently dissolve his killing move. Especially that pitch-black longsword, which made his heart palpitate. The other three extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artists were even more shocked. They knew that Lin Xian was very strong, but it seemed that they had underestimated the youth in front of them. Swords are not used like that. Swordsmen are not despicable people like you. I will let you know what a true sword art is, and what a swordsman is. Lin Xian floated in the sky, holding the Nirvana sword in his left hand, his entire body emitting an aura of death. Brat, how arrogant! The blue-haired swordsman shouted angrily, his face darkening. As an expert at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, he was an existence revered by tens of thousands of people. However, a little brat dared to ridicule him like this. I want to see what kind of ability you have. The blue-haired swordsman clenched his teeth and said, although he did not comprehend sword intent, he had comprehended another kind of concept. Blue sea concept. Coupled with his ocean abyss swordsmanship, he could unleash an extremely powerful combat strength. He believed that as long as he used his full strength, he would definitely be able to kill this despicable little thief in front of him. In the next moment, the spirit energy around the blue-haired swordsman surged, and a blue ocean appeared behind him. It felt so real. An incomparably vast energy quickly spread out in all directions, causing the blue-haired swordsman's aura to soar once more. Ocean abyss swordsmanship. The blue-haired swordsman shouted angrily. The silver longsword in his hand surged. Suddenly, countless blue sword rays appeared in the sky. Each ray was dozens of feet long and looked like sparkling blue crystals. There were terrifying sword auras revolving around them. The sky was filled with blue sword auras as they streaked across, and the void roared. It was as if thousands of tsunamis were surging over. The momentum was terrifying. Lin Xian stood in the void. He slowly stretched out his right hand, and sword auras surged around his body. A blood-red longsword condensed and quickly appeared. Then, a monstrous amount of blood chi rushed out, accompanied by a monstrous amount of murderous intent. Suddenly, the air was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Countless mountains of bloody bones appeared in the surroundings. The scene was hideous and terrifying, like a Jura from hell. That shocking killing intent also turned into countless sharp thorns, as if they were going to pierce one's soul. Below, Wang Ling, Grandma Silverflower, and the others had horrifying expressions. There was no trace of blood on their faces. This killing intent had almost made them faint. Lin Xian held the Nirvana sword in his left hand and the massacre sword in his right. He was like a god of death from hell, and his aura was extremely powerful. The two swords clashed, and suddenly slashed forward. A stream of pitch-black qi and a stream of scarlet sword qi intertwined in the shape of a cross and rapidly surged forward. The aura of Nirvana and massacre followed. Everywhere it passed, the void shattered. It could not withstand it at all. In just one exchange, the red and black sword light tore apart the wave-like sword aura. At the same time, Lin Xian used the illusory demonic steps to increase his speed to the limit. In an instant, he was in front of the blue-haired swordsman. What? So fast? The blue-haired swordsman was already shocked when he saw the blue sword aura being torn apart. However, before he could react, his opponent was already in front of him. The pitch-black Nirvana sword and the blood-red massacre sword appeared at the same time and quickly pierced towards him. No! The blue-haired swordsman screamed. His face was drained of blood, and his heart was filled with fear. He tried his best to dodge. At the same time, he used his strongest defense and placed it in front of him. An ancient-looking shield quickly enlarged and appeared in front of him, emitting a yellow light. At the same time, layers of armor quickly formed on his body and tightly wrapped around him. However, the Nirvana sword and the massacre sword were too strong. The sword light was like a rainbow, carrying a blood-red killing intent and the aura of Nirvana. The two forces instantly tore apart the blue-haired swordsman's defense. All of this happened in an instant. The blue-haired swordsman's eyes were filled with fear, and his face was drained of blood. He screamed crazily and kept begging for mercy. He was even filled with regret. If he did not provoke Lin Xian, this killing god, he would not be in danger at all. However, it was all too late. The pitch-black Nirvana sword and the blood-red massacre sword quickly pierced through, destroying the blue-haired swordsman's life force. In an instant, the blue-haired swordsman's body trembled and fell to the ground. In an instant, the extremely powerful spirit-detecting realm swordsman fell on the spot. The surroundings were silent. The three spirit-detecting realm swordsmen were dumbfounded and stood rooted to the ground. Wang Ling's face was filled with fear. She almost fainted from fright. She did not think that the powerful blue-haired swordsman could not even block one of Lin Xian's moves. Dream, I must be dreaming. She crazily tore at her hair to wake herself up from the dream. However, the pain deeply reminded her that all of this was real. How could it be like this? It can't be like this. Wang Ling screamed. She originally wanted to borrow the blue-haired swordsman's hand to kill Lin Xian. That way, she might be able to obtain some primal yang stones. However, things went beyond her expectations. Lin Xian was extremely powerful and killed the powerful blue-haired swordsman in the blink of an eye. Without the blue-haired swordsman, she could not block one of Lin Xian's moves. She was now filled with regret. Why did she provoke Lin Xian? Wang Ling knelt on the ground and quickly crawled toward Lin Xian. At this moment, her previous arrogance and elegance were all gone. Chapter 567. Spare me, spare me. I was wrong. Wang Ling begged. As long as you spare me, I will agree to anything. I can be your slave, your concubine, as long as you spare me. Wang Ling begged as if she had gone mad. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. With the red and black swords in his hands, he looked like the Azura god of death. Spare you? Impossible. A vicious and shameless woman like you is a scourge in this world. Lin Xian was determined. He would not spare Wang Lin. Seeing that there was no hope of survival, Wang Ling suddenly screamed, "If you kill me, the Wang clan will not let you off. When that time comes, there will be no place for you in the world." However, before she could finish yelling, a pitch-black sword pierced her chest and took away all her life. "I will kill you because you deserve to die. If the Wang clan does not know right from wrong and comes for revenge, I do not mind making the Wang clan disappear." Lin Xian's voice was cold, causing one's soul to tremble. No one doubted Lin Xian's words, because he had already created miracle after miracle. Wang Lin's eyes were wide open as he fell unwillingly. In the distance, Grandma Silverflower laughed bitterly and threw away the crutch in her hand. She knew that there was no chance of survival. A wrong decision was enough to take her life. As expected, Lin Xian flicked out a sword wave, killing her instantly. He was not a bloodthirsty person, but these people deserved to die. Then, he turned to look at the other 3 extreme spirit detecting stage martial artists. Instantly, the hearts of the 3 experts beat wildly. Lin Xian's gaze made the hearts of the 3 extreme spirit detecting stage martial artists beat wildly. Especially the one-armed old man, his heart trembled. Fortunately, he did not continue to attack, or else he would be the one lying on the ground now. Scram or die. Choose for yourselves. Lin Xian's voice was calm, but it could not hide his domineering aura. Hearing this, the 3 of them fell silent. Lin Xian's strength had probably exceeded the extreme spirit detecting stage. This could be seen from how he killed the blue-haired swordsman in one move. However, the 3 of them were truly unwilling to leave just like that. After all, primordial yang stones were extremely precious. The 3 of us will join hands and capture this brat. When the time comes, we will divide the primordial yang stones equally. The gray-robed old man said in a deep voice. All right. The other 2 experts nodded in agreement. For now, this was the best solution. If the 3 ultimate contenders joined forces, their power would definitely be immense. The 3 of them believed that as long as they joined forces, they would definitely be able to take down Lin Xian. Having come to an agreement, the 3 of them made their move without any hesitation. 3 streaks of light shot towards Lin Xian like rainbows. Lin Xian stood in the air, his eyes cold as he looked at the 3 people who were charging towards him. Then, he held the Nirvana sword and quickly swung it in the air. Suddenly, the clouds in the sky rolled, and the projection of a giant sword appeared, filling the entire sky. That aura was too tyrannical, as though it was going to crush the 9 heavens. Moreover, there were black runes attached to that gigantic sword, bringing with it a sense of nirvanic extermination. Gale Lightning Sword, one sword cleaving mountains and rivers. Lin Xian was very decisive as he directly used an earth-grade martial art. The Gale Lightning Sword was already very powerful, and now with the effect of the Nirvana Sword, it could be said to be even more powerful. The gigantic sword slashed down with a black sword aura, enveloping the 3 ultimate contenders of the spirit-detecting realm. Suddenly, the expressions of the 3 people below changed as their bodies trembled. What martial art is this? It's so terrifying. Could it be an earth-grade martial art? The 3 of them trembled as they dodged, turning into 3 streaks of light as they quickly escaped. The gigantic sword fell, sinking the ground, and terrifying cracks appeared. Countless sword auras spread in all directions, turning the entire desert into a sword aura world. It was abnormally dangerous. With just one strike, he defeated the joint attack of the 3 spirit-detecting realm experts. The 3 of them were terrified. Lin Xian was too powerful, and he was very decisive. Without any hesitation, he used an earth-grade martial art, a powerful martial art. This brat is definitely a genius martial artist from a top sect. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so powerful. Moreover, he has an earth-grade martial art. Looking at him, could he be a genius from the Deity Sword Villa? The 3 of them were solemn and didn't dare to attack again. However, the 3 of them were unwilling to leave and could only wander in the distance. With a cold snort, Lin Xian sneered. He put away his sword and entered the cave, beginning to quickly collect high-grade primordial yang stones. He believed that the sword just now could definitely intimidate the 3 of them, and they definitely wouldn't dare to come rashly. Lin Xian moved quickly, specifically picking high-grade primordial yang stones. However, not long after, a terrifying pressure came from the distance again. This aura was very terrifying, as if the entire world was shaking. Supremacy! Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect a supremacy to appear in this barren land. The supremacy was a true powerhouse. Their strength far exceeded that of a spirit-detecting realm martial artist. A casual attack could destroy a spirit-detecting realm martial artist's body and soul. Although Lin Xian was powerful, he was still unable to fight against a supremacy. "Let's go!" Lin Xian shouted. If a supremacy came, he wouldn't be able to resist at all. At that time, not only would he not be able to protect his primordial yang stones, he might even lose his life. The dark red divine dragon was also very decisive. It didn't dare to expose itself in front of a supremacy now that it had lost its dragon essence. Moreover, the collection just now had also allowed it to obtain a lot of primordial yang stones. On the other hand, the snow-white little monkey was scratching its ears and cheeks, unwilling to give up. It waved its little claws and quickly patted the small bowl. The small bowl suddenly spun quickly and then became bigger. In the end, it was the size of a house and quickly filled the entire cave. In an instant, the surrounding mountain rocks shattered and the entire cave collapsed, revealing the primordial yang stone vein. The three peak spirit-detecting realm powerhouses outside also felt the supremacy's aura in the distance. Their first thought was to escape. Facing a supremacy, they couldn't resist even if they joined forces. However, before they could move, the cave in front of them suddenly exploded, revealing the primordial yang stone vein. What? A primordial yang stone vein? The three of them were shocked when they saw the scene inside. They knew that there was a large amount of primordial yang stones inside, but they didn't expect it to be a vein. This is absolutely too shocking. The three of them swallowed their saliva. The amount of primordial yang stones here was too shocking. It was definitely not something a powerhouse could swallow. Perhaps only a few super powerhouses could possess it. In the next moment, the scene in front of them made their eyes almost pop out. A huge broken net was floating, covering the primordial yang stone vein. Not only that, they saw Lin Xian use his sword Qi and quickly slash towards the vein. Too crazy! These guys actually want to forcefully move the vein. Those powerhouses were stunned. They felt that their brains weren't enough. "Ha, little guy, good job." The dark red divine dragon shouted excitedly. It didn't even dare to think about forcefully moving the primordial yang stone vein. It didn't expect the snow-white little monkey to be so bold. However, a cold snort suddenly came from the distance. Chapter 568. Then, a huge crimson palm of light quickly formed above them, covering the sky and the sun. Just one palm wind was enough to send three peak spirit-detecting realm martial artists flying. One could imagine the power of this light palm. Lin Xian was enveloped by the red light pillar. He felt as if his body was about to split open. This power was too strong. It was definitely not something a spirit-detecting realm martial artist could resist. He immediately unleashed his great dragon sword soul to resist the pressure. At the same time, he used the illusory demon steps to leave. The dark red dragon roared and turned into a red light, disappearing from the spot. The little white monkey was scratching its head anxiously. The next moment, two black vortexes appeared in its eyes, forming a black light pillar that blasted the primal yang stone vein. Suddenly, a small section of the vein was broken. Then, the shabby little bowl spun and sucked away the broken vein. "Let's go!" Lin Xian did not dare to delay any longer. He quickly called the little white monkey and left. "You're courting death." The voice in the distance was furious. He did not expect that the other party could destroy the primal yang stone vein under his attack and even succeed. With a cold snort, the surrounding spirit Qi shook, forming a fiery red light wall that surrounded the area like a cage. The venerable in the distance was furious. He must catch the thief who destroyed the vein and refine his soul. He only needed a few breaths of time to arrive. But the next moment he was stunned. Because in the north, a fiery red light wall was broken. The thief who stole the vein had escaped. How is this possible? The mysterious venerable was shocked. A spirit-detecting realm martial artist could escape from him. Who is it? How can he escape? The next moment, a terrifying pressure descended, and a majestic figure appeared in the sky. In the void, a red aura flowed like flames, bringing with it incomparable heat. The venerable had finally descended. The three peak spirit-detecting realm martial artists felt bitter. They had used all their methods, but they could not escape completely. Now that the Venerable's true body had appeared, it was even more impossible for them to escape. The fiery red figure in the sky casually glanced at them, causing them to tremble. A group of ants dares to encroach on the primordial Yang stone mine. Then, the Venerable One swept his gaze and formed a red claw that grabbed downward. In an instant, the one-armed old man was enveloped by the sharp claws. The one-armed old man struggled frantically, wanting to escape, but the red claw was too sharp. It pierced through his head in an instant. Suddenly, the one-armed old man's body trembled, and the light in his eyes faded away. He was stunned on the spot. A moment later, the red claw disappeared, and the one-armed old man bled from his 7 orifices, falling to the ground dead. Beside him, the other 2 cultivators were horrified. They were aware of the method just now. It was a soul-searching technique. This supremacy was too decisive. He didn't plan on interrogating him at all. Instead, he directly searched his soul. Most likely, their fates would not be any better. A young swordsman who comprehended sword essence. Could he be from the Deity Sword Villa? In the sky, the mysterious Honorable Sir muttered. But why would someone from the Deity Sword Villa come here? In the desert thousands of miles away from the primordial Yang stone mine, Lin Xian stopped and breathed a sigh of relief. At the critical moment, he pushed the great dragon sword soul with all his strength and displayed an incomparably powerful attack. Only then was he able to break through the red light wall and escape. Until now, he still had a lingering fear. Because if he was a step slower when the Venerable One's true body arrived, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to escape. However, the harvest of such an adventure was also great. This time, not only did he obtain a large amount of high-grade primordial Yang stones, he even seized a small part of the primordial Yang stone mine at the last moment. This kind of thing was definitely a great fortune in his hands. In a good mood, Lin Xian rested for a moment and hurried on his way again. This time, he wanted to completely walk out of this desert and reach the place where humans lived. Half a month later, Lin Xian finally arrived at the edge of the desert. Although the surroundings were still very desolate, it was much better than the desert. At least he could see traces of human activity here. With his outstanding soul power, Lin Xian should know that there was a city in front of him. Raising his spirit, he continued on his way. The dark red dragon god followed behind him with its tongue hanging out, looking listless. Living in the desert for half a month had almost tortured it to the point of insanity. A winding dirt road appeared in front of him. It was full of potholes and cracks. The dark red divine dragon walked on it and let out a cheerful scream. Mother Dragon, the feeling of the earth is so good. This emperor doesn't want to see the desert again in this life. Lin Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. That setting sun desert was too strange. Not only was the climate abnormal, but there were dangers everywhere. There was one time when he encountered a huge quicksand storm and almost lost his life there. Further ahead, traces of humans gradually appeared. Lin Xian found that although this place was separated from the desert, it was still at the edge of the desert. Therefore, the architectural style and climate were very similar to the desert. Even the houses were built with sand and stone. The whole thing was rough and the windows were very small. It was very different from the palaces and pavilions that Lin Xian had seen before. Seeing that there was a roadside stall selling food, the dark red divine dragon roared and immediately rushed over. The surrounding people were all wearing loose robes that covered their whole body. They were very surprised to see a four-legged snake that could talk. Oh, heavens, what did I see? A talking snake. Could this be the snake clan of the setting sun desert? Yes, it's very possible. The group of people chattered and stared at the dark red divine dragon. Although they were surprised, there was no fear in their expressions. It seemed that these people were used to seeing all kinds of demonic beasts. Lin Xian was surprised to see that the surrounding stall owners had a certain foundation in martial arts. Some of them were even quite strong. Lin Xian came to a stall and ordered some local specialties. The owner was a middle-aged woman. She smiled apologetically at Lin Xian and said, "Esteemed guest, please wait a moment." There have been a lot of martial artists coming and going recently. It may take some time for the food to be ready. Lin Xian smiled and nodded. He also found that there were many people of the pugilistic world with sabers and swords. These people looked hurried, and their auras were very heavy. At a glance, their auras were very different from the local residents. Not long after, the food was served. It was a cooked desert spirit rabbit. Lin Xian tasted it and found that the taste was not bad. Therefore, he ate it with relish. The dark red divine dragon also ordered a huge roasted demonic beast and ate it crazily. Not long after, the seats near Lin Xian were also filled with martial artists. Have you heard? A primordial yang stone vein appeared in the setting sun desert. Yes, I heard that even the venerables were dispatched. My senior brother even went to watch. He heard that the venerables were fighting with earth-shaking momentum. Chapter 569. Many forces from the entire sand region went. It was very chaotic. Later, the Blackwood Stronghold's experts suppressed everyone, but I heard that the Battle King Hall also sent people. What? The Battle King Hall also came? Many people exclaimed. Lin Xian silently listened. Although he had never heard of any of these forces, he could imagine the intensity of the battle. Fortunately, he had left quickly. Otherwise, he would not have been able to leave so easily. Sai, did you guys know? I heard that the mine is not complete. It seems like someone stole a piece. What? There is actually someone who can steal from a venerable. Could it be that it was done by someone from a large force? I don't know, but there are rumors that it was done by a young martial artist. I heard that person is very mysterious. No one knows where he came from. Young martial artist? So powerful. Could it be a genius from a large force who came out to train? Everyone discussed and guessed. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. If these people knew that the mysterious expert they were talking about was sitting right beside them, he wondered what their expressions would be like. After enjoying the food, Lin Xian asked the lady boss about the nearby town and then continued on his way. However, not long after he left, 5 martial artists at a nearby table began to talk in low voices. Boss, it's actually a talking snake. Could it be the Naga race? I don't know, but I'm sure that Red Snake's quality is not low. The one who spoke was a young man. On his left was a 2-meter-long demonic beast. Its body was yellow and looked like quicksand. Then these people revealed sinister smiles. If we catch it, we can definitely sell it for a good price. If we nurture it, it might have terrifying battle strength. The other party is only at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm, but he actually has such a demonic beast. How lucky! Then, these people quickly left and followed Lin Xian. Lin Xian was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he slowly walked while admiring the strange scenery. But in the next moment, he frowned. Relying on his soul power, he knew that there were several figures following him from behind. Furthermore, those figures were extremely arrogant and did not have the slightest intention of concealing themselves. All of them released their auras and were extremely powerful. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled into a cold smile when he sensed this. Then, his footsteps became even slower. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the people behind to catch up. The 5 of them formed a battle circle, surrounding Lin Xian. Brat, you're pretty carefree. A dull voice rang out. You're very lucky to have come across a big deal. Another voice with a hint of mockery sounded. Lin Xian scanned the room and took in the information of the few people sitting there. These 5 people were very young. 2 of them were women, and the other 3 were young men. Most of them were at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm, and 2 were at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. At this age, this level of cultivation could be considered abnormally strong. One of the youths, who was at the peak of the spirit detecting realm, stood on the side with his arms crossed and watched the show. Beside him was a 2-meter-long demonic beast with a body as rough as a child's sand. Judging from his expression, he seemed to be the leader of this team. Lin Xian calmly asked, "Why are you all so enthusiastic? Is there a problem?" The dark red dragon impatiently roared, "Damn, a bunch of little brats dare to block this emperor's path. Hurry up and scram, or this emperor will roast you all and eat you." After the roar, the surrounding people not only didn't become angry, but instead looked at the dark red dragon with even more excitement. "Not bad, not bad, it really knows how to talk. It seems like its intelligence isn't low. It must be a rare species." One of the skinny youths smiled and said, "Brat, you're very lucky to have met us. Now, we want to buy this little talking snake." "You're very lucky. Now, we want to buy this little talking snake." With that, the skinny youth threw down a mid-grade spirit stone. "Take the spirit stone and scram." Everyone sneered. Lin Xian frowned. These people were too arrogant. They wanted to force a deal as soon as they came up, and the price was only a mid-grade spirit stone. This was definitely blatant bullying. It would be better to just rob. When they saw Lin Xian's expression, they were instantly displeased and snorted coldly. "Brat, what's with that expression? I'm buying your demonic beast because I'm giving you face and thinking highly of you. Don't be so shameless. Hurry up and take the spirit stone and scram, or don't blame us for being merciless." "Yeah, brat, I advise you to be sensible. Giving you a spirit stone is already thinking highly of you. If you dare to talk nonsense again, we'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs." The group of people had mocking expressions. They didn't put Lin Xian in their eyes at all. Actually, it wasn't surprising. These people had powerful cultivation and were dressed in extraordinary clothes. They were probably disciples of aristocratic families. With the cultivation of these people, how could they care about a small martial artist at the spirit-detecting realm? The dark red dragon at the side was so angry that it jumped up. "Damn, a bunch of lowly insects, how dare you buy this emperor's beast? Damn it, all of you deserve to die." The dark red dragon shouted angrily. As a member of the Eastern Divine Dragon clan, it had a revered status. If it wasn't for the disappearance of its dragon essence, it would have already slapped them with its claws. How could it tolerate these few houses? Lin Xian's gaze was gloomy with a trace of coldness. "So, I should thank you?" No need. If you want to thank us, just kowtow a few times." The few of them laughed arrogantly. "Is that so? But I don't have such a habit. If you can kowtow a few times, I can consider it." Lin Xian sneered. "What? Brat, you're courting death." The few of them were furious and their expressions were ferocious. One of the burly young men took a step forward, and a terrifying fist with a glaring light blasted towards Lin Xian at high speed. This person was at the late stage of the spirit detecting stage. His body was sturdy and full of explosive muscles. One look and one could tell he was a body refining stage martial artist. This fist directly caused the air to explode. A terrifying pressure instantly enveloped Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian didn't dodge. He even had a mocking smile on his face. Seeing that mocking smile, the tall youth was instantly enraged. The strength of his body increased by 30%. This fist could definitely turn a mid-stage spirit-detecting stage martial artist into a bloody mist. The other martial artists sneered. They could already imagine the scene of Lin Xian being smashed by this fist. However, Lin Xian wasn't in a hurry. He waited for the violent fist to approach before he stretched out his palm. Lin Xian's palm formed a claw and easily caught the violent fist. What? He blocked it just like that? That's impossible. The other martial artists were shocked. The tall, skinny youth was also stunned. "Ali, did you use your full strength or not?" The tall youth wasn't in the mood to answer his companion's question. At this moment, his face was ferocious and his body was covered in cold sweat. A sharp pain came from his right arm, as if it was about to break. He wanted to pull back his fist, but he found that he couldn't. Chapter 570. A crisp sound rang out in the air, and then the man's right arm became twisted. He roared. His expression was crazed as he swung his left fist. It was like a giant hammer that quickly fell down. However, a clear cracking sound rang out once again, and his left arm hung limply by his side. Lin Xian swung his arm and threw the tall youth away. What? Ali was defeated? Everyone was shocked and couldn't react. Ali was their companion. His cultivation was at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and he was also a body refiner. In close combat, he could even fight with a peak spirit-detecting realm expert. However, he was defeated in close combat by a kid at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. They couldn't believe it. Suddenly, everyone looked at Lin Xian differently. Although they were arrogant, they weren't fools. Although the youth in front of them was only at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, his true battle strength should be higher than the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Otherwise, Ali wouldn't have been sent flying with a single punch. At this moment, the youth's expression also darkened. He said sternly, "Friend, we are disciples of the Blackwood family. Can you give us some face and sell this talking snake to us? Don't worry, the price will be reasonable." At this moment, Lin Xian's shocking battle strength made them cautious. The youth believed that as long as he mentioned his identity as a member of the Blackwood family, the other party would be obedient. The Dark Blast Dragon sneered, "Blackwood, Yellowwood, Clearwood? You dare to buy me? You're courting death. Little brat, go and kill them." Lin Xian shrugged. "You heard it. This guy is my companion. Since he's unwilling, you should leave." Lin Xian had heard about the Blackwood family when he was eating. He knew that they were a very powerful force in the area. Therefore, unless it was absolutely necessary, he didn't want to offend such a force. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the Blackwood leopard's expression darkened. He was the young master of the Blackwood family. Normally, he could get whatever he wanted. No one dared to go against him. This time, the primordial Yang stone vein had unexpectedly appeared in the setting sun desert, causing all the experts in the family to come out. He had secretly gone behind the family's back and brought a few cultivators with him to watch the fun. He didn't expect to meet a talking snake along the way. He wouldn't let go of such a rare beast. But now, there was someone who didn't give him face. Not only was this a rejection, but it was also a humiliation to the Blackwood family. In the Sand region, no one dared to disrespect the Blackwood family. Who do you think you are? How dare you reject young Master Leopard? The Blackwood leopard sneered as well. Idiot, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Men kill him. Suddenly, the three martial artists around him grinned hideously. A powerful aura rose from their bodies. Their spiritual energy was like flames, surging and jumping, forming rays of light that filled the surroundings. "Brat, you dare to offend young Master Leopard? Go to hell." Saber light, sword shadow, fist shadow, palm wind, all blasted towards Lin Xian with great momentum. In an instant, Lin Xian was surrounded by all kinds of terrifying energy. But in the next moment, a sword light flashed and tore through everything. The terrifying energy was easily cut open like tofu. Lin Xian had a calm expression as he slowly walked out of the energy. How is this possible? Everyone was shocked and didn't dare to believe it. If they worked together, they would be able to contend against a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist. But the other side was just a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm brat, yet he was able to cut through all their attacks with a single sword. This scene was too shocking. The Blackwood leopard's eyelids twitched. For the first time, he lost his calm. The youth in front of him was more troublesome than he had imagined. He took a deep look at Lin Xian. A hint of killing intent appeared in the Blackwood leopard's eyes, but he quickly hid it. Even so many people couldn't beat Lin Xian. Even if he went up, he might not be able to capture him. Moreover, as a young master, he wasn't willing to take this risk. It was better to remember the other side's appearance and secretly track him down. Then, he would find the family's experts to deal with him. This was his way of doing things. Thinking of this, the Blackwood leopard dryly laughed. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. Since brother doesn't want to sell, then we won't force you. Brothers, follow me. The Blackwood leopard waved his hand, about to leave with his subordinates. However, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. His soul force was outstanding, and his perception was very sharp. Just now, he had felt the killing intent from the Blackwood leopard. Although it was hidden well, it couldn't escape his eyes. The other side was a disciple of a great power, and they had a grudge against each other. If he let them go, they might attract powerful martial artists. Lin Xian wouldn't let such a threat go. Who allowed you to leave? Lin Xian's voice was cold. As his voice fell, the Blackwood Leopard's group of 5 froze. Then, he suddenly turned around and stared at Lin Xian like a vicious beast. You dare to stop me? The Blackwood Leopard was furious. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Xian sneered. You brought people to kill me. Now that you can't kill me, you want to leave? How can there be such an easy thing in this world? If everyone was like you, then what would I be? Since you've done something, you have to pay the price. Lin Xian's killing intense sword. Price? What price? The Blackwood Leopard was insolent. Don't tell me you dare to attack me? Let me tell you, I'm a member of the Blackwood family. Since that's the case, then I can't let you live. Sword chi floated around Lin Xian's body, condensing into a blood-red sword. You dare to attack me? You're courting death. The Blackwood Leopard roared, his body suddenly exploding. Behind him, the 3 martial artists also attacked crazily, not holding back at all. The demonic beast with a body like quicksand also quickly pounced, grabbing at Lin Xian's throat. Lin Xian's lips curled into a cold smile. He held the sword of slaughter and quickly slashed forward. A scarlet sword chi quickly streaked through the air, instantly wrapping around the Blackwood Leopard and the others. No, the Blackwood Leopard was enveloped by the blood-red sword chi, and immediately screamed like a pig being slaughtered. In the next moment, their bodies were completely submerged in the blood-red sword chi. When the blood-red sword light disappeared, 5 corpses appeared on the ground. The Blackwood Leopard and the others fell to the ground with faces full of terror, their bodies covered with terrifying sword wounds. Lin Xian waved his hand, and his spirit power quickly rubbed, creating a ball of green flame that emitted a scorching aura. With a flick of his finger, the flame quickly floated to the 5 bodies, instantly burning them to ashes. After doing this, Lin Xian quickly left. 3 days later, he arrived in front of a huge city. Quicksand City was a huge city in the Sand Country. It was tall and majestic, with a magnificent aura. The entire wall was made of huge sandstone. When the wind blew, it would make a rustling sound, as if sand was flowing. This was also why this city was called Quicksand City. Chapter 571. After entering Quicksand City, it became lively inside. People shuttled back and forth on the wide roads, and all kinds of hawking filled the streets. It was a lively scene. Lin Xian's mood gradually relaxed and became cheerful. During this time, he had been fighting and chasing, and his mental state was highly tense. Now that he had come to Quicksand City, he naturally needed to relax. At this moment, Lin Xian also bought a large white robe to cover his body like the locals. The snow-white little monkey was still sitting on his shoulder, and the dark red dragon was hidden in his sleeve. This guy was too eye-catching, especially after he spoke. He would definitely attract the attention of people. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he hid the dark red dragon. At first, the dark red dragon was unwilling, but later Lin Xian tempted it with primordial yang stones, so it agreed. Lin Xian bought some local snacks and shared them with the dark red dragon and the snow-white little monkey. He bought some geography and history books for himself. Soon he found out about the world he was in. The country he was in was called the Sand Country, a big country in the northwest of the Tianwu domain. The Tianwu domain was too big, and it was not an exaggeration to call it the Tianwu continent. Its area was several times that of the Tianen domain. It was vast, rich in resources, and prosperous in martial arts. Compared to the Tianen domain, it was many times stronger. It could be said to be a warrior's paradise. The Divine Bird Palace was also the overlord of the Northwest, but it was not in the Sand domain. Therefore, Lin Xian was temporarily free from the threat of the Divine Bird Palace. Quicksand City was an important city in the Sand Country, and it was very famous in the entire Sand domain. This city was very large, and the forces inside were very complicated. Lin Xian knew that the Wang family and the Blackwood family were both in Quicksand City. After having a general understanding of the place he was in, Lin Xian planned to stay in Quicksand City for the time being. On one hand, he could relax, and on the other hand, he could consolidate his cultivation and deal with some cultivation resources. Since he joined the Azure Dragon Society, he had not had a good rest, and after such a long time of accumulation, the materials he had on him had reached an astonishing number. Although some things were very precious, he could not use them, so it was best to exchange them for auction. Moreover, there was another reason why he had come to the Sky Martial region. It was because of his father. Back then, in the ancestral land of his family, his father had left a message for him, telling him to go to the Sky Martial domain after obtaining the Great Dragon Sword Soul. Lin Xian was very confused about these things. First, there was the mysterious small sword in his body, which was given to him by his father. That small glazed sword was too mysterious. Not only did it contain a strange world, but it also contained a peerless expert like Wine Lord. Lin Xian didn't know why his father would have the mysterious pendant. And why did his father fake his death? Why would there be a trace of the Great Dragon Sword Soul in the ancestral land? Why did his father want him to come to the Sky Martial region? Although Lin Xian was very puzzled, no one could give him an answer. He thought that after he found his father, perhaps all the mysteries would be solved. After sorting out his emotions, Lin Xian walked towards the depths of Quicksand City. In the city, he saw many huge circular buildings with people coming and going. It was very lively. Lin Xian asked around and found out that those huge circular buildings were arenas. They were places where martial artists fought. Moreover, Lin Xian also found out that martial arts duels were very popular in the Sand region. Many cities had arenas, and as a huge city in the Sand region, Quicksand City had countless arenas. Moreover, there were many famous arenas here. Many martial artists from the Sand region came here because of their fame. Here, one could see all kinds of martial artists. Lin Xian was surprised and happy. He wandered around nearby, preparing to ask more questions. Nearby, the martial artists were all excitedly discussing. Exciting, too exciting. That youth is only at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm, but he defeated dozens of martial artists at the peak of the light-detecting realm. His battle strength is too strong. Yes, I don't know which faction's genius he is from. To have such heaven-defying battle strength at such a cultivation is truly amazing. I know the person you're talking about. He's called Deity. Although he's strong, I don't think he can compare to Sun Qiao. You have to know that that guy has comprehended the two opposite concepts of water and fire. The power produced by the fusion of the two concepts is incomparably terrifying. Even a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm was defeated. Yes, recently many talented martial artists have appeared in Quicksand City. If these people can continue to grow, they will probably become venerables, right? Yes, and I've seen many unfamiliar faces. Their strength is not inferior to the genius disciples of large factions. Did something special happen recently? Why did all these martial artists gather? I heard that these geniuses are not all from the Sand region. There are also some from other places. As for why they came to Quicksand City, I don't know. It seems to be related to the White Clarity region. It's said that the Murong family's holy daughter once appeared in a certain arena. Those martial artists are probably here for the Murong family's holy daughter. What? The Murong family's holy daughter is also here. That's one of the most beautiful women in the Sky Martial continent. No wonder so many martial artists came to Quicksand City. Everyone screamed crazily, their expressions excited. If they could see the Murong family's holy daughter, even if they died, it would be worth it. The Sky Martial continent was extremely vast, and the population was in the hundreds of millions. To be able to be called one of the most beautiful women in the world, one could imagine how beautiful the Murong family's holy daughter was. No wonder so many people went crazy for her. Lin Xian was a little surprised. A woman could actually cause such a commotion. This made him very curious. To be honest, he had seen many beautiful women. Among them, there were even peerless beauties. He wondered what was so special about this Murong family's holy daughter compared to the other women he had seen. Thinking of this, he actually had a kind of anticipation in his heart. He also wanted to see the legendary Murong family's holy daughter. Since he was in Quicksand City, he might be able to see her. Lin Xian revealed a smile. "Brat, what are you laughing at? with your cultivation, you still want to see the Murong family's holy daughter? Not far away, a big man pointed at Lin Xian and mocked him. The others also laughed. The middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm was indeed not outstanding. It had to be known that many spirit-detecting realm experts might not even be able to see the Murong family's holy daughter, let alone a middle-stage spirit-detecting realm brat. Hey brat, look at you. Why don't you hurry up and go home to drink milk? The big man sneered. The big man's name was Quan Tai. He was famous in Quicksand City for his cheap mouth. Many people had been ridiculed by him. However, he was at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Ordinary people could not defeat him. Chapter 572. At this moment, Quan Tai had just lost a match in the arena and was feeling depressed. Seeing that Lin Xian was weak, he began to mock him. Mocking the weak could make him happy. This was his unique way of reducing stress. Brat, what are you looking at? Am I wrong? You coward. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't know the other party, but the other party was like a mad dog, mocking him as soon as he came up. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, he couldn't help it in this situation. With a cold gaze, Lin Xian strode over. Yo brat, you dare to come up? What, you want to fight? Quan Tai sneered. Come. I'll let you have 3 moves. Quicksand City was popular with martial arts, so the people here were quite fierce. It was very common for people to start fighting when they didn't agree with each other. Therefore, seeing this situation, not only was the crowd not nervous, they all cheered loudly. Brat, I'll stand still and let you hit me with 3 moves. If you can knock me down, I'll apologize to you on the spot. Quan Tai said arrogantly. He had a reason to be arrogant. He was at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. A mid-stage cultivator couldn't even break his defense, let alone knock him down. Lin Xian's eyes were cold. He impatiently rubbed his ears and then slapped out. The air trembled and exploded. Lin Xian's slap landed on Quan Tai's face and sent him flying. This slap was too fast. It was as fast as lightning and as violent as thunder. Quan Tai didn't even have time to react before he was sent flying and smashed into the ground like a meteor. Half of his face was swollen like a bun and all of his teeth were broken. A terrifying hole was formed in the hard ground. Quan Tai struggled a few times before his eyes rolled back and he fainted. It's finally quiet. Lin Xian rubbed his ears and turned to leave. Everyone was shocked and dumbfounded. Only when Lin Xian was about to leave did they react and make way for him. The crowd scattered like the tide. These people looked at Lin Xian with a trace of awe and fear. To be able to knock Quan Tai unconscious in 1 move, this young man was definitely not an ordinary person. It has to be said that Quan Tai was at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. There was a difference of 1 realm between the two. Their defense, power, and speed were completely different. Under normal circumstances, a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator wouldn't be able to injure a late-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator. This was the difference between realms. However, Lin Xian was able to break through Quan Tai's defense with a single slap and knock him unconscious. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. Moreover, at this time of crisis, masters from all over the world were converging towards Quicksand City. Perhaps this boy in front of him was a genius martial artist from one of these forces. If that was really the case, they couldn't afford to offend him, so they all retreated. However, there was a beautiful figure in the crowd who was staring at Lin Xian, her eyes shining with excitement. Then, the figure quickly ran out and shouted, "Brother, please wait." This voice was somewhat feminine, making it hard to tell whether it was a man or a woman. Lin Xian turned around and saw a delicate face not far away. He asked, "Beauty, what's the matter?" The moment he said this, the crowd burst into laughter. Many people even bent over from laughing. Moreover, Fang's delicate face instantly turned red, and a trace of anger appeared in her eyes. The delicate face viciously said, "I'm a man." This time, it was Lin Xian's turn to be stunned. He carefully blinked and seriously looked at the delicate face. Then he revealed a look of doubt. No matter how he looked at it, it was an extremely beautiful face that could make countless men go crazy. How could such a person be a man? Seeing Lin Xian's doubtful expression, the figure in front of him was discouraged. Big brother, I'm really a man. If you don't believe me, you can touch me. Lin Xian was speechless. He noticed the other party's flat chest and Adam's apple. Only then did he confirm that the other party was indeed a man. All right, I believe you're a man. Why are you looking for me? Lin Xian said helplessly. Brother's skills are not bad. What's your rank in the Colosseum? My rank? Lin Xian shook his head. I just came to Quicksand City and haven't participated in any Colosseum. What? Really? The figure was stunned, then became ecstatic. My name is Nan Gongseng. What's your name? Lin Xian. So it's Brother Lin. I wonder if Brother Lin is interested in participating in the Colosseum? Seeing Lin Xian's doubtful expression, Nan Gongseng said, I'm a disciple of the Nangong Colosseum. I would like to invite Brother Lin to work in our Nangong Colosseum. Soon, Lin Xian understood Nan Gongseng's meaning. There were many ways to play in the Colosseum. One of them was a challenge tournament where the dealer would send out people. The contestants would take turns to challenge, and the winner would receive some precious treasures. This way of playing was very popular. However, it required the dealer to have a large number of experts. Otherwise, if someone challenged the Colosseum, not only would they lose their treasures, but their reputation would also fall. Therefore, the Colosseum would look for experts or martial artists with potential to nurture. Although Lin Xian was interested in the Colosseum, he wasn't willing to join any faction. Sorry, I don't want to join for the time being. Lin Xian shook his head. Seeing Lin Xian refuse, Nan Gongseng's face was filled with shock. One had to know that their Nangong Colosseum was a giant in Quicksand City. It was one of the top Colosseum. Normally, many genius martial artists couldn't enter even if they wanted to. However, the other party had actually refused. The surrounding martial artists were also stunned. They didn't think that Lin Xian would have the courage to refuse the Nangong Colosseum's invitation. Lin Xian didn't know the status of the Nangong Colosseum, but even if he knew, he wouldn't participate. He wouldn't stay here for long. Isn't this brat too arrogant? He's only at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Although he can defeat late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artists, it's still a bit difficult for him to join the Nangong Colosseum. Now that there was such an opportunity, how could he not grasp it? What do you know? Although this Nan Gongseng isn't strong, his eyes are very experienced. Every martial artist he has his eyes on has become famous. Who knows how many experts he has found for the Nangong Colosseum over the years? For that youth to catch his eye, he probably isn't simple. Hearing this, everyone was filled with envy. Being able to enter the Nangong Colosseum was not only a symbol of status, but it also allowed one to enjoy a large amount of resources. It was definitely a place that all martial artists yearned for. However, after the other party found out, he was still unmoved. Nan Gongseng was also very depressed. As a scout of the Nangong Colosseum, he had never been wrong. From the scene just now, he realized that Lin Xian's strength was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Such a person was definitely a rare martial genius. If he could be attracted to the Nangong family and nurtured, it wouldn't take long for him to become a super powerful force. Moreover, there had been more and more geniuses recently, and their Nangong family needed new blood. Chapter 573. Nan Gongseng had never failed before, so he wouldn't fall into the hands of a young boy. Thinking of this, his figure flashed and he quickly chased after Lin Ming. Brother, don't go. He caught up to Lin Xian again and said with a smile, Brother, perhaps you don't understand our Nangong Colosseum, but our Colosseum is one of the top Colosseum in Quicksand City. We have a huge amount of resources. If you join us, you definitely won't lose out. Nan Gongseng chattered on and began to explain the various benefits of the Nangong Colosseum to Lin Xian. In the end, Lin Xian felt a headache coming on. Brother Nan Gongseng, I'm really just an ordinary warrior. I was able to win just now because my opponent was too stupid. So don't chase after me. If you ask me to join, it will definitely be your Nangong Colosseum's loss. My strength is ordinary, so I'll only be wasting your resources. Lin Xian shook his head. No matter what, he wouldn't agree. Seeing this, Nan Gongseng knew that there was no chance this time. However, he didn't give up. If the first time wasn't enough, he would try a second time. If the second time wasn't enough, he would try a third time. He believed that his sincerity would sooner or later move Lin Xian. If that's the case, then I won't force Brother Lin. However, I'm very happy to have met a friend like Brother Lin. I wonder where Brother Lin lives now? Fortune Inn. Lin Xian said. Of course, he didn't live there. He only saw the name when he passed by the street. But I'll invite Brother Lin to have some fun another day. Nan Gongseng turned and left. After bidding farewell to Nan Gongseng, Lin Xian let out a sigh of relief. He once again wandered around Quicksand City. However, not long after, he was intercepted again. A young man stood in front of him. He was tall and straight, and his clothes were exquisitely tailored. It was obvious that he was a disciple of a large family. Moreover, this young man had a very arrogant expression. He didn't place anyone in his eyes. You are Lin Xian? This voice carried a trace of cold arrogance. You are? Lin Xian asked in a deep voice, a trace of vigilance appearing in his eyes. You're very lucky to have caught our attention. Come with me. The young man's expression was arrogant, and his tone was unquestionable. Where are we going? Who are you meeting? You don't have to ask. You'll know when you get there. The young man said in a deep voice. I'm sorry, I don't know you, and I won't go with you. Lin Xian shook his head. The other party's attitude disgusted him. You have to think clearly. In Quicksand City, no one can refuse us. It didn't happen before, but it doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. No matter who you are, I'm not interested. Lin Xian refused. It's good for young people to have some pride, but don't be too conceited. You have to know that being chosen by us is a blessing in itself. I hope you don't make a mistake. Lin Xian shook his head and refused decisively. There's no point in saying more. People who walk different paths cannot make plans together. Very good. No one has ever been able to reject us. Don't regret it when the time comes. The young man's expression was cold, and there was a trace of coldness in his tone. Then, he coldly snorted and quickly left. After the arrogant youth left, Lin Xian's face sank. Judging from the other party's tone and attitude, he should also be invited by some coliseum. Moreover, it should be the top coliseum. Receiving invitations from 2 top coliseums in succession, if it were an ordinary person, they would have been extremely excited. However, Lin Xian didn't feel any joy. It seemed that he had to be careful in Quicksand City. Otherwise, he might accidentally get involved in the storm of conflict. In the center of Quicksand City, there was a huge castle. This castle was different from the other buildings. It was completely black and made of black wood. In this city full of desert rocks, the sudden appearance of a magnificent building made of wood was indeed eye-catching. This majestic building was the famous Blackwood Stronghold, a great power in Quicksand City. At this moment, in a large hall of the Blackwood Stronghold, the previously arrogant youth was reporting to an old man. In addition to the old man, there were 7 or 8 other martial artists. At this moment, when everyone heard the young man's report, their faces sank. What? He's not coming? A middle-aged man coldly snorted. He's just a little spirit-detecting martial artist. Does he really think he's a dish? He actually dares to refuse. No one could refuse the Blackwood Stronghold's request unless they were dead. The arrogant youth said in a deep voice. Not only did that kid refuse, his attitude is very arrogant. He completely doesn't put the Blackwood Stronghold in his eyes. I suggest we eliminate him as a warning to others. Hearing this, the other martial artists also nodded in agreement. I'll go kill him. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. You can't. At this moment, the elder in the hall suddenly said in a deep voice. Before figuring out the opponent's identity, they shouldn't act rashly. Are we just going to let it go like this? The people below were unconvinced. They had always been the ones to refuse others, and had never been refused or refused by others. Now that they encountered this kind of thing, they naturally wouldn't let it go. There's an unwritten rule between the great powers. Generally, The matters of the younger generation are settled by the younger generation. This rule has existed for thousands of years. Even if someone wants to break it, it shouldn't be us. Therefore, we can't act, but you can. After saying this, the elder looked at the young man below. Hearing this, the young man's eyes lit up, and then he said with a smile, "Elder, please don't worry. I know what to do." The older generation couldn't act, but that didn't mean they couldn't. The opponent's battle strength was equivalent to the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm and wasn't too strong. With this kind of strength, any random expert from the Blackwood stronghold could instantly kill the opponent. "Elder, there's one more thing." The middle-aged man beside him said, "Bao has been out for several days and hasn't returned. I'm worried something happened." "Worried about what?" "Who dares to touch the people of our Blackwood stronghold?" The elder snorted coldly. "Don't worry, that kid probably ran out for fun. Besides, he has many guards by his side, and with his identity, no one dares to touch him. He's very safe. All right, you can all leave," the elder said in a deep voice. Immediately, everyone left. The young man sneered, because he had already thought of how to deal with Lin Xian. "What do you plan to do?" the middle-aged man asked after leaving the hall. "Of course I'll give him to the one who can cause the most trouble." The corner of the young man's mouth raised into an evil smile. "That's good. Even if that kid really has a great background, I think nothing will happen to that person. With her brother here, I'm afraid no one dares to touch her." The middle-aged man nodded. Sandstorm Restaurant, 3rd floor. Lin Xian asked for a private room and ordered some food. Then he released the dark red dragon. "This emperor is suffocating." The dark red dragon was depressed. "I won't hide even if you beat me to death. Otherwise, I'll suffocate to death." Lin Xian shrugged. "As long as you're not afraid of being caught for alchemy, I don't care. You win. At worst, this emperor won't say anything." Then, the man and the two beasts began to sweep through the food on the table. At this moment, the door of the private room was kicked open with a bang. A martial artist wearing a black robe appeared at the door. Chapter 574. "You're Lin Xian?" the black figure at the door asked. Lin Xian frowned and raised his head to look. He was really in a bad mood today. He had been stopped by people one after another. Even their meal was interrupted by someone. The figure in front of him was wearing a loose black robe. He had short hair and beautiful facial features, but there was a hint of anger on his face. Lin Xian was puzzled. He had never seen this person before, so he did not know why he was angry. Seeing that Lin Xian did not answer, the figure in front became even angrier. "I heard from my cousin that you're arrogant, but I didn't believe him. Now it seems that he's right. You're really an arrogant guy." Lin Xian was stunned. Arrogant? Did he say it was him? He was obviously dead. The other party continued, "How dare you reject our invitation? I'd like to see what makes you so arrogant." After that, the person took out a dark red whip from his waist and coiled it around his hand. "Although I don't know where you're from, I'm sure your clan won't say anything even if I beat you to death. Take out your weapon. Hurry up and attack." Lin Xian frowned. From what he heard, it seemed that the older generation could not casually attack, but the younger generation had no scruples. If that was the case, then he was not afraid at all. He had never been afraid of anyone in his generation. However, at this moment, the dark red dragon roared impatiently, "I say, kid, when did you get into trouble again? Hurry up and settle it so you don't disturb my meal." The snow-white little monkey sat at the side, squinting his big eyes as if he was watching a show. Lin Xian curled his lips. "What trouble? You're obviously a guy. I don't have any special hobbies." Hearing this, the figure in front of him was speechless. His body trembled slightly and he screamed, "Damn bastard, I want to fight you." Bush, bush. The dark red whip moved quickly, splitting the air in an instant. The table in front of Lin Xian was smashed into pieces and scattered all over the floor. Seeing the table of food destroyed, the dark red dragon was furious. "Kid, what's with your eyes? She's obviously a girl, okay?" The snow-white little monkey squinted his big eyes and nodded in agreement. Lin Xian rubbed his nose helplessly. Is that so? The people here look too strange. Men look like women, women look like men. I can't tell. Hearing this, the girl in front of him was so angry that she trembled. Are you blind? L. The commotion here had already attracted the attention of the surrounding people. Many people poked their heads out to watch. Lee. The surrounding martial artists were in an uproar as they discussed in low voices. Isn't that the Black Pearl? Why is this troublemaker here? I don't know, but who is that young man in the private room? I'm afraid he's out of luck. Yeah, he provoked the Black Pearl. I'm afraid no one in the entire Quicksand City can protect him. Alas, there's nothing to be done. She's the young lady of the Blackwood Fort, and she has an incomparably powerful brother. Hearing everyone's discussion, Lin Xian had a rough idea. The guy in front of him was actually a disciple of the Blackwood Fort. It seemed that it was the Blackwood Fort that wanted to poach him. Lin Xian didn't expect that not long after, he would run into people of the Blackwood Fort again. Previously, he killed a disciple of the Blackwood Fort on the road. Perhaps those people still didn't know, or else they wouldn't be in this situation. Girls always fight and kill. Be careful that you can't get married. Lin Xian said with a smile. I won't haggle over today's matter. You should leave quickly. Leave? In your dreams. Today I must have a duel with you. I must tie you up, this incomparably arrogant guy, and hang you on the city wall of Quicksand City for 3 days and 3 nights. I'll let everyone know your ugly face. Lin Xian was helpless. Who was the incomparably arrogant one? Who was the arrogant one? It seemed that the girl in front of him was really spoiled. Are you sure you want to duel with me? Lin Xian asked with a faint smile. Scared? I will definitely beat the crap out of you, you despicable bastard. Black Pearl said fiercely. You're not afraid of losing? Lin Xian asked. Lose? How can I lose? Except for my big brother, no one can beat me. The Black Pearl proudly puffed out her chest, like a victorious little phoenix. Hearing this, the corners of the surrounding warriors' mouths twitched. They certainly knew the reason why this Black Pearl didn't lose. It was because no one dared to really fight with her. Most of them just let her win. However, this little girl was remote and didn't know. She thought that she was invincible in Quicksand City, causing trouble everywhere she went. Since you insist, then I'll do as you wish. Lin Xian shrugged, looking indifferent. Seeing Lin Xian's indifferent expression, the Black Pearl coldly snorted. She turned around and shouted, Boss, I'll borrow your martial battle stage. Martial arts duels were prevalent in Quicksand City, so there were special martial battle stages in some hotels. Moreover, this Winds and restaurant used the martial battle stage to attract diners. Many people enjoyed the food while watching the competition on the stage. It could be said that they enjoyed it very much. At this time, the competition on the martial battle stage was quickly ended, and the 2 contestants were chased off the stage. The surrounding warriors didn't know what was going on, and they all roared. However, when the 2 figures on the stage, they were stunned. Fellow Taoists, today I, the Black Pearl, will borrow the martial battle stage to teach this hateful brat a lesson. The Black Pearl said, her voice spreading in all directions. Suddenly, the surrounding crowd boiled up. It was actually the little princess of Blackwood Stronghold who wanted to fight. This was definitely more exciting than watching other warriors fight. However, they didn't know who that young man was. He was actually so unlucky to be targeted by this unruly little princess. Humph, hateful bastard, soon I'll beat you until you kneel and beg for mercy. I'm looking forward to it. Lin Xian grinned. But what's the point of just fighting like this? What are you going to add? Martial battle wasn't just a battle between warriors. They would all place bets before the competition. The winner would gain both fame and fortune. This was the most attractive part. The Black Pearl lightly snorted, Humph, you know quite a lot. How about this? I have a high-grade spirit-ranked treasure sword here. If you win, the treasure sword is yours. The Black Pearl waved her small hand, and a dazzling long sword appeared in the void. As soon as this treasure sword appeared, the crowd below suddenly exclaimed, and most of them looked up with burning eyes. A high-grade spirit-ranked treasure was not a cabbage. It was a weapon that countless warriors dreamed of obtaining. Feeling everyone's envious gaze, the Black Pearl lightly snorted and proudly raised her chin. "What about you? What are you going to add? Don't tell me you're so poor that you don't have anything?" The Black Pearl disdainfully said. Lin Xian exclaimed in his heart. As expected of a disciple of a big family, she casually took out a high-grade spirit-ranked treasure. Then he smiled slightly. He had many good things on him, but he couldn't take them out. Looking around, he grabbed the dark red divine dragon and threw it forward. "That's it. This is a mutated beast that contains a trace of the flood dragon's bloodline. If it's nurtured well, it will definitely have super strong combat strength." Chapter 575. The dark red dragon was furious after being thrown to the front. It stared fiercely at Lin Xian and almost roared, but it restrained itself in the end. Otherwise, a talking snake would cause a commotion and he wouldn't be able to escape. "Don't worry, I won't lose you," Lin Xian transmitted. The dark red dragon reluctantly walked to the side. Unexpectedly, the Black Pearl looked at the dark red dragon and shook her head. "I don't want this little snake, I want that little monkey." Then she stared at the little white monkey with a face full of joy. It was obvious that she liked the little white monkey and wanted to keep it for herself. The dark red dragon clenched its teeth so hard that it almost broke them. It almost spat out a mouthful of blood. When had it, a member of the divine dragon race, ever been looked down upon like this? "Stinky brat, little girl, I'll remember you too. Don't fall into my hands, or I'll roast you." The dark red dragon cursed in its heart. Lin Xian grabbed the dark red dragon and said with a smile, "Okay, I promise you." Then he looked at the dark red dragon with disdain and complained, "So useless, no one wants you. You should obediently hide in my sleeve." The dark red dragon couldn't bear it anymore. It turned into a ray of light and quickly left. If it stayed here any longer, it would probably go crazy from anger. "You've lost for sure. The little white monkey will be mine." The Black Pearl snorted. Then her body swayed like a ghost. The dark red soft whip in her hand was ruthless. It was like a flood dragon surging in the air. This attack was fierce to the extreme. The Black Pearl was already at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm, and with her extraordinary whip attack, even a cultivator at the same level might not be her match, let alone a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator. Therefore, the people below didn't think that Lin Xian would win. Lin Xian was also slightly surprised by the Black Pearl's strength. It seemed that although she was arrogant, she wasn't weak. However, he wasn't afraid. This bit of strength couldn't do anything to him. With a faint smile, Lin Xian pushed off the ground and rushed out like a phantom. For a moment, the entire battle arena was filled with his silhouette. "Wow, this kid's movement technique is so cool. I didn't expect a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist to have such speed. It is indeed rare." Hearing everyone's praises, Black Pearl's face turned cold. She let out a delicate shout, and the dark red whip in her hand danced, forming a spiral attack. Streaks of light from the whip rapidly spread out in all directions with him at the center. For a moment, all the phantoms that came into contact with it were split in half. Soon, all the phantoms on the fighting ring disappeared. Looking at the disappearing phantoms, Black Pearl snorted and raised her chin proudly. She thought that it wouldn't be long before all those illusions disappeared. At that time, she would teach that little thief a lesson. However, before this beautiful wish could come true, her body suddenly froze. "Don't move, or you'll lose your life." A cold voice sounded behind him. Black Pearl did not dare to act rashly, because there was a cold sword aura at the back of her head. Soon, the sky full of whip lights disappeared. When everyone saw this, they were even more shocked. To be honest, they didn't see Lin Xian's figure at all, and they didn't know how Lin Xian came behind Black Pearl. "I didn't expect the little princess of Blackwood's stronghold to lose in one move. Who is that youth? What terrifying strength!" Everyone was speechless. In the crowd, an extremely beautiful figure looked at the fighting ring and nodded continuously. "He really is a hidden expert. I knew my eyes wouldn't be wrong." This beautiful figure was naturally Nan Gongseng. He was staring at Lin Xian, thinking of a way to poach Lin Xian to his Nan Gongseng family. You lost. The upper-grade treasure sword is mine. Lin Xian withdrew his hand and smiled again. Black Pearl's face turned black, and she was annoyed. That doesn't count. You sneak-attacked me. Let's go again. Again? Sure, take out your prize. Lin Xian put away the upper-grade treasure sword and smiled. The crowd below also cheered. That's right, little princess. Continue to fight with him. You must defeat him. Take out 100 upper-grade treasures and fight for a few hundred rounds. Black Pearl looked annoyed and fiercely swept her eyes around. Then her face turned red. I was in a hurry today and didn't have time to bring so many upper-grade treasures. Forget it then. I won't fight with you if there's no prize. Lin Xian shrugged, looking like he couldn't help. Black Pearl was furious. She gritted her teeth and said, I'll owe you the prize first. Our Blackwood clan will never owe you anything. Since you want to give me treasures, I won't stop you. Lin Xian smiled with a trace of craftiness in his eyes. Soon, the two continued to fight, but each time it was finished in one move. After 3 times, Black Pearl's face fell and she didn't dare to fight anymore. Although she was a disciple of a big clan, losing 3 upper-grade spirit-level treasures in one go was still very painful. What do you still want to fight? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Black Pearl was so angry that her face was slightly puffed up. She glared fiercely at Lin Xian. This guy in front of her was too hateful. She was riding a tiger and couldn't get off. It's okay. If the treasures are gone, we can bet on something else. Seeing that you're so capable, it's not bad to be a little maid. Or you can repay me with your body. Lin Xian said casually. Hearing this, Black Pearl's face turned red and a trace of panic appeared on her face. The crowd below was even more rowdy as they shouted, Bet with him, bet with him. You just wait, I won't let you go. Black Pearl screamed and ran away like a frightened rabbit. Remember, you still owe me 3 upper-grade treasures. Lin Xian shouted. Hearing this, the escaping figure trembled and almost fell down. She then ran away at an even faster speed. The show is over. Disperse. Lin Xian quickly left the stage. Brother Lin, please wait. A beautiful figure walked out from the crowd. Oh, so it's Brother Nan Gongxing. Lin Xian smiled bitterly. If you're here to persuade me, then don't say anything. Brother Lin is a true man. Don't worry, I'm not here to persuade you. I'm here to invite you to drink. Nan Gongxing laughed and pulled Lin Xian to the side. Brother Lin, I must toast you. Nan Gongxing raised his wine cup and smiled. Brother Lin is too bold. Did you know that in Quicksand City, no one dares to provoke Black Pearl? Not to mention winning 4 matches in a row. Oh, is that so? Lin Xian grabbed his wine cup and drank it in one gulp. As far as I know, Blackwood Stronghold is not the only big family in Quicksand City. Indeed, Blackwood Stronghold is very powerful, but they can't cover the sky with one hand. For example, our Nan Gongxing family is not weaker than them at all. Chapter 576. What's the reason? Lin Xian was puzzled. Because she has a good brother. Nan Gongxing said, her brother, He Muya, is one of the top young experts in the entire Sha region. His strength is unfathomable, and he's known as one of the strongest people below Venerables. Her brother, He Muya, was known as one of the top young warriors in the Sha region. The Sha region was very large, almost as large as the Tianan region. Moreover, the level of martial arts here far exceeded that of the Tianan region. One could imagine the strength of the top young warriors. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect the Black Pearl's brother to be such a hero. However, he wasn't too worried. With the great dragon sword spirit, he believed that he wouldn't lose to anyone. Seeing Lin Xian's calm face, Nan Gongxing praised. Brother Lin, you're really bold. It's nothing. Lin Xian shook his head. I only fought a few matches with the Black Pearl. I don't think her brother will bother me because of this. So, I have nothing to be afraid of. Lin Xian smiled, then raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Right, it's not convenient to stay in an inn recently. Are there any good courtyards? I want to buy one. I know a few famous ones. What kind of one does Brother Lin want? The others don't matter as long as it's quiet. That's easy, just leave it to me. However, Brother Lin, the houses in Quicksand City aren't cheap. It can even be said that every inch of land is worth its weight in gold. Actually, you don't need to do this. If you join our Nan Gongseng family, I guarantee that you'll immediately get an exquisite courtyard. Lin Xian smiled. Judging from Nan Gongseng's tone, it seemed that he wasn't going to completely give up on poaching him. Forget it, I still have the money. Lin Xian took out the spiritual high-grade artifact he just won. This sword should be enough for me to buy a good courtyard. Seeing this, Nan Gongsheng sucked in a breath of cold air. You can, but are you really willing to sell this high-grade spiritual grade artifact? There's nothing to be reluctant about, Lin Xian said. Besides, this belongs to the Darkwood clan. It's hot to hold it in my hands. It's better to get rid of it as soon as possible. That way, we can move to another courtyard. Oh, Brother Lin is so bold. Leave this matter to me. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Nan Gongseng took the artifact. In a corner not far away, the Black Pearl was hiding at the side. When she saw this scene, she was so angry that her teeth itched. That damned bastard actually sold a high-grade spirit-level artifact. How infuriating! What's even more detestable is that the gigolo actually dared to accept it. He's really too detestable. No, I can't take this lying down. I must take revenge. Black Pearl could not help but snort coldly, then quickly retreated. Lin Xian and Nan Gongseng took big gulps of wine and left the Winds and restaurant after a long time. Just as the two of them stepped out of the door, a black shadow suddenly flashed from the side and quickly slashed towards them. This attack was too sudden and as fast as lightning. It was impossible to guard against it. Lin Xian's soul power had already sensed the danger. With a tap of his foot, his body moved horizontally and easily dodged the attack. However, Nan Gongseng was not so lucky. Seeing that the black shadow was about to land on his head, Nan Gongseng let out a low roar and used all his strength to protect his body. A low sound rang out, causing the air to tremble. The surrounding people exclaimed in surprise and all went around. Nan Gongseng was even more miserable. The defense in front of him had already cracked. One could imagine how terrifying this attack was. Not only that, but he also felt the blood in his body churning. He felt dizzy and almost lost his balance. Fortunately, Lin Xian came out in time and supported him. Nan Gongseng quickly used a cultivation method to forcibly suppress the boiling blood. Then he looked around fiercely. Which blind fool dares to hit me? You don't want to live anymore. That's right, I'm hitting you. A delicate voice rang out, and Black Pearl's figure appeared in front of everyone. You two despicable bastards. How dare you buy and sell my high-grade artifact? Despicable. Especially a she-male like you. How dare you accept it? I'll beat you to death. Black Pearl stared at Nan Gongseng with an unfriendly expression. Nan Gongseng, who was originally very aggressive, became less angry when he saw Black Pearl. However, when he heard the words she-male, he jumped up like a wild cat whose tail had been stepped on. You're the she-male. Your whole family are she-males. I'm a real man. Nan Gongseng roared. You dare to scold me? Black Pearl was also anxious. Nothing like this had ever happened before. Now, there were people who dared to go against her one after another. So what if I'm scolding you? You're the one who hit me first. Nan Gongseng was also anxious. No matter what, he was still a member of the Nan Gongseng family. Moreover, he was also a famous martial scout. If news of this were to spread, it would be a joke even if the other party was Black Pearl. Seeing that the two of them were going to continue, Lin Xian sighed. He turned to Black Pearl and said, Why? Are you here to return the 3 high-grade artifacts to me? After saying that, Lin Xian waved the IOU in his hand. Hearing that, Black Pearl's face fell. Then she glared at Lin Xian fiercely. You're ruthless. Just you wait. Black Pearl gritted her teeth and stomped her feet. Forget it. Ignore her. Lin Xian pulled Nan Gongseng and continued on their way. However, Black Pearl was like a small dog following behind them. They couldn't get rid of her. In the end, the two of them chose to ignore her. Nan Gongseng regained his composure and said to Lin Xian, "There was a manor up ahead that was extremely quiet. It should suit Brother Lin's taste." Hearing Nan Gongseng's introduction, Lin Xian was curious. He planned to take a look and buy it if it was good enough. After all, it was Black Pearl's high-grade artifacts. He didn't feel any heartache. However, at this moment, they passed by a huge arena. Lin Xian suddenly stopped. "Brother Lin, what's wrong?" Nan Gongseng asked. Then he followed Lin Xian's gaze. "This is the Wang family's arena. It's average, but not as good as our Nan Gongseng said. He didn't forget to show off his family. "How's the business here?" Lin Xian asked. "It's okay. After all, the Wang family is a mid-tier force in Quicksand City." "Then how about the will challenge here?" Nan Gongseng was startled. He then said, "Most of the Wang family's martial artists are at the late stage of the spirit detecting realm. There are also a few at the peak of the spirit detecting realm. As for the peak of the spirit detecting realm, there are at most two. Usually, only one comes here. After all, most of the people who come here are ordinary martial artists. The peak of the spirit detecting realm can do this. Those geniuses won't come here. They will go to the top arenas." "I see. When is this place the most crowded?" Lin Xian asked. Chapter 577. Lin Xian smiled and said, "My hands are suddenly itching. Let's come here tonight and play." Nan Gongseng was a bit surprised. He didn't know why Lin Xian would suddenly be interested in the Wang family's arena. What he didn't know was that in the setting sun desert, Lin Xian had almost been framed by a girl from the Wang family. When he thought of that vicious woman, Lin Xian was still a bit angry. Now that he had encountered the Wang family's arena, he naturally wouldn't let it go. "Let's go and take a look at that mansion first. We'll come here tonight to play a few rounds." But Nan Gongseng smiled. The Wang family's arena wasn't too bad. It had a peak spirit detecting expert overseeing it. They should be able to test Lin Xian's strength tonight. Looking at the sandstone courtyard, Lin Xian smiled. "How is it, Brother Lin? Are you satisfied?" Nan Gongseng asked. "Very good. It's spacious and quiet. It's a good place to live in a busy city. Brother Nan Gongseng is very considerate. Of course I have to be considerate. Otherwise, I wouldn't be worthy of the price of a high-grade treasure. Wouldn't that make me seem useless?" The two joked. Behind them, Black Pearl coldly snorted and gnashed her teeth. "I've already found your nest. Just wait for your bad luck." Nan Gongseng shrugged. In any case, he didn't live here, so he wasn't afraid. Lin Xian directly ignored her. With his strength, as long as it wasn't someone from the older generation, he wouldn't be in any danger. They went in to rest. Soon, evening arrived. Quicksand City was even more lively at night. The entire city was brightly lit. It was several times livelier than during the day. The various arenas, restaurants, and brothels were even more lively. It was as if the entire city had come alive. Lin Xian and Nan Gongseng walked toward the Wang family's arena. Black Pearl was still following behind them. She wanted to figure out Lin Xian's strength before finding someone to make a move on. Tonight was the best opportunity. At this moment, the Wang family's arena was bustling with noise and excitement. In order not to attract attention, Nan Gongseng and Black Pearl wore large robes to cover their faces. Originally, the two of them did not agree. With their status, there was no need for them to do this. Moreover, if they revealed their identity and entered, they would definitely be able to obtain the highest level of service. However, Lin Xian refused. He didn't come here to enjoy himself. When Lin Xian said that he was here to cause trouble, the two of them were stunned for a moment before they were pleasantly surprised. The Black Pearl seemed to have forgotten its previous hatred as it danced with joy. Nan Gongseng was a little worried. One had to know that the Wang clan had a martial artist at the limit of the spirit detecting realm. Although Lin Xian was strong, in his opinion, compared to a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, he was still a bit lacking. "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't mess around." In the end, Nan Gongsang and his companion agreed to Lin Xian's conditions and put on loose robes. They arrived at the Wang clan's arena. It was extremely huge inside, and there was not only one martial stage. Dozens of arenas formed an arc for the spectators to admire. Not only was each arena wide and sturdy, but it also had a special defensive array formation. It ensured that the spectators wouldn't be injured while still being able to watch. From this, it could be seen that the martial arts industry in Quicksand City had developed to a very perfect state. Before participating in the martial arts competition, Lin Xian understood the rules of the martial arts competition. There were two most common types. One was a one-on-one challenge. The other was a tag team battle, which meant that the challenger could continuously challenge until they lost. They would receive a corresponding reward based on the number of matches they won. This reward was much more generous than a one-on-one match. However, it was also much more difficult. This was because the opponent could be anyone in a tag team battle. Moreover, the Zhuang clan had a large number of elite experts prepared to snipe the contestants at any time. Therefore, the number of matches that the contestants could win wasn't many. There weren't many who could win 10 matches in a row. After Lin Xian finished registering, he returned to his seat and waited. At this moment, there were martial artists fighting fiercely on the martial stages in front of him. The crowd below was crazily shouting. Lin Xian discovered that the lowest cultivation level of the contestants was at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Most of them were at the late stage. After all, martial arts flourished here, and the Heavenly South region couldn't compare to it. Bang! On one of the martial stages, the air violently shook, and a figure flew out. His opponent, on the other hand, was standing proudly in the center. "Xia He! Xia He!" Countless people shouted loudly. Lin Xian also looked up and saw that the winner was standing with his hands behind his back and a slender soft sword hanging from his waist. A fierce aura spread out from his body. "Xia He is too strong." He sent an opponent of the same cultivation level flying with a light sweep. Yes, although he is only at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm, his battle prowess is already at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. He is already a powerful existence among the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm. I'm afraid that even a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist might not be able to win. Everyone was shocked and envious. "Xia," he shouted, "it's still a one-on-one match and the prize remains the same. Who else wants to come up?" Hearing this, everyone looked at each other in shock. Normally, one-on-one matches wouldn't be carried out consecutively, but Xia He wanted to fight consecutively. It was obvious that he was very confident in his own strength. Otherwise, no one would dare to take this risk. "I'll go." A loud voice rang out. It was like a bell that spread out in all directions. Some of the weaker martial artists were shaken to the point that their ears trembled, and the blood in their bodies surged. "Who's this? It's so powerful." The next moment, a bronze-skinned man walked onto the stage. Every step he took caused the entire stage to tremble. "Isn't this Rockhand Jinqing? This guy is at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Xia He must have been too arrogant just now." This Jinqing couldn't stand it and came up. Thinking of this, everyone was excited and looked carefully. One of them was a swordsman whose battle prowess was at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, while the other was a true peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist. It would definitely be an intense battle. "Make your move. Let me see what you're capable of." Jinqing sneered. His skin glowed and quickly transformed into a rock-like defense. In an instant, Jinqing's entire body turned into rock. He was like a stone man. This Jinqing was just as the rumors said. He could turn his body into rock to greatly increase his defense and strength. He was too powerful. With this method, he was already invincible. How could anyone fight him? Everyone was shocked. They shook their heads and exclaimed. "Fierce rock heaven opening hand." Jinqing shouted in a low voice. Like a stone man, he quickly rushed forward. He waved his hand and it quickly grew. Layers of strange patterns appeared on his rock arm. An incomparably violent force surged out of his arm and tore the void apart. The air split apart and turned into rolling waves. The terrifying force shattered everything in front of it. It was like a giant mountain was moving quickly. Chapter 578. He waved his arm and stabbed out with his sword. The sword curved like a ribbon, making it hard for people to see its trajectory. The sword stabbed out like a poisonous snake swinging its tail, quickly hitting the stone-like arm. The soft sword touched his arm, as if a ribbon was gently brushing past. Such weak strength. It has no effect on me at all. Jin Qing sneered. With your strength, you're pitifully weak. I can blow you up with a single punch. However, just as he finished speaking, his body began to tremble. Then, a heart-wrenching pain came from his arm, causing his face to contort. Ah! Jin Qing clutched his arm in pain. Like an injured beast, he charged around wildly. On the other side, Xia He put away his flexible sword and sneered. What's going on? The crowd was in an uproar. They couldn't understand. Why did the powerful Jin Qing suddenly become so crazy? It looks like he's seriously injured. What did Xia He do? Was it that sword just now? But it didn't have any power. Xia He's sword had injured Jin Qing's arm, causing a commotion. They couldn't see through the mysteries of that sword. In the arena, Xia He sneered with his hands behind his back. His face was full of arrogance. How could these stupid martial artists understand his move? Damn it. What method did that guy use to injure his opponent? Black Pearl was puzzled. It's internal energy. He must have mastered a very strange method of exerting force. He used internal energy to penetrate his opponent's defense and injure his arm, Lin Xian said in a low voice. If you don't know in advance, it's easy to be injured. Hearing Lin Xian's explanation, Black Pearl and Nan Gongseng finally understood. This guy just appeared recently. He must be a martial artist from another place. It looks like his potential isn't bad. I wonder how strong he really is? Nan Gongseng said while rubbing his chin. It looked like he was thinking of poaching people for his family again. His true strength should be at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. However, his method of exerting force is too strange. He can injure his opponent unexpectedly. If you can predict his defense, it'll be easy to defeat him, Lin Xian said with a smile. You speak as if it's true. If you have the ability, go and defeat him. Black Pearl snorted. Lin Xian shrugged and said nothing. His goal was the Wheel of Attrition challenge, so he wouldn't consider anything else. Moreover, he already knew about the opponent's strange attacks. If they really fought, he would put in more defense and not let the opponent succeed. At this moment, a black figure suddenly appeared in the corridor on the second floor like a ghost. This was an old man with a black robe and white hair. His skin was as smooth as a baby's, and at that moment he smiled. To be able to challenge someone of a higher rank, his strength is not bad. When the competition is over, invite him over and see if he's willing to join our Wang clan. The surrounding guards replied respectfully. At this moment, on the central martial platform, the muscular man, Jin Qing, was holding his arm with a ferocious expression. His heart was burning with rage. Originally, he wanted to destroy the other party's prestige, but he didn't expect that he would be hit by the other party's move. They had just exchanged blows, and one of his arms was almost crippled. This made him extremely angry. Brat, I'm going to kill you, Jin Qing roared. An idiot who only knows how to use brute force. I'll give you a chance. Hurry up and admit defeat, or don't blame me for being impolite. Xia He sneered. Brat, you're courting death. Jin Qing roared. He temporarily suppressed the injury to his right arm and quickly waved his left palm, blasting it forward. This time, he had learned his lesson. He didn't choose to fight in close range, but from a distance. As long as he didn't come into contact with the strange flexible sword, he wouldn't be injured. This time, he would use his cultivation to crush the other party. The void floated and a 30-meter-long rock palm quickly formed. It was like a mountain of rock, sticking close to the ground and moving quickly. At the same time, his body released light, and strange patterns appeared on the surface of the rock. They quickly spread, forming a pressure that filled the sky and spread in all directions. In an instant, the halo covered half of the platform, and an extremely terrifying pressure was produced, as if it could crush everything. This power was extremely violent, and was produced by his rock body. It could suppress most peak spirit detecting experts, and its strength was incomparably strong. Two terrifying attacks were launched at almost the same time, enveloping Xiaohe. Bang! Everywhere they passed, the ground collapsed, and the air cracked. When the two attacks were close, Xiaohe suddenly moved. He was like a ray of silver light, flashing quickly. His steps were very strange. He was like a silver ribbon, drifting unpredictably. Every time he appeared, he would appear in unexpected places. Jin Cheng's two terrifying attacks only brushed past his afterimage and didn't cause him any damage. In the next moment, a silver light flashed, and Xiaohe's figure appeared, directly arriving beside Jin Cheng. The silver flexible sword stabbed out like a silver poisonous snake, vicious and fierce to the extreme. In an instant, the flexible sword slammed into Jin Cheng's chest. Like a poisonous snake, it was extremely fast. Not good. Jin Cheng's expression changed greatly. He quickly used his rock body, forming waves of rock that enveloped his body and constantly rotated. A thick and hard layer of defense formed in front of him. Even a martial artist of the same level would find it difficult to break through. Xiaohe sneered disdainfully. The flexible sword surged like silver lightning, quickly slamming into the defense. Then he withdrew his sword and quickly retreated. There was a trace of a victor's smile on his face. "Stupid guy, you didn't even understand my attack before coming up. You're courting death." On the opposite side, Jin Cheng's pupils shrank. His body trembled rapidly, and then he spat out large mouthfuls of blood. Just a moment ago, he said that he had extremely heavy internal injuries. However, what shocked him was that his body didn't suffer any external injuries. The attack seemed to have penetrated his defense and directly entered his body. What kind of attack is this? He was shocked. He had never seen such a strange attack before. At this moment, a deep sense of fear appeared in his heart. His opponent's attack had completely ignored his defense. How could he continue fighting? No matter how strong his defense was, it was useless. "I admit defeat." Jin Cheng was terrified and quickly admitted defeat. Then he quickly took out 2 healing pills and went to the side to recuperate. He didn't dare to continue fighting. He had already suffered heavy internal injuries. If he didn't recuperate, his body would be crippled. Useless trash. Xiaohe snorted coldly. Everyone was shocked. Even a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm like Jin Cheng had lost. No one else dared to go up. Moreover, they didn't understand Xiaohe's attack at all. It would be futile even if they went up. Seeing that no one wanted to fight, Xiaohe was disappointed. Then he sneered and walked down the stage. After Xiaohe walked down the stage, an old man in a red robe appeared on the stage. The old man said loudly, "Everyone, you're in for a treat. The next martial artist has chosen to challenge you in turns." Chapter 579. After the red-robed elder finished speaking, his figure flashed and he appeared to the side. Oh, someone actually chose to take turns fighting. I wonder who it is this time? I can't wait any longer. This time I have to bet correctly. Everyone was excited and excited. The odds of this kind of fighting were much higher than other competitions. If they could win, they could even become rich overnight. At this moment, a sweet-looking servant girl wearing revealing clothes slowly walked in front of Lin Xian and respectfully said, "Young Master Lin, please go on stage." Lin Xian nodded to show that he understood. Then he took out a storage ring and threw it to Nan Gongseng. "Bet on me, 10 wins in a row." 10 wins in a row. The servant girl was stunned. Shock appeared on her face. She had worked in the Wang family's arena for many years and rarely saw someone achieve 10 wins in a row. The youth in front of her was only at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, yet he dared to boast like this? If he wasn't an expert, then he was an idiot. But looking at him, he didn't look like an expert. The beautiful girl recovered her composure and revealed a look of disdain. In her eyes, the youth in front of her was clearly boasting. The Black Pearl also snorted, 10 wins in a row? Dream on. No one believed that Lin Xian could achieve 10 wins in a row. It had to be known that very few people could achieve 10 wins in a row, because 10 battles would exhaust a cultivator's stamina. Moreover, as the competition progressed, the bookmaker could clearly figure out the cultivator's patterns and habits. They would definitely choose different cultivators to restrain. Therefore, unless one was an extremely powerful cultivator, it would be very difficult for a normal person to achieve 10 wins in a row. However, Nan Gongseng still planned to follow Lin Xian's words. He held the storage ring in his hand and reached out with his soul perception. He was shocked. There were 10 boxes of mid-grade spirit stones inside, which probably amounted to around 300,000. This was not a small number. Moreover, he could take out so many spirit stones in one go with such a casual look. It was obvious that Lin Xian didn't care about these spirit stones at all. Where did this guy come from? Nan Gongseng was very curious. He was certain that Lin Xian definitely came from a large force, but he was still unclear as to which force it was. Little Pearl, I advise you to bet on Lin Xian. But only he can win 10 times in a row. Black Pearl coldly snorted. It's up to you whether you believe me or not. In any case, I've already warned you. You should know that he's here to cause trouble. Do you think he'll compensate the Wang clan with spirit stones for nothing? How many spirit stones does he plan to bet? Black Pearl asked. Take a look for yourself. Nan Gongsheng tossed the storage ring over. Black Pearl took it and quickly sensed it. Then her small mouth opened in shock. How many bad things has this despicable bastard done? How could he have so many spirit stones? Black Pearl's eyes were filled with stars. All right, the competition is about to start. Let's hurry up and place our bets. After that, the two of them quickly placed their bets and rushed back to watch the competition. They had all bet on Lin Xian. Among them, Lin Xian had bet 300,000 medium spiritual stones, Nan Gongseng 30,000, and Black Pearl 50,000. When they returned to their seats, Black Pearl looked at Nan Gongseng and said viciously while grinding her small canine teeth. I've bet all my pocket money on the two of you. If the two of you dare to cheat me, don't blame me for being rude. Nan Gongseng's mouth twitched. To be honest, he had no confidence in Lin Xian. Of course, he didn't dare to be 100% sure. In the end, he could only change the topic. Stop talking. The competition is about to start. Black Pearl snorted softly and looked at the arena. Everyone, please be quiet. Let's invite the contestant of the wheel challenge, Lin Xian, to the arena. The old man in red robes said loudly. Lin Xian? I've never heard of him. He should be a newcomer. I wonder what kind of person he is. It's best if he's a powerhouse. Let's start quickly. I can't wait. Everyone was excited and looked forward to it. In the next moment, a figure appeared on the martial stage. It was a youth around 17 or 18 years old. He had a smile on his face and a calm expression. This is the challenger? Everyone was excited and looked at the youth. However, in the next moment, they were all shocked. Many people even exclaimed, "What is going on? It's actually a martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. Heavens, this is too childish. A martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm wants to participate in the wheel challenge? I'm afraid he'll lose in the first round." Many people sneered. They didn't think highly of the youth on the stage. So it's him. Kid, let me see what kind of ability you have. At this moment, there was an arrogant youth sitting in the VIP seats. He was the disciple of the Blackwood stronghold, Blackwood Mountain, who came to invite Lin Xian a few days ago. At this moment, he looked at the martial stage and sneered. The reason why his family had taken a fancy to Lin Xian was because of his potential. If his family were to nurture him, he would definitely be able to nurture him into an outstanding fighter in a few years. But right now, a martial artist at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm was too weak. What an arrogant kid. You dare to challenge him in a wheel challenge? You're courting death. Although the Wang family's battle arena is only a medium battle arena, not just anyone can behave atrociously here. Blackwood Mountain sneered. He was prepared to enjoy the scene of Lin Xian's defeat. At this moment, Lin Xian stood on the stage and looked around, taking in everyone's reaction. Facing everyone's doubtful and puzzled gazes, he didn't do anything extreme. Instead, he smiled and said in a clear voice, "My goal today is 10 consecutive victories. I hope everyone can give me some guidance." What? 10 consecutive victories? Is this kid crazy? Could it be that some idiot wants to come here to play to the gallery? I don't know. I think his registration fee of 3,000 mid-grade spirit stones is going to be wasted. Even the red-robed judge sneered and rolled his eyes. Blackwood Mountain laughed even more foolishly. In his opinion, this kid might not even be able to win one match, yet he dared to say that he wanted to win 10 matches. It seemed that this kid not only didn't know how to appreciate favors, but he was also a big idiot. Luckily, he didn't take him in, or he would be a disaster for his family. Blackwood Mountain rejoiced in his heart. Not only him, but the entire battle arena was about to explode. Mocking and disdainful voices could be heard everywhere. At this moment, the red-robed elder's voice sounded again. I believe everyone already knows the rules of the wheel challenge. Whoever defeats the challenger will win half of his reward. Don't miss this opportunity. I hope everyone doesn't miss it. Defeating the challenger and winning half of the reward was a method used by the banker to stimulate the other martial artists. Soon, a martial artist jumped onto the stage. Although Lin Xian didn't display an overwhelming berserk aura, he had defeated his opponent cleanly in one move, which shocked everyone. The red-robed referee took a deep breath and loudly said, "The challenger has won." The challenge continues. The middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. To be able to defeat a late-stage spirit-detecting realm martial artist in one move, his strength must be very close to the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Interesting. Let me have a go at you. A young man in white clothes walked out. This young man's eyes were sharp, and he was as fast as lightning. He left behind an afterimage as he quickly arrived on the arena. It's Lu Yun. He actually made a move. Lu Yun is at the late stage of the spirit-detecting realm, but his strength is comparable to someone at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. He is indeed a terrifying opponent. Yes, especially his blood demon 8 blades. When he uses them, he completely disregards his life. Even a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist wouldn't dare to take them head-on. It seems like this youth called Lin Xian is going to be unlucky. It's possible. With Lu Yun making a move, he should be able to snipe that youth. He can only blame himself for being too arrogant. He actually defeated his opponent in one move in the first 2 matches. I'm afraid many people won't be able to bear it. Quickly place your bets. The odds are very high this time. Everyone discussed. With Lu Yun making a move, they didn't have high hopes for Lin Xian. Brat, you're very arrogant. Lu Yun sneered. I'll tell you that this isn't a place where you can act wildly. Then he took out his blood-colored blade and quickly slashed down. This Lu Yun was very decisive and didn't have any intention of being sloppy. The blood-colored blade energy surged and swept out in all directions. It was like a blood-colored waterfall dancing in the air. Blood Demon 8 blades. In an instant, 8 large rays of light shot out and blood mist filled the air. The entire space was dyed blood red. The blade energy was like a waterfall as it crisscrossed in the air. The 8 large blade energy tore through the void and condensed together to form a curtain of blood light that enveloped Lin Xian. It's the Blood Demon 8 blades. Lu Yun used his ultimate technique as soon as he came up. I'm afraid that Brad is finished. Yeah, I think Lu Yun also wants to defeat his opponent in one move and humiliate him. The crowd below exclaimed. The Blood Demon 8 blades was too stunning. The 8 bloody lights were like blood-colored dragons that tore through the sky. Lin Xian stood in place and didn't have any intention of dodging. He raised his right hand and the golden lightning on his arm jumped and quickly intertwined to form a 10-foot-long golden electric saw. Then it crashed down. Lin Xian had already comprehended the concept of thunder. During this period of time, as he comprehended it, it became even more profound. Therefore, this move could be said to be extremely violent and fierce. It completely displayed the power of thunder and lightning. The golden electric saw fell and everything in front of it was ruthlessly sliced apart. The 8-blade energy shattered with a loud bang. Lu Yun's face turned pale. He felt an unprecedented pressure. All the bones in his body creaked as if they would break apart at any time. In the next moment, his body trembled as if he was struck by lightning. His body emitted a burnt smell as he flew out. Lu Yun was defeated in one move. The crowd was in an uproar. Many people rubbed their eyes. They couldn't believe what had just happened. This is impossible. Lu Yun was actually defeated and sent flying in one move. One had to know that Lu Yun was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. At this moment, he was defeated by Lin Xian in one move. Didn't this mean that Lin Xian's strength was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm? If this was true, then it was too terrifying. Lin Xian was only at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, but his strength was comparable to a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. This was crossing two small realms. Chapter 581. Genius, an absolute genius. Damn, I'm sure this brat is definitely a martial arts genius. I just don't know which force he is from. Damn, I was wrong again. This brat is too strange. Below, Black Pearl was filled with joy. She had bet 50,000 mid-grade spirit stones on Lin Xian. Now that Lin Xian had won 3 rounds in a row, her spirit stones had tripled, reaching 150,000. This kind of speed could be considered a windfall. Even Black Pearl's heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Nan Gongseng straightened his body and stared at Lin Xian. His eyes shined brightly. He knew that this was just the beginning. Lin Xian's strength should be far greater than this. Of course, not everyone was cheering for Lin Xian. At this moment, Xia He was sitting there with a gloomy expression. Hearing everyone compare him to Lin Xian, Xia He's expression became more and more ferocious. He had come here to become famous. Previously, he had defeated a peak spirit-detecting cultivator with his late-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivation and won everyone's admiration and respect. He enjoyed this feeling a lot, but this feeling didn't last for long. Now a youth with a lower cultivation level than him had defeated a cultivator at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. His fame had surpassed his, and he couldn't accept it. Humph, self-righteous brat. He only defeated a peak spirit-detecting cultivator. He's not a true peak spirit-detecting cultivator. The difference between the two is like heaven and earth. You dare to compare me to this brat? What a bunch of idiots. Xia He's expression was filled with disdain. In his eyes, Lin Xian's strength was only SOSO and couldn't be compared to his. However, not long after, he was stunned. His handsome face became ferocious and his eyes were filled with killing intent. This was because Lin Xian had just defeated another martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Xia He's expression suddenly became very ugly. Before, he had said that Lin Xian had only defeated a peak spirit-detecting cultivator and couldn't compete with a true peak spirit-detecting cultivator. Now, Lin Xian had defeated a true peak spirit-detecting cultivator. This was a slap to his face. Not only Xia He but everyone else was also stunned. Lin Xian's strength had once again exceeded everyone's expectations. The members of the Wang family were also stunned. The other party had easily obtained 4 consecutive victories. He was simply too powerful. Previously, they didn't think Lin Xian could win. After all, a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator was too ordinary. However, he didn't expect that this seemingly unremarkable young man was actually a martial arts genius who could challenge someone of a higher level than him. Moreover, it was a gap of 2 levels. Pass down the order. If this brat obtains 5 consecutive victories, then begin to snipe him. The black-robed elder on the 2nd floor ordered. Immediately, the surrounding cultivators agreed respectfully and began to arrange the following matters. The challenger won, and the competition continued. The red-robed elder's voice was somewhat cold. He had already received orders from above. As long as the young man in front of him won another round, they would begin their operation. Xiaohe's eyes flashed as he looked at Lin Xian. After some thought, he decided not to attack for the time being. He knew the rules of the Colosseum, so the Wang clan should be even more anxious than him. He was waiting for an opportunity to make his move. At that time, he would let everyone know who the true martial arts genius was. The result of 4 consecutive victories shocked most of the cultivators. However, there were many experts in the Colosseum, so not everyone was afraid of Lin Xian. Soon, another person walked out and prepared to challenge. This youth's appearance was ordinary, and he was slightly chubby. However, his aura was more condensed and sharp. A powerful aura that belonged to someone at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm filled the surroundings. The moment this youth stepped onto the stage, he floated in the air. His robes fluttered as the spirit energy around him twisted and quickly intertwined to form powerful spirit beasts. These spirit beasts roared ferociously with shocking momentum. It was as if they were real. Su Chao, a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. He specializes in using spirit energy to form spirit beasts and combine them into a formation to attack. It can be said that his attack power is both strong and strange. Spirit beasts formed from spirit chi, and combined with the formation, they can display power several times greater than their own. This Su Chao is definitely a terrifying opponent. The people below discussed and began to place their bets. Most of them had seen Su Chao's power and naturally knew how strong he was. Therefore, they all believed that Su Chao would win this match. The void trembled as all kinds of powerful spirit beasts filled it. They quickly moved and stood in different positions, forming a strange formation. In an instant, the space around Lin Xian seemed to solidify. A dangerous aura spread out. At this moment, the distant Su Chao revealed a cold smile. Then, his fingers formed a seal and moved quickly. The spirit beasts began to move according to his control, and the entire formation was quickly activated. What an idiot. He actually didn't do anything and let me easily form the formation. Su Chao sneered. In the past, he was most worried about the time before he formed the formation because his opponent would do everything possible to stop him from forming the formation. However, the youth in front of him didn't do anything. He just stood there quietly and watched the formation form. Su Chao was ecstatic. As long as he formed the formation, he would be able to form a powerful force that would be several times stronger than his own. With the spirit beast formation, he had defeated many powerful opponents. This time, he believed that his formation would be able to work again. The youth in front of him wouldn't be able to withstand one of his attacks. Brat, your good luck ends here. Lose for me. Su Chao sneered. Then, he put his palms together and activated the formation with all his strength. Good luck? Lin Xian sneered with disdain. Up until now, the other party still thought that he had gotten to where he was by luck. What a joke. Looking at the powerful spirit beasts pouncing at him, Lin Xian didn't do anything. Instead, he activated the great dragon sword soul. In the next moment, a low roar came from his body. The roar was desolate and dull. It seemed to have come from the distant wilderness. It carried endless pressure. It resounded in all directions. In an instant, the powerful spirit beasts around Lin Xian stopped in their tracks. Their eyes were filled with fear. Then, their bodies trembled rapidly and exploded. They turned into bits of spirit chi and dissipated in the air. What? That's impossible. In the distance, Su Chao was shocked. His face was full of horror. The spirit beasts that he had formed with his spirit chi were abnormally powerful. They were even more powerful than real demonic beasts. However, the other party only let out a roar and all the spirit beasts that he had formed were killed. What kind of technique is that? It's too heaven-defying. The martial artists below were even more shocked. That scene was too shocking. One had to know that those powerful spirit beasts were powerful and could crush an area. However, they couldn't even withstand a roar. No one would believe it. Chapter 582. This young man was too mysterious. He probably hadn't used his full strength yet. Lin Xian revealed a mysterious smile. If the other party attacked, he might have to dodge or defend. However, the other party used spiritual energy to condense spiritual beasts, which was useless against him. Although those spiritual beasts were formed from spiritual energy, they were still limited by their species. The dragon sword soul in his body was the leader of all spiritual beasts. Just its aura alone was enough to kill them. He didn't even need to make a move. Therefore, just now, he only released a trace of the dragon sword soul's aura and all the spiritual beasts around him were destroyed. Do you want to continue? Lin Xian looked at Su Chao and revealed a smile that wasn't a smile. Su Chao's body trembled and his heart beat wildly. How was he going to fight? His most powerful attack was shattered by the other party's roar. The two of them weren't on the same level. Thinking of the other party's terrifying attack, Su Chao felt bitter. He didn't have any chance of winning. Thinking of this, Su Chao smiled. Brother, it's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. You're very strong. I admit defeat. Facing such a strong opponent, he didn't need to fight a hopeless battle. He might as well form a good relationship with the other party. Moreover, losing to such a martial artist wasn't a loss of face. Su Chao had a premonition that the young man in front of him was going to create a miracle. Thanks for letting me win. Lin Xian smiled. Then, there was a deafening roar from below the stage. So far, Lin Xian had won 5 matches in a row. Every victory was quick and easy. These people weren't fools. They naturally knew how powerful Lin Xian was. As martial artists, they worshipped strength. Lin Xian's strength had already conquered them. Therefore, at this moment, the entire arena was filled with a sea of cheers. Lin Xian, Lin Xian, Lin Xian. Everyone shouted crazily, raising their arms and cheering. Their voices were like waves, each higher than the last, sweeping through the 9 heavens. Lin Xian's 5 consecutive victories brought the atmosphere of the arena to a climax. On the seats, Black Pearl was so happy that she danced with joy. Her little face was full of excitement. I didn't expect this bastard to be so powerful. But it's not bad. I've made a lot of money this time. Nan Gongsheng exclaimed, Brother Lin is indeed Brother Lin. He is indeed powerful. The current situation had completely exceeded his expectations. Lin Xian's strength had already surpassed the majority of peak spirit-detecting martial artists. It was definitely a powerful combat strength. Moreover, what was even more shocking was that Lin Xian seemed to be only 18 years old. He was so young and had such heaven-defying talent. If he was properly nurtured, he would definitely become a top young genius within a few years. This kind of genius was the target that countless major forces wanted to rope in. However, at this moment, the Wang family was unable to feel happy because this matter happened in their battle arena. If the opponent continued his winning streak, then the one who would become famous would be Lin Xian himself, and the one who would suffer would be the Wang family's dojo. Not only would they have to offer large amounts of resources as rewards, but they would also become Lin Xian's stepping stone to fame. At that time, the reputation of the Wang family's dojo would plummet, so the Wang family would not allow such a thing to happen. A mid-stage spirit-detecting realm cultivator with 5 consecutive victories. He is indeed a martial arts genius, but it ends here. On the second floor, the black-robed elder's face was cold. Pass down the order. Start sniping. We cannot let him win again. Soon, a seductive woman passed through the guest area below. This woman was very beautiful and wore revealing clothes. She carried endless temptation as she walked. Her snake-like waist kept twisting, and she soon arrived in front of Xia He. Young Master Xia, my master invites you, the seductive woman said. Hearing this, Xia He smiled. It seemed that the Wang family could no longer sit still. He stood up and slowly said, lead the way. Soon, Xia He arrived at a VIP room. Young Master Xia, please sit. In the VIP room, a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes smiled. No, let's get straight to the point, Xia He said. Straightforward. The middle-aged man laughed. In the future, young Master Xia should know what we are thinking. I wonder if young Master Xia is willing to fight? What benefits do I get if I fight? Xia He asked directly. The middle-aged man smiled and slowly said, the opponent has already won 5 consecutive battles. It can be said that he is very strong. If young Master Xia fights now and defeats him, wouldn't it show off young Master's strength? Moreover, the Wang family will not mistreat young Master. From now on, you are a guest martial artist of the Wang family. As long as you defeat that brat, all the rewards he has accumulated from the previous 5 battles will belong to young Master. I believe young Master Xia will not refuse such a thing that can bring both fame and fortune. The rewards from the wheel challenge were very generous, and the rewards from the previous 5 battles were even more tempting. And now, the Wang family had offered such generous conditions in order to make Xia He fight. It was indeed tempting. Since the Wang family is so sincere, how can I refuse? Xia He smiled. Don't worry. As long as I fight, I will definitely defeat that brat. Then I will have to trouble young Master Xia. The middle-aged man smiled. Then he looked at the central arena, and his eyes darkened. It won't be that easy to win 5 consecutive battles in the Wang family. In the outside world, the arena was bustling with noise and excitement. Countless people were shouting Lin Xian's name and did not disperse for a long time. The red-robed judge's face was gloomy. He stood to the side and did not say a word. Suddenly, his eyebrows twitched as he received a voice transmission. Then he grinned. All right, everyone, let the challenges continue, the red-robed judge said loudly. Only then did the crowd quiet down. However, they were all curious. Who was going to fight this time? One had to know that Lin Xian was able to defeat a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm in one move. This meant that his strength was extremely strong even among martial artists at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Some people even speculated that he was very close to a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Under such circumstances, to defeat Lin Xian, one would have to be an expert at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm or an ultimate martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. However, ultimate martial artists were too strong, and they were existences that dominated the Wang family's arena. They would not easily make a move. Therefore, the person going to fight might be a powerful existence among martial artists at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. However, when the challenger walked out, the crowd was stunned. The person he was going to challenge was Xia He. The crowd was stunned for a moment before they cried out in surprise. They would not forget the scene of Xia He defeating a martial artist at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm in one move. Moreover, they still hadn't figured out what that strange attack was. This is too shocking. I didn't expect Xia He to fight this time. Both of them are genius martial artists. It's hard to say who will win. As far as he was concerned, that was definitely a dream of the other party. Otherwise, no one would be able to break his hidden energy under normal circumstances. I don't believe you can be so accurate every time. Xia He snorted. I'll show you my ultimate skill this time. 9 mysterious silver snake sword. The silver longswords surged like silver poisonous snakes. The sword chi condensed into a huge silver phantom, emitting a cold aura. Above the silver phantom, there was an even more sinister and strange hidden energy attack. It's useless. All your attacks are useless against me. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Countless streams of green chi appeared around him. The concept of wind followed, causing the surrounding space to condense. Then, the air within 30 meters of Lin Xian quickly flowed according to his thoughts. Every place had a different flow of chi, strange and unpredictable. Under the effect of the concept of wind, the entire space was like an undercurrent, extremely dangerous. Every stream of chi was very dangerous. Not only did it have a swift and biting aura on the surface, but it also carried traces of inexplicable power. What? He also knows how to control hidden energy? How is that possible? Xia He was shocked. He wanted to retreat and attack, but Lin Xian didn't give him the chance. The air around him surged, forming a strange space that instantly pulled Xia He in. In the next moment, Xia He was trapped in a huge vortex. Soon, he felt a violent undercurrent rushing into his body, causing him to feel a strong sense of suffocation. In fact, the spatial storm even suppressed the hidden power of his silver shadow. Not only that, but huge green wind blades appeared around him, their sharpness comparable to bejeweled weapons. Under the support of the concept of wind, countless wind blades attacked, instantly tearing the silver phantom apart. In an instant, Xiaohe's heart trembled. His face turned pale and his blood boiled. He finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood, and his body flew backwards. What? Xiaohe was actually injured. Looking at this scene, everyone was shocked. According to their expectations, this should be a fierce battle between a dragon and a tiger. Everyone even thought that Lin Xian couldn't win at all, and would even be suppressed by Xiaohe. However, they didn't expect Xiaohe to be suppressed, and the outcome of the battle was decided in one move. This Lin Xian is too powerful. He can actually suppress Xiaohe's strange attack. What is that green vortex? It's so terrifying. That's the concept of wind. I didn't expect that kid to have mastered the concept of wind. No wonder he's so powerful. An expert exclaimed. So it's a concept. No wonder he can suppress Xiaohe's hidden energy. Nan Gongseng was shocked. Concepts were extremely mysterious. Normal martial artists couldn't comprehend them. Only peerless geniuses could comprehend them. Moreover, any martial artist who comprehended a concept would have their attack power greatly increased, far surpassing others. Now, it seemed that Lin Xian was that kind of genius martial artist. Damn kid, he actually comprehended a concept. Haimu Shan's face was cold. Such a genius can't be used by my Haimu family. He must be eliminated. His tone was filled with killing intent. Chapter 584. Originally, they thought that with Xiaohe's help, nothing would go wrong and they would be able to defeat Lin Xian. However, they did not expect the result to be the opposite. Not only did Lin Xian defeat Xiaohe, but he also displayed the concept of wind. Even their Wang family did not have many young geniuses like him. Xiaohe was half kneeling on the ground, using his silver flexible sword to support himself. Blood was constantly flowing from the corner of his mouth. At this moment, his hair was disheveled and he was in an extremely sorry state. Damn it, it's actually the concept of wind. No wonder it could break through my mysterious snake-hidden energy. Xiaohe's face was ferocious, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. The handsome and talented image he had built up was completely destroyed, and the one who caused this was this hateful brat in front of him. However, he did not think that if he had not been so arrogant and insulted Lin Xian, he would not have ended up like this. At this moment, Xiaohe had already fallen into a frenzy. His eyes were red as he looked at Lin Xian. He roared angrily, then used his cultivation technique to suppress his internal injuries and stood up with difficulty. Brat, you dare to hurt me? You're dead. I won't let you go today. Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have a concept. In front of me, you don't have the qualifications to be arrogant. Xiaohe's tone was ferocious. Then he used his flexible sword to cut open his palm. Blood flowed out and wrapped around the silver flexible sword. You've completely angered me. Today, I won't let you go. Xiaohe revealed a cruel smile. Next to him, the silver flexible sword was wrapped in his blood. Then, with a sucking sound, the blood was all sucked into the silver flexible sword. Then the silver flexible sword rolled and spiraled. Finally, as if it had come to life, it turned into a 3-foot-long silver snake. Its silver eyes were cold as it constantly flickered its tongue. Go kill him. Xiaohe pointed at Lin Xian and shouted ferociously. Suddenly, the small snake formed by the silver flexible sword seemed to have received some kind of command. Its cold eyes stared at Lin Xian. Then, like a bolt of silver lightning, he disappeared. His speed was extremely fast, and at the same time, a cold aura spread out. When the warriors in the front row felt this aura, they trembled and kept retreating. This aura was too sinister, making people feel uncomfortable all over, as if they were being targeted by something. For a moment, Lin Xian also had the same feeling, as if there was a pair of eyes staring at him. This feeling was extremely uncomfortable, but he immediately let out a cold snort. The great dragon sword soul in his body surged, and a warm current flowed through his entire body. In the next moment, countless gusts of wind swirled around him, forming a violent current. At this moment, the concept of wind was completely displayed by him. Wisps of wind aura drifted around him, and under the effect of Lai Dalong's sword soul, they quickly formed a green vortex. This was an attack that he had formed by imitating the sword of devouring. Suddenly, a powerful devouring force was formed all around him, as if it was going to devour everything. Although this power could not be compared to the real sword of devouring, it was still extraordinarily powerful. After all, he had the great dragon sword soul as his foundation, and Lin Xian's concept of wind had already reached a very high level, fire monkey. Therefore, this move could be said to be infinitely useful. The silver snake was originally incomparably ferocious, but suddenly, it was pulled by the devouring force, and a look of panic appeared on its face. Furthermore, the pressure of the great dragon sword soul caused the small silver snake to dim significantly. Lin Xian used his finger as a sword, and a green sword light appeared on his fingertip. Chapter 585. Plop. This kick was full of power. Lin Xian didn't hold back at all. Xiaohe was sent flying and fell flat on his face. Seeing Xiaohe's posture, the crowd burst into laughter. Hearing the laughter, Xiaohe was so angry that his body trembled. He spat out blood again and fainted. Men, carry him away. Don't make a fool of yourself here. The red-robed referee snorted, a trace of annoyance on his face. He originally thought that he had found an expert in his family, but he didn't expect him to be a piece of trash who couldn't even block a single attack. Actually, in the eyes of a normal person, Xiaohe was indeed an expert. However, he had met Lin Xian. The two of them weren't on the same level. One had to know that Lin Xian had killed a peak spirit detecting realm martial artist before. He could be said to be extremely powerful. Moreover, if this was a normal match, Xiaohe wouldn't have lost so miserably. However, he relied on his strength to be extremely arrogant. Moreover, his mouth was very cheap. He had insulted Lin Xian from the start, which was why he had ended up like this. It could be said that he had brought this upon himself. After defeating Xiaohe, Lin Xian won again. He had won 6 in a row now. The crowd was shocked and excited. They were all shouting crazily. Exciting, too exciting. They hadn't seen such an exciting match in a long time. Lin Xian was too powerful. Every time a new strong opponent appeared, and everyone thought that he would lose, Lin Xian would kill them in one move. Watching Lin Xian's matches, everyone's mood seemed to fluctuate between mountains and valleys. It was very exciting. Consecutive wins. Consecutive wins. Everyone shouted crazily. Now, they understood that Lin Xian's promise of 10 consecutive wins wasn't a joke. It could really happen. Lin Xian had already won 6 in a row. He only needed to defeat 4 more people to achieve 10 in a row. 10 in a row. This had rarely happened in the history of the Wang family's arena. One had to know that a martial artist's battle was very taxing on their mind and strength. Normal martial artists would be exhausted after 2 or 3 matches, let alone 10 in a row. However, Lin Xian was different. He finished every match in one move and didn't use much strength at all. Moreover, the Wang family members couldn't figure out Lin Xian's pattern and trajectory. They didn't even know the bottom line of Lin Xian's strength. However, although everyone was crazily shouting, they knew in their hearts that it wouldn't be easy for Lin Xian to achieve 10 in a row. In the following matches, the Wang clan would definitely send out true experts to stop Lin Xian from obtaining consecutive victories. Furthermore, the Wang family's battle arena had a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm overseeing it. That was a true expert. With such an expert, it was likely that no one would be able to achieve 10 consecutive victories. From their point of view, although Lin Xian was strong, there was no way he could fight against a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Of others, Lin Xian's 6 consecutive victories caused a huge commotion. Not only did it shock the surrounding martial artists, but it also infuriated the Wang clan. Therefore, they decided to send out their family's experts. Soon, a cold youth went on stage. His eyes were filled with killing intent. "Brat, you dare to cause trouble in our Wang family? Today, you won't be able to leave." The youth's tone was cold like a cold wind. Then, a cold smile appeared on his face. A green light appeared on his body. The light was very hazy. It quickly covered his body, making him look very ethereal. Moreover, the air around him became heavy. Traces of air swirled rapidly, forming several large wind blades that floated in front of him. Concept of wind. This is the concept of wind. He's Wang Feng, the martial arts genius of the Wang family. He also comprehended the concept of wind. I didn't expect them to send him this time. Looks like the Wang family is serious. The two of them are both comprehenders of the concept of wind. I wonder whose strength is stronger? It's hard to say. Lin Xian's moves are too fast. I can't see how strong he is. However, it's said that the Wang family's genius already has a very high level of wind concept. I'm afraid that Lin Xian is out of luck. Not only is his cultivation at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, but his wind concept is also very strong. It has completely surpassed Lin Xian. The Wang family's Colosseum is indeed not to be trifled with. They found a way to suppress Lin Xian so quickly. Yeah, I'm afraid that Lin Xian is out of luck this time. Many people were worried because Wang Feng was too strong. Moreover, he had grasped the same concept as Lin Xian. He could be considered a very strong opponent. "Brat, you're dead for sure." Wang Feng was very ferocious. He revealed an evil smile. Concept of wind? Interesting. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He didn't expect the Wang family to find a martial artist with the same concept as him. However, he wasn't worried at all because his concept had completely surpassed his opponent. The two weren't on the same level at all. As for his opponent's cultivation, he directly ignored it. There were many opponents stronger than Wang Feng, but none of them were his opponent, let alone this Wang Feng in front of him. Seeing Lin Xi's provocative smile, Wang Feng's face immediately sank. "You're about to die, yet you still dare to smile like this. You really don't want to live anymore." Wang Feng's voice was cold. "I won't kill you immediately. I'm going to peel off your flesh bit by bit. I'll let you know that offending the Wang family is the stupidest choice. Cut the crap. Show me what you've got." Lin Xian's voice was slightly lazy, as if he didn't care at all. Below the stage, when the Wang family saw Lin Xian's appearance, they all sneered. The middle-aged man snorted coldly. "You dare look down on Wang Feng? You're courting death. He's not some random dog or cat, but a true genius of the family." Wang Feng's strength was enough to rank in the top 5 in their Wang family. He could be said to be extremely powerful. Moreover, he grasped the concept of wind. Presumably, dealing with Lin Xian was completely an easy matter. In the seats, Nan Gongseng and Black Pearl both had worried faces. They had also heard of Wang Feng's name. The other party was definitely not some ordinary person. "Is that guy going to lose?" "No, I have to change the wager." Black Pearl had a worried look. What she was worried about was not Lin Xian's safety, but her own spirit stones. Her previous victories had allowed her to accumulate hundreds of thousands of spirit stones, which was more than 10 times her original amount. If she lost this match, all of her previous savings would be exhausted. At that time, it would be an empty joy. "No, don't move. I believe in Brother Lin," Nan Gongseng said in a deep voice. He had always been extremely confident in his vision. Although Wang Feng displayed great strength, in his opinion, Lin Xi's potential was still limitless. Moreover, he still couldn't see the bottom line of Lin Xi's strength. Chapter 586. In the stands, the blue qi flow on Wang Feng's body spun rapidly, forming several huge wind blades. Each of them was about 30 meters long. These wind blades connected together, forming a strange attack, quickly killing Lin Xian. The void split as if it was mercilessly torn apart. The surrounding qi flow spun rapidly, sealing off all directions. A horrifying aura spread out, making everyone shudder. Seeing this, everyone in the Wang family let out a sigh of relief. They could see that Wang Feng's wind mentality was far more powerful than Lin Xian's. Therefore, they believed that Wang Feng's wind mentality was definitely above Lin Xian's. Little bastard, you dare to provoke the Wang family. This time, you will die a horrible death. Everyone in the Wang family sneered. Lin Xian raised his eyebrows slightly. Wang Feng's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. It seemed that Wang Feng's concept of wind had already reached 70%. Moreover, Wang Feng was using it very freely, far surpassing the average cultivator. If it were anyone else, they would definitely not be able to block these wind blades. However, Lin Xian was different. He was not afraid at all. He also used his wind mentality. The surrounding qi flows spun and shone brightly, quickly forming a blue lotus flower, blooming in front of him. The huge blue lotus was as big as a house. Each petal was crystal clear, emitting a strong wind aura. The blue lotus spun and scattered light, forming a light screen, blocking the wind blades in front of him. Ding ding! Ding ding! Countless wind blades hit the light screen, creating countless sparks. The sound was like metal clashing, very ear-piercing. He blocked it. Everyone below was surprised. They did not expect Lin Xian to block Wang Feng's attack. This was a little out of their expectations. Just a small trick. Wang Feng saw that his attack was blocked, but he was not angry. Instead, he revealed an even bigger smile. This was just a casual attack from him, so it wasn't surprising that it was blocked by his opponent. Moreover, he believed that Lin Xian must have used all of his strength to block his casual attack. Moreover, the light screen was shaking violently, as if it would break at any moment. How could that little defense block his next attack? Kid, if this is your strength, then you can go die. Wang Feng grinned. Next, I will let you have a taste of fear. As soon as he finished speaking, he clenched his fists and circulated the concept of wind. It spun rapidly in front of him and condensed into the shape of a bow and arrow. The bow was very simple and unadorned. Clear light swirled around it, indicating its extraordinariness. On the surface, there were strange patterns that emitted an aura that made one's heart palpitate. What a terrifying aura! What is that? Everyone sighed. They looked at the green bow and arrow, continuously trembling. Clear wind bow! Someone exclaimed. Supposedly, this is an ultimate skill that can only be executed when one's wind concept has reached an extremely profound level. I didn't expect Wang Fengzhong to have such a skill. As expected of a genius from the Wang clan, the members of the Wang family looked at the arena and smiled. Feng, actually used the clear wind bow. Isn't that making a mountain out of a molehill? Asked a Wang clan disciple. Nothing? Just in time to let this brat know the true strength of our Wang clan's disciples. The middle-aged man said with a smile. On the stage, Wang Feng held the clear wind bow, and his aura became abnormally strong. Brat, dying under the clear wind bow is enough for you to be proud. After saying this, he held the bow in his left hand. The wind concept revolved, forming another green arrow. Finally, he pointed at Lin Xian, and a terrifying killing intent surged from his body. As soon as this aura appeared, it immediately swept in all directions. The terrifying aura enveloped the entire arena. At this moment, everyone in the audience felt a wave of trembling. It was as if the bow and arrow were aimed at them. Too terrifying. Just one aura is so terrifying. This clear wind bow is just too domineering. Yeah, just this aura alone seems to be able to tear through everything. Perhaps even a spirit-detecting realm expert might not be able to withstand it, right? That Lin Xian is finished. Facing this kind of attack, he might not even have the slightest chance of escaping. I originally thought that a genius had appeared and could break the legend of consecutive victories. I didn't expect him to fall like this. It really is a pity. Everyone discussed. Quite a few people sneered, and some people shook their heads and sighed. The people from the Wang family revealed sinister expressions. They wanted to carefully admire the moment Lin Xi's head exploded. Only then could they get rid of their previous sullenness. In the VIP seats, Blackwood Mountain sat in the center. He shook the wine in his hand and revealed a satisfied smile. Hee, the arrogant brat is finally going to die. It seems like my Blackwood family doesn't need to do anything. This is really easy. That's fine. A dead genius is nothing anyway. This is the consequence of rejecting the Blackwood family. Blackwood Mountain was very happy. As long as Lin Xian died, there would be one less hidden danger in his heart. Looking at the clear wind bow, Lin Xian's expression became serious. He could feel a dangerous aura from it. This aura had already surpassed the wind concept itself. Wang Feng's wind concept alone could not display such an aura. Moreover, the patterns on the clear wind bow were very strange. It was definitely not something a peak spirit detecting realm expert could display. Brat, the origin of this clear wind bow is a bit unusual. You have to be careful. The dark red dragon hid in his sleeve and said. Lin Xian nodded. He could naturally feel the danger. In the next moment, his expression became serious. He used his soul power and deeply imprinted the appearance of the clear wind bow in his mind. Then, his body swayed and turned into a series of afterimages, disappearing from where he stood. In an instant, Lin Xian's speed reached the extreme. The entire stage was filled with his afterimages. The afterimages were perfect as if they were real. It was impossible to distinguish between reality and illusion. The audience below the stage exclaimed. Lin Xian's speed surpassed most of them. Even some peak spirit detecting realm experts frowned because they could not distinguish between reality and illusion. The people from the Wang family all had serious expressions. The middle-aged man coldly snorted, I didn't expect this brat's movement technique to be so strange. It would be a pity to kill him directly. Hearing this, the surrounding people were stunned. Then their eyes lit up. They naturally understood the middle-aged man's words. If they could capture Lin Xian, they would definitely be able to find out about this movement technique. At that time, their Wang family would have another secret technique. However, the only thing that worried them was Lin Xian's identity. This kind of genius youth's identity was probably not low. Therefore, to be safe, they could only kill Lin Xian. If he died on the stage, even the other party's sect would not be able to say anything. On the stage, Wang Feng looked around with a trace of disdain. Useless brat. If it were anyone else, your movement technique would be a huge threat. However, against me, you're dead for sure. Because the clear wind bow automatically locks onto its target. No matter how many clones you have, you won't be able to escape death. Chapter 587. In an instant, dozens of phantoms were pierced. However, the green light did not stop and quickly flew toward a certain corner of the sky. That was where Lin Xian was. It's over, he's been locked on, the crowd below exclaimed. This is bad. Even if he doesn't die after being hit by this arrow, he'll be half dead. I didn't expect Lin Xian to be so amazing. After winning 6 matches in a row, he's going to fall in the end. What a pity. Sigh, there's no other way. Who told him to offend the Wang family? The Wang family definitely won't let anyone win 10 matches in a row. The crowd shook their heads and sighed. The streak of light quickly arrived in front of Lin Xian in an instant. An unusually sharp aura enveloped Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly snorted. The green aura in his hand moved, forming a green dragon claw that grabbed forward. This dragon claw was huge, as if it was real. One could even see the green scales on it. The moment Lin Xian attacked, the space in front of him was torn apart. The entire space could not withstand it. The green dragon claw reached out, tearing apart the opponent's wind concept and grabbing the green arrow. What? He's been caught. The crowd was shocked. Wang Feng's pupils shrank, revealing a trace of shock. He knew the power of the clear wind bow. That arrow was impossible to catch. Even a warrior at the limit of the spirit detecting realm would not dare to resist. And now, his ultimate skill had been caught by the opponent. This made him feel like he was dreaming. Impossible. No one can resist my ultimate skill. Dream, I must be dreaming. Wang Feng shrieked. He couldn't accept this reality. The Wang family was even more shocked. They knew Wang Feng's strength. They had even seen Wang Feng injure a warrior at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm with one arrow. This was why they had sent Wang Feng out. Moreover, they were confident that as long as Wang Feng attacked, he would definitely be able to take down Lin Xian. However, they never expected that Wang Feng's ultimate skill would be caught by the opponent. They had not expected such a scene at all. Damn brat, who is he to be able to catch the clear wind bow with his bare hands? What dragon claw is that? It feels so real. Everyone in the Wang clan had a bad premonition. Their expressions were grim as they stared at the arena. They hoped that Wang Feng would be able to recover from his shock. Wang Feng looked at Lin Xian in the air and took a deep breath, trying his best to calm down. He couldn't afford to lose. This battle not only concerned the reputation of the Wang clan, but also his own. If he lost, not only would the Wang family's reputation be tarnished, her reputation would also be tarnished. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the entire Quicksand City knew that he had been defeated by a brat at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm. If that happened, he might as well die. Therefore, he could not lose. But now, the outcome wasn't too bad. This was because the other party had only grabbed the clear wind bow and did not shatter it. Although he was shocked, he was still able to control the clear wind bow. Boy, I don't know who you are, and I don't know what means you used to catch my ultimate skill. But if you think you can win like this, then you are too naive. Things are not that simple. The show is about to begin. You are destined to die in my hands. Clear wind arrows, explode. Wang Feng roared as he activated the secret technique with all his might. He believed that with the power of the arrow, it would definitely be able to shatter the other party at such a close distance. It didn't matter if the other party had caught his ultimate skill or not, the final result would be the same. He was still a genius of the Wang family. And the other party was a dead man. No matter how dazzling the other party's achievements were, a dead man was a dead man. He would no longer be a threat. Following Wang Feng's order, the aura of the clear wind bow gradually became violent and unstable. It was as if it could explode at any moment. Everyone was shocked and their expressions became extremely tense. The people of the Wang family also had serious expressions, but they had already regained their composure. They believed that the power of the explosion would definitely be able to shatter Lin Xian. Lin Xian also felt the change in the aura of the clear wind arrow. He let out a cold snort and the dragon claw formed by his 5 fingers suddenly exerted force. Like an azure dragon attacking, the violent force from his palm hit the weak spot of the arrow. No matter what, he wouldn't let it explode. In everyone's eyes, the azure arrow continued to grow larger and its aura became more and more powerful. It looked like it was about to explode. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian exerted force in his palm. Time seemed to stop and the scene froze. The changes in the clear wind arrow stopped and the violent aura also stopped. It quickly disappeared as if it had never happened. Then, under everyone's shocked gazes, the azure arrow shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. What? He actually shattered the cyan arrow? Everyone was stunned. It didn't explode? How is that possible? Wang Feng was dumbfounded. Even his mind was stuck. He knew the power of the clear wind arrow, and he had clearly given the order. He had also clearly felt the change in the arrow, which meant that his order had taken effect. However, the azure arrow didn't explode. This meant that at the last moment, the explosion had been forcefully stopped by the other party. However, he still didn't believe that a brat at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm could stop his ultimate skill. It has to be said that the attack could even injure a peak spirit-detecting realm cultivator. Could it be that the brat's strength had already reached the peak of the spirit-detecting realm? But even if he had reached the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, it was impossible for him to destroy his ultimate skill so easily. This was because he had obtained it from an ancient ruin. Its power was beyond imagination. Impossible? What method did you use? You actually destroyed an ancient ultimate skill? Wang Feng went crazy. He had just said that the other party wouldn't be able to block it, but the other party had easily destroyed it. This was a slap to his face. It's just a small trick. Show me what you have. Lin Xian stood in the air like a god of war. No one could stop him. So what if you can destroy it? At most, you'll be able to save your life. Wang Feng's expression was ferocious. I don't believe you can block my second or third arrow. Although he didn't know what method the other party had used to break it, Wang Feng believed that if he attacked with all his strength, the other party wouldn't be able to withstand it. After all, no one could block the power of an ancient ultimate skill multiple times. Brat, you've completely angered me. No one can save you today. Wang Feng was furious. He had used his ultimate skill, but he couldn't kill a brat at the middle stage of the spirit detecting realm. This made him lose all face. Therefore, he decided to no longer hold back and kill the other party with all his strength. At the same time, his killing intent towards Lin Xian became even stronger. The more outstanding Lin Xian's performance was, the more he wanted to kill him. Lin Xian's use of the clear wind bow had shocked everyone. However, they all thought that Lin Xian was only imitating the appearance of the clear wind bow and couldn't display its true power. Wang Feng thought the same. He didn't believe that Lin Xian knew his ultimate skill. However, Lin Xian's actions were undoubtedly a slap to his face. Therefore, he had to quickly kill Lin Xian to prove himself. Holding the clear wind bow in his hand, Wang Feng pushed his strength to the extreme. An arrow that looked like a real arrow quickly formed. This arrow was 3 times more powerful than the previous ones. The huge green arrow was like a green flood that swept out in all directions. The terrifying aura caused everyone to be shocked. This arrow was too stunning. Even a martial artist at the limit of the spirit detecting realm would not be able to face it head-on. Looking at the arrow that was rapidly flying towards him, Lin Xian's expression became serious. He tightly gripped the bow in his hand and pulled it back. The wind-sun concept crazily revolved and a green arrow appeared in his hand. Lin Xian didn't know the ultimate skill of the clear wind bow, but he had the great dragon sword spirit. It was an offensive saint technique that could imitate anything. Therefore, he could easily imitate the appearance of the clear wind bow. Even the patterns on it were exactly the same. Lin Xian discovered that the arrow imitated by the patterns contained a mysterious power. It was as if it was naturally there. Therefore, when Lin Xian imitated the clear wind bow with the great dragon sword spirit, its power was not inferior to Wang Feng's. In fact, it was even stronger. Moreover, with the addition of the great dragon sword spirit, Lin Xian's attack power far exceeded Wang Feng's. Therefore, when Lin Xian condensed the green arrow, the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. They could feel that the arrow condensed by Lin Xian was even stronger than Wang Feng's. Comparing the two, it was as if Lin Xian's clear wind bow was the true ancient technique. Impossible! How can he have such a powerful aura? Wang Feng looked at the figure in the air and cried out in shock. It was too shocking. The clear wind bow that Lin Xian used was even stronger than his. He couldn't believe it. It had to be known that he had truly grasped the ancient technique. His opponent was only imitating it. Little thief, even now you still want to use an illusion to deceive me. How laughable! Wang Feng clenched his teeth and said, Illusion? Lin Xian chuckled. You'll soon find out whether or not this is an illusion. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Wang Feng's expression became very ugly. Cold sweat even dripped down his forehead. This aura was too strong, causing his body to tremble slightly. It was obvious that this wasn't an illusion. However, he didn't believe that the other party could surpass him. Therefore, in his subconscious, he would rather believe that everything Lin Xian did was an illusion to deceive him. If he didn't think so, he wouldn't be able to bear it. He would probably go crazy immediately. Die for me! Wang Feng loosened his grip. The bow in his hand shone, and it turned into an aurora as it quickly flew out. This arrow contained all of his strength and endless killing intent. He wanted to kill this hateful brat in front of him. Only then could he relieve the hatred in his heart. Today, I will let you see what the true concept of wind is. Lin Xian's voice was cold. He also launched an attack. An even larger arrow fell from the sky like a green meteor, quickly crashing into the ground. The two forces were too strong. Sun Jian tore the void apart, and countless violent currents swept out in all directions. Fortunately, there was a defensive array around the stage. Otherwise, everyone in the arena would have been injured by this green aura. Everyone was shocked and looked nervously at the martial stage. The two of them were too strong. They weren't people that they could contend against. They couldn't even withstand that aura. The two enormous forces collided and exploded with a green light. It instantly enveloped the entire stage. The power of the violent waves hit the defensive array, causing a deafening explosion. The red-robed judge's gaze was gloomy as he stared at Lin Xian. He wanted to attack several times, but he restrained himself in the end. He really wanted to slap Lin Xian to death, but the rules of the dueling ground prevented him from doing so. If he really killed Lin Xian, then his Wang family's dueling ground would no longer be open. Because no martial artist would dare to come here in the future. No one would come to a dueling ground that killed a contestant. With a cold snort, the red-robed judge withdrew his aura, but his cold gaze was still fixed on Lin Xian. In his eyes, Lin Xian was already a dead man. No matter what the result was, he had to get rid of this scourge in front of him. Feeling the red-robed judge's killing intent, Lin Xian sneered in his heart. A peak spirit-detecting realm expert was very strong, but he had killed more than one of them. If the Wang family dared to kill him, he wouldn't mind killing them. Moreover, the red-robed judge's actions had strengthened his conviction. He had to destroy the Wang family's dueling ground. Someone come, take Wang Feng away for treatment. The red-robed judge said in a deep voice. Immediately, 4 Wang family disciples quickly came to the stage and carried Wang Feng away. Only then did everyone recover from their shock. Cries of surprise could be heard all around. Lin Xian had won 7 consecutive matches, and his opponent this time was very strong. However, he still wasn't a match for Lin Xian. Heavens, this Lin Xian is too terrifying, isn't he? He actually defeated Wang Feng. Damn! Does this Lin Xian know any ancient techniques? Why do I feel that the clear wind bow he uses is much stronger than Wang Fengfeng's? There are only 3 matches left before he can win 10 consecutive matches. I wonder if he can succeed? It would be very difficult. The Wang family wouldn't let him win 10 consecutive matches. Yes, although Wang Feng was strong, he wasn't the top genius of the Wang family. There were still 2 or 3 peerless geniuses above him, and those people would probably ruthlessly attack him. Moreover, the Wang family had a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. It was impossible for them to achieve 10 consecutive victories. However, 7 consecutive matches was already very terrifying. The rewards would be very generous. Even a peak spirit-detecting realm expert would be jealous. Everyone discussed and analyzed the upcoming matches. Nan Gongsang and Black Pearl were overjoyed, especially Black Pearl. She was so happy that she was dancing. This time, her spirit stones had increased by several times. She was simply too happy. Nan Gongsang took a deep breath. His eyes flashed. Even if he couldn't recruit a genius like Lin Xian into the family, he had to have a good relationship with him. He decided that if Lin Xian was in danger, he would immediately reveal his identity as a member of the Nan Gongsang and protect him. He knew that the Wang family wouldn't give up so easily. In the VIP seats, Blackwood Mountain's face was ashen. He crushed the exquisite wine cup and the spirit wine instantly evaporated. This brat had to be eliminated. Blackwood Mountain decided to quickly contact the family's experts and secretly eliminate Lin Xian. If his Blackwood Mountain couldn't get such a genius, he definitely couldn't let other powers get him. The Wang family members were like vicious wolves as they stared at Lin Xian. They wanted nothing more than to kill him. Chapter 590. Not long after, Lin Xian defeated 2 more geniuses from the Wang family and obtained 9 consecutive victories. 9 consecutive victories. How long had it been since someone had obtained such a record? And now, it had happened to a youth at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe it. The Wang family members' expressions were extremely ugly. After Wang Feng, they sent out their family's young experts. The two of them were very strong, even stronger than Wang Feng. But even so, they still lost to Lin Xian. Lin Xian was like a bottomless pit. No matter how strong the young experts were, he could still win. Moreover, he was very calm. The Wang family members were terrified. They found that the stronger the opponent, the stronger Lin Xian became. It was as if there was no upper limit. This was simply too terrifying. Unless the other party's strength was extremely profound, it was impossible for them to do this. But the two martial artists they sent out were very close to the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Even so, they still lost to Lin Xian. This could only mean one thing. Lin Xian's strength was equivalent to a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Understanding this point, everyone gasped in shock. Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, but his strength was at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. This gap was too big. Very few people could have this kind of battle strength. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Lin Xian changed. It was a kind of reverence. The limit of the spirit-detecting realm represented the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. Normal martial artists couldn't reach it. And the most terrifying thing about Lin Xian was that not only had his strength reached the limit of the spirit-detecting realm, he was also terrifyingly young. This kind of talent was too shocking. It probably surpassed the majority of martial artists. Even the top geniuses of the Sand region couldn't compare to Lin Xian. Now, Lin Xian was looking forward to seeing what kind of battle Lin Xian would have if he met a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Thinking of this, they couldn't wait anymore. However, the members of the Wang family didn't think so. One had to know that they had already sent out all the geniuses of their family, yet they still weren't able to stop Lin Xian's winning streak. They also discovered that Lin Xian's strength was equivalent to a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. This was very bad news for them. It had to be known that the strongest person in the Colosseum was a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist. This martial artist was extremely valiant. He had always been overseeing the Wang family's battle arena, ensuring that the Wang family's battle arena could develop smoothly and not be challenged by others. Normally, the extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist rarely made a move. Many people didn't even know who he was. Given the current situation, the Wang clan had no choice but to send him out. The elders of the Wang family were discussing countermeasures in a secret room on the second floor. Then, they came up with a better plan, which was to negotiate with Lin Xian and ask him to give up his 10 consecutive victories. Then, they would send someone to secretly kill Lin Xian. This way, there was no need for the extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist to make a move. Moreover, they would be able to snatch back the rewards they had lost and get rid of a potential opponent like Lin Xian. It was killing two birds with one stone. Moreover, unless it was absolutely necessary, they wouldn't let the extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist make a move. This was because the extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist represented the strongest fighting force in the Colosseum. It was related to their face and reputation. These people were not allowed to lose. In the past, they weren't worried at all. However, now that Lin Xian was too strange, they had to be careful. If they failed miserably, the Wang family would suffer an even greater loss. Therefore, they decided to negotiate with Lin Xian. Soon, these people made a move. The black-robed elder began to send a voice transmission to Lin Xian. "Young friend, you have already won 9 consecutive battles. Why don't you stop now? Don't worry, we will give you the rewards for your 9 consecutive victories and the spirit stones that you bet. In addition, we will also give you a big gift as compensation. Actually, we don't have to fight at all. Isn't it better to be friends and mutually benefit?" The black-robed elder said. "With 9 consecutive victories, you are already famous. Presumably, it won't be long before the entire Quicksand City knows your name. Isn't this a matter of fame and fortune very fast?" The black-robed elder quickly proposed an attractive price. However, Lin Xian only sneered. If it were any other martial artist, facing such an attractive reward, perhaps they would have agreed. However, Lin Xian was different. He didn't challenge the Wang family for fame and resources. Previously, the Wang family disciples had done everything possible to frame him. Of course, he wanted to vent his anger. Therefore, his goal was to destroy the Wang family's Colosseum. Therefore, no matter what price the other party offered, he wouldn't agree. The conditions are very attractive, but I can't agree. I think there is nothing better than 10 consecutive victories to gain both fame and fortune. Lin Xian directly refused. Hearing Lin Xian's refusal, the black-robed elder's face immediately darkened. Kid, don't be too arrogant. Our Wang family has an extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist. You can't win 10 consecutive battles. At that time, you won't even get a single spirit stone. If you know what's good for you, then agree to my request. Otherwise, your end will be very miserable. The black-robed elder's words were filled with a strong killing intent. No need to threaten me. Lin Xian sneered. If you were confident, then just do it. Why negotiate with me? Since you want to negotiate, that means you don't have any confidence. A martial artist who doesn't even have confidence in himself isn't worthy of being my opponent. Lin Xian's voice was cold and even had a trace of mockery. It wasn't that he was arrogant, but that his strength had indeed surpassed an extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Therefore, he didn't put the Wang family in his eyes. Kid, you're courting death. Just you wait, you'll die a horrible death. The black-robed elder snorted. Since negotiations had broken down, then there was no need to hold back. He would inform the extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist to quickly kill the other party. Soon, a youth walked onto the stage. This youth looked ordinary, but his expression was somewhat cold. Especially his eyes, which were like sharp swords that could pierce through people. Moreover, there was an extremely violent aura on his body that seemed to be able to crush the surroundings. Once this aura appeared, the surrounding people immediately tensed up and couldn't breathe. This was the aura of an extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist. It could crush any extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist. This was the power of an extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Just a strand of his aura could suppress the opponent. How terrifying! Just a strand of his aura could kill the opponent. How could they fight? Everyone was terrified. An extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist was too terrifying. They didn't dare to make an enemy of him. Perhaps only Lin Xian dared to challenge an extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist. No one else had the guts. The gloomy young man looked at Lin Xian with a look of disdain. You're the martial artist with 9 consecutive victories? I heard that you can fight above your level, and your strength is comparable to an extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Chapter 591. The gloomy youth's words were filled with killing intent. He had been in charge of the Wang family's battle arena for many years and had always lived in peace. He didn't expect someone to recklessly challenge him today. Even in the end, he was alarmed. He originally thought it would be another genius expert at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, but he didn't expect it to be a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm brat. The gloomy youth had already received orders from the Wang family elder to not hold back and kill his opponent. Therefore, he looked at Lin Xian as if he was looking at a dead person. Brat, you should be proud of your 9 consecutive victories, but it's important to know your own limits. Since you don't know how to appreciate favors and want 10 consecutive victories, I'll let you know what regret is. The gloomy youth, Huashao, stared at Lin Xian with a gloomy gaze. Then his figure flickered and he quickly charged out like a shadow. With one step, he was like a bolt of lightning and instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian. He raised his right hand, and his arm was like a blade. It flickered with a sharp light as it quickly slashed down. A resplendent blade light flashed past like a cold moonlight enveloping Lin Xian. Although Huashao looked down on Lin Xian, he didn't hold back at all when he really attacked. After all, his opponent was a martial artist who had obtained 9 consecutive victories. Moreover, he had been warned by the Wang family elder to use his full strength. Therefore, he didn't plan on holding back from the start. His palm fell like a sharp saber, quickly chopping out. If this saber was hit, it would probably be split in half. Lin Xian's footsteps were light and he moved with the wind. He was like a willow in the wind, drifting erratically. His figure was extremely ghostly. With the concept of wind, Lin Xian's speed had increased by a level. Therefore, he easily dodged Hua Xiao's hand blade. Hua Xiao didn't show any emotion after his attack missed. He moved like a shadow and quickly chased after Lin Xian. His 5 fingers formed a claw, condensing into a giant demonic beast claw that quickly grabbed at Lin Xian. Hua Xiao was worthy of being an expert at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm. His mentality, moves, and experience were not something that Wang Feng and the others could compare to. Every move of his was very stunning. He caught Lin Xian's flaws and could even predict the path of Lin Xian's attack. After the previous match, he knew that Lin Xian's strength was the concept of wind, which was his advantage of speed. Thus, he quickly closed in on Lin Xian and engaged him in close combat. As long as he could stick close to Lin Xian, he would be able to suppress Lin Xian's speed advantage and win half the battle. For the next half, he would need to use his experience and strength to find opportunities in battle. If Lin Xian was an ordinary martial artist, then Hua Xiao's strategy would be very correct. It would even have a high chance of success. However, Lin Xian could not be judged by common sense. Even the Wang clan's estimation of Lin Xian's strength was wrong. Lin Xian knew the concept of wind, but it was not his only concept. He also knew the concept of thunder and the dragon sword spirit. Of course, Lin Xian did not plan to use his full strength. That would be a very stupid move. Moreover, he liked to keep some trump cards and use them at a critical moment. Perhaps they could turn the situation around. However, when he saw Hua Xiao impatiently running over to fight him in close combat, he still smiled. With a smile, Lin Xian's figure suddenly stopped and stood in the air. Then, his whole body surged with lightning. On his right fist, golden arcs of lightning jumped, filled with a violent aura. He threw out a punch, and the sky was filled with golden light. The golden fist quickly enlarged and rushed forward. Boom! It was like 2 mountains had collided. A terrifying sound echoed in all directions. The violent power exploded, and the shockwaves spread out like a wave. The dazzling light burst out, making people unable to open their eyes. The surrounding people were shocked. The 2 of them were too terrifying. The shockwave shocked them. It could be imagined how much energy the 2 of them were enduring. This was something they did not dare to imagine. This Lin Xian was too powerful. He could actually fight against a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Was he still human? Genius, he was definitely a genius. That attack just now was too terrifying. Lin Xian could actually control the power of 2 elements. It was too inconceivable. Everyone discussed and exclaimed in their hearts. On the stage, Lin Xian and Hua Xiao collided. Then, the 2 of them separated like lightning. Hua Xiao was shocked. He had not held back in that attack, but Lin Xian had been able to block it. This made him very shocked. Then he let out a long roar. His black hair fluttered as he quickly charged at Lin Xian. Lin Xian coldly snorted and also quickly met him. The 2 of them exchanged blows once again. Their figures were like lightning as they intertwined with each other. Everyone was dazzled by the scene. They couldn't catch a trace of them at all. They could only see the terrifying energy wave after wave spreading in all directions, followed by the earth-shattering sound. Below, the Wang and Wang family members' expressions were very ugly when they saw the 2 of them entangled. Lin Xian was actually able to fight against a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist. This situation was very unfavorable for them. It had to be known that Hua Xiao was the strongest person in their great martial arena. If he could not take down Lin Xian, then no one else could. Unless it was an older generation martial artist that stepped in. However, if the older generation really did step in, then the Wang family would become the laughingstock of Quicksand City in half a day. This was because this was a battle between the younger generation. If the older generation stepped in, they would definitely be ridiculed. Their Wang family could not afford to lose this face. Therefore, the elders and the older generation could not step in. They could only place their hopes on Hua Xiao, the number 1 young expert of the Wang family. Although the 2 of them seemed to be evenly matched, Hua Xiao's strength and experience far surpassed his opponents. As time passed, he would definitely be able to suppress his opponent. The black-robed elder said in a deep voice. That's right, Huashao still had not used his ultimate move. It seemed like he was still confident. The Wang family members prayed. On the field, Huashao attacked wildly. Every attack was like a resplendent blade that slashed in all directions. However, Lin Xian caught all of these ferocious attacks and blasted them back with even more ferocious power. Lin Xian's body bloomed with light. Blue arcs of lightning danced like golden dragons, roaring fiercely in all directions. Every punch was filled with violent power, and the entire void was unable to withstand it. Moreover, this was only a portion of his strength. Lin Xian did not use any sword arts, nor did he use any sword intent. He was only using the concept of wind and the power of lightning to fight. He was tempering himself, increasing his battle experience and tempering his strength. On the opposite side, Huashao did not know that Lin Xian was suppressing his strength. However, the strength he had displayed so far had already shocked him. He did not intend to hold back anymore. He had to quickly finish off his opponent. The violent spirit energy in his body erupted once more. 10,000 Beast Fist. Huashao roared to the sky and sent out a punch. A layer of blood-red lines appeared on his fist. A fierce aura surged out, as if a peerless beast had awakened. As his fist danced, a ferocious demonic bear quickly formed in the void. Its huge figure covered the sky. The blood-red demonic bear phantom hammered the ground with both hands and quickly blasted in all directions. Chapter 592. 10,000 Beast Fist. Huaxiao's ultimate technique is extremely powerful. It can be considered a half-earth rank technique. I didn't expect him to use the 10,000 Beast Fist here. It seems like he wants to end this quickly. I wonder how Lin Xian is going to receive it. One must know that as long as it is related to an earth rank martial art, its power is extremely terrifying. If Lin Xian doesn't have a corresponding technique, he'll be in danger. Huaxiao's use of the 10,000 Beast Fist made the audience exclaim. It couldn't be helped. The 10,000 Beast Fist was a half-earth rank technique, which was very rare. Most of the martial artists present used spirit rank techniques. Very few of them had come into contact with half-earth rank techniques, which was why they were so shocked. When the Wang family and the others saw this scene, they relaxed and smiled. Huashao used the 10,000 Beast Fist. It seems like the match is about to end. Yes, Huashao has already practiced 5 variations of the 10,000 Beast Fist. Lin Xian is no match for him. A group of Wang family elders sneered. In the sky, the giant demonic bear roared and charged at Lin Xian with an aura that could tear apart mountains and rivers. At the same time, there was a dense, baleful aura on its body as if it was a real demonic beast. That kind of power could easily tear apart a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Even a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Looking at the demonic bear, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He let out a low roar and golden lightning surged around his body, forming a golden lightning beast on his fist. The golden lightning beast quickly grew and filled the sky. Golden lightning flashed all over its body and quickly formed a lightning pattern. It was as if it was made of gold. It was extraordinarily heroic. The two spirit beasts collided in the air and tore at each other. The terrifying energy wave after wave caused the sky to collapse. What? He caught it. That Lin Xian actually caught the 10,000 Beast Fist. Everyone was shocked. The Wang family elder was also shocked. Impossible, the 10,000 Beast Fist is a half-earth rank technique. It's extremely powerful. How could that little bastard catch it? Does he also have a half-earth rank technique? The group of people's faces darkened. Seeing that his 10,000 Beasts Fist was blocked, Huaxiao's expression turned cold. He snorted and punched again. This time, the shadow of the fist flickered and formed a huge poisonous scorpion. It was black all over and black gas was swirling around it, making it look extremely demonic. As soon as the scorpion appeared, it pounced on the golden lightning beast. The two poisonous pincers and the poisonous tail quickly stabbed in. The poisonous tail, in particular, was extremely poisonous. It quickly scattered the golden lightning beast. Ha! Seeing this scene, Huashao laughed complacently. Kid, my 10,000 beast fist has 5 variations. What are you going to use to fight me? Today, I will torture you to death and let you know that there are some people you can't mess with. Seeing the golden thunder beast destroyed, Lin Xian's expression remained calm. That was just a casual strike from him. Moreover, he had a general understanding of the 10,000 beast fist strength. Although in the eyes of outsiders, the 10,000 beast fist was very powerful, Lin Xian disdained it. What was a half-earth rank technique? He had grasped a real earth rank technique. Moreover, the opponent's 5 variations were still weak in his eyes. He had the great dragon sword spirit and could evolve thousands of variations to attack at will. The two of them were not on the same level. Moreover, Lin Xian had lost interest in this match. Huashao could not arouse the fighting spirit in his heart. 10,000 Beast Fist, is this your trump card? Then let's end this match. Lin Xian's voice was calm as if he was talking about something insignificant. And? With just you? Huashao snorted. There was a trace of anger in his voice. He had already used a half-earth rank technique and shattered the opponent's attack. It could be said that he had the upper hand. However, the opponent's expression remained the same as if nothing had happened. There were no fluctuations in his emotions. This made him feel as if he had punched cotton. He was very unhappy. It was reasonable to say that he had defeated the opponent's attack. Lin Xian should be panicking. This was what he wanted. But now Lin Xian did not have any expression at all. He did not even take it seriously. This was completely different from what he had expected. This made Huashao feel a deep sense of defeat. Pretentious, you must be pretentious. Wait until I beat you to the ground. Let's see how you will pretend. Huashao snorted in his heart. He was sure that Lin Xian was pretending to be calm. In fact, he did not have much battle strength left. Whether it ends or not, I have the final say. Do you think you still have the right to decide? Huashao sneered. Then, he quickly punched out and condensed another ferocious beast. 3 terrifying beasts circled around him, forming a terrifying aura. It was as if a demon king had come out. Brat, I'm tired of playing. Go to hell. Huashao sneered. The 3 beasts behind him all pounced at Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his left hand. He used the concept of wind and quickly condensed the clear wind bow. His right hand used the concept of thunder. Golden lightning danced and intertwined to form a golden arrow. Then, he knocked the golden arrow on the clear wind bow and aimed it at Huashao. At that moment, a shocking killing intent came from the golden arrow. A terrifying power swept out in all directions. The powerful aura that was emitted from his body stunned everyone present. Heavens, Lin Xian is using an ancient technique again. What a violent aura of thunder! Could it be that he has grasped other concepts besides the concept of wind? The Wang family elders were also shocked. They had already sensed that there were 2 powerful concepts surrounding Lin Xian. Damn little thief, how can he grasp 2 concepts at the same time? Is he really a peerless genius? Not good, I'm afraid Huashao is in danger. On the stage, ever since the clear wind bow and the golden arrow appeared, Huashao's entire body tensed up. He felt as if he was being stared at by the god of death. It was a kind of trembling that came from his soul. Especially when Lin Xian aimed the bow at him, that feeling became even more intense. It was as if his soul would scatter in the next moment. This is impossible. Huashao was horrified. A spirit-detecting brat could actually bring him the feeling of death. This was inconceivable. It had to be known that he had used the longevity fist to suppress his opponent. But in just a moment, the situation had reversed. The concept of wind and thunder. Damn it, he actually has 2 concepts. At this moment, Huashao's expression was extremely ugly. He could sense that there were 2 powerful concepts on Lin Xian's body. Each concept was extremely powerful on its own, and now that they were combined together, they were even more powerful. Am I going to lose? A sense of helplessness rose in his heart. The golden arrow was too powerful. It suppressed him to the point that he couldn't even lift his head. But he was unwilling. He was an extreme spirit-detecting realm martial artist and the master of the Wang family's battle arena. If he admitted defeat like this, then he would become a laughingstock. Chapter 593. That was why he couldn't admit defeat. However, if he didn't admit defeat, he would very likely be hit by the golden arrow. With that kind of terrifying aura, even if he didn't die, he would still be half dead. If he didn't have the power of a peak spirit-detecting realm cultivator, the Wang family's battle arena wouldn't want him anymore. That was why he was in a dilemma. Whether he surrendered or not, the result would be the same. A single golden arrow had forced Huashao into a life-and-death situation. Huashao was extremely angry. In the end, he decided to go all out. Circulating all the spirit energy in his body, 2 more demonic beast phantoms appeared beside Huashao. 5 demonic beast phantoms circled around him and attacked with the 10,000 beast fist. At this moment, he didn't hold back and used his strongest power. The 5 demonic beasts roared and released a powerful force that caused the space in front of them to collapse. Everyone was shocked. They didn't expect Huashao to use 5 demonic beasts at the same time. 5 variations of the 10,000 beast fist. It seems like Huashao is desperate. That Lin Xian is too terrifying. Especially that golden arrow, it makes me feel like my heart is being torn apart. I wonder what the final result will be. Everyone discussed and paid attention. Lin Xian smirked when he saw the 5 ferocious beasts roaring. He circulated his spirit energy and used the 2 domains of wind and lightning. The clear wind bow and the golden arrow released a bright light as the 2 domains circled around them. In the next moment, Lin Xian attacked. The golden arrow was like a bolt of golden lightning as it shot out. Not only was there Lin Xian's golden lightning, but there was also the power of wind from the clear wind bow. The 2 energies intertwined and formed a terrifying force. In an instant, the 5 demonic beast phantoms were mercilessly pierced through without any pause. The 2 of them weren't even on the same level. It was pierced through in one move. Seeing that his strongest attack couldn't even block a single arrow, Huaxiao's heart was filled with despair. Only now did he realize that Lin Xian's calmness wasn't an act, but a genuine confidence. This was because he and Lin Xian weren't on the same level. Feeling the threat to his life, Huashao no longer cared about anything else. Right now, preserving his life was the most important thing. At worst, he would just leave Quicksand City in the future. Therefore, he did not stop. His body flashed and turned into a shadow as he quickly ran out of the arena. At that moment, the demeanor of an expert and a genius was all gone. He was like a stray dog, miserable and pitiful. Looking at Huaxiao's fleeing figure, everyone sighed. They didn't expect that the incomparably powerful expert of the Wang clan would actually flee at this moment. This situation was really ironic. The faces of those from the Wang clan were terrifyingly dark. This was definitely a huge humiliation. Their number 1 expert actually ran away at the last moment. This made them want to die. Huashao transformed into a blur of light and quickly fled. However, the golden arrow behind him was even faster. In an instant, it had arrived behind Huashao. Huashao felt the shocking power coming from behind him, and his face was filled with shock. He couldn't withstand such a terrifying aura. The next moment, he condensed all the spiritual energy in his body, and 5 demonic beast phantoms quickly appeared behind him. They merged together to form the strongest defense. However, he had still underestimated the power of the golden arrow. The 5 phantoms didn't have any effect and were quickly pierced through. Then the golden arrow pierced Huaxiao's body and nailed him to the ground. Huaxiao's entire body was nailed to the ground. Traces of blood flowed out from the wound and soon dyed the ground red. Huaxiao's body trembled and his expression was one of terror. Almost, just a bit more and it would have pierced his heart. If that happened, he would have really died. Although he wasn't dead, he was seriously injured. It would be a long time before he could display the power of a spirit-detecting realm cultivator. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Huashao used the last of his strength to roar. Once these words were spoken, everyone was in an uproar. The number 1 expert of the Wang clan had lost, and in such a sorry state at that. They had never thought that this would happen. The faces of those from the Wang clan darkened, and many disciples collapsed to the ground. There was a sense of despair in their hearts. How long had it been since someone had won 10 consecutive battles? Moreover, the number one expert they had always admired was nailed to the ground like a dead dog. This scene was simply too shocking. Yes, we won. This is great. Below, Black Pearl was so excited that she danced with joy. Her eyes narrowed into crescents. She was truly too excited. It has to be said that the payout for the last round was 1 to 10, which meant that her spirit stones had increased by 10 times. This was a great fortune for her. Nan Gongseng was also filled with joy. Aside from earning spirit stones, he had also made a friend with limitless potential like Lin Xian. This would be very good for him and his clan in the future. Lin Xian stepped through the air and walked down step by step. Finally, he landed on the stage and looked at the red-robed referee. "I say, you can announce the results now." Hearing this, the red-robed referee's face sank and a strong killing intent appeared in his eyes. What? Could it be that the Wang clan's casino can't afford to lose? Or are you unwilling to part with the rewards? Lin Xian shrugged. If that's the case, then forget it. It's just a competition. My Wang clan's child can afford to lose. The red-robed old man gritted his teeth. This brat in front of him was simply too despicable. He wanted to slap him to death. Oh, is that so? Then I've already won 10 in a row. Hurry up and give me the rewards and spirit stones. Lin Xian smiled. He was really afraid that the Wang clan would cheat him of his rewards. However, in front of everyone, the Wang clan would definitely not dare to hide it. The Wang clan's faces darkened as they gritted their teeth and looked at Lin Xian. However, in front of so many people, they could not go back on their words. Soon, someone handed over the rewards for winning 10 in a row and the spirit stones that Lin Xian had bet. Lin Xian had bet 300,000 mid-grade spirit stones at the beginning. Now that he had 5 million spirit stones in his hands, it had increased by more than 10 times. The speed of earning money was simply too fast. Moreover, the rewards for winning 10 in a row were even more generous. Even a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist would be jealous. After putting away the rewards and spirit stones, Lin Xian put away the golden arrow. Seeing the smile on Lin Xian's face, the Wang clan's elder was furious. He had decided that as soon as Lin Xian walked out of the Wang clan's arena, they would assassinate him. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian's words caused their bodies to tremble and they almost fell to the ground. And the rewards are not bad. Then, I'll be back tomorrow. Lin Xian smiled. Hearing this, the Wang clan's elder's body twitched and he almost fainted. Come back tomorrow? Everyone was stunned. Their mouths twitched as they looked at Lin Xian with a strange expression. Chapter 594. Come again tomorrow? Immediately, many people became excited. One had to know that the Wang family's expert had just been defeated, which meant that there were no experts left in the Wang family's arena. If Lin Xian came again tomorrow, no one would be able to resist him. If the Wang family couldn't handle this matter well, their status might plummet. One had to know that many people were eyeing the Wang family's arena. On the second floor, the black-robed elder's face was gloomy. Send someone to kill this kid tonight. We can't let him live to see tomorrow's sun. The black-robed elder ordered. His voice was cold and emotionless. No matter what the other party did, as long as they could kill him, he wouldn't be able to come again tomorrow. At that time, the Wang family's crisis would be resolved. Lin Xian's words angered the Wang family members, and the surrounding crowd was in an uproar. These people were too excited. Today's battle was too exciting. Every battle could be called a classic. Moreover, they had witnessed the rise of a peerless genius like Lin Xian. Because of the arrival of Goddess Murong, many geniuses from outside the domain had come to Quicksand City. Now that a genius like Lin Xian had appeared, there would definitely be an intense battle. Just thinking about it made people excited. Lin Xian collected the spirit stones and left the Wang family's arena with Nan Gongseng and Black Pearl. Brother Lin, you must have angered the Wang family by obtaining 10 consecutive victories. I don't think they'll let this go. Why don't you stay at my Nan Gongseng tonight? Thank you for your kindness, Brother Nan Gongseng. I don't care about a mere Wang family. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. Don't worry. If there's any danger, I'll definitely ask for your help. Lin Xian was very strong now. He didn't fear martial artists below the venerable realm. Even if a venerable realm martial artist attacked, he had a certain degree of confidence that he could escape. That was why he had the courage to stay alone. After temporarily bidding farewell to Nan Gongseng and Black Pearl, Lin Xian returned to the mansion he had just bought. Although this exquisite courtyard was in a bustling city, it was filled with tranquility. Lin Xian walked in and quickly forgot about the previous battle. His heart was calm. The battle during the day had deepened his comprehension of the concepts of wind and lightning. Moreover, he had unexpectedly obtained an ancient lost skill, the clear wind bow. The clear wind bow combined with the golden arrow could fully display the power of the two concepts of wind and lightning. It could be said to be an extremely powerful killing move. Lin Xian sat cross-legged under an ancient tree and began to comprehend in silence. While Lin Xian was cultivating, the Wang clan was also moving in secret. When Lin Xian walked out of the Wang family's coliseum, they sent a martial practitioner who was skilled in concealment and tracking to follow him. That martial artist was truly amazing. He had managed to hide from Lin Xian's perception and secretly followed them. In the end, he found Lin Xian's residence, so he went back to report. When they found out that Lin Xian was living alone, everyone in the Wang clan revealed sinister smiles. Damned little thief. This time I must kill him here. I'll go kill him. The red-robed judge's voice was cold. Before, he had personally witnessed Lin Xian defeating the Wang clan's geniuses one by one. Needless to say, his mood was extremely sullen. Now that he had a chance to kill Lin Xian, he naturally wouldn't miss it. This matter must be kept a secret. Otherwise, my Wang clan will be in big trouble, the black-robed elder said. Killing a contestant was a great taboo, especially a genius like Lin Xian. First, these geniuses all had powerful forces behind them. Second, other martial practitioners would be furious. If they really angered everyone, the Wang clan would be in big trouble. That was why the black-robed elder was so cautious. Don't worry. I'll bring an illusion array to completely seal that place. When the time comes, that little thief won't be able to escape. The red-robed elder sneered. After discussing the countermeasures, the red-robed elder set off. In order to avoid being discovered, he went alone this time. The red-robed elder was also a martial artist at the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. However, he had been in this realm for many years and was abnormally powerful. He was far from someone of the younger generation like Hu Xiao. Therefore, the Wang clan was very relieved to send him this time. At night, the cold moon shone alone. It was the latter half of the night and there were very few people on the road. The moment the red-robed elder came out, he turned into a ray of light and disappeared into the sky. His speed was very fast and it didn't take long for him to arrive at Lin Xian's courtyard. With a wave of his hand, the red-robed elder threw out an illusion array that covered the entire courtyard. Below, Lin Xian was sitting under an ancient tree and cultivating. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. At this moment, his eyes were very sharp. They were like two rays of sword light that pierced into the void. Ha, damn little thief. Let's see how you'll escape this time. An old man sneered. This voice was very arrogant and didn't hide it at all. Then, the red-robed elder's figure appeared in the void. What followed was an endless pressure that covered the sky and the earth, enveloping the entire courtyard. Lin Xian looked at the figure above. He didn't need to think to know that the other party was definitely here to kill him. However, he didn't expect such a big move. As if he had seen through Lin Xian's doubts, the red-robed old man sneered and said, "Don't even think about escaping. No one will come to save you because I've already set up the illusory spirit defensive formation. The outside world will not know anything that happens here. So, just wait for your death obediently." The red-robed elder was very confident. He was very powerful and didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't fight in the arena, he would have killed this despicable little thief with a slap. I see. A defensive array is exactly what I want. This way, I don't have to worry about anything. Lin Xian smiled. You're about to die and you still dare to be so arrogant. You really don't know how to write the word death. The red-robed elder snorted. He didn't see Lin Xian's helpless and frightened expression, which made him very unhappy. Therefore, he planned to use all the torture methods in the world until he tortured Lin Xian to death. Little thief, I'll let you know the consequences of offending the Wang family. The red-robed elder sneered and quickly rushed over. In his hand, a blood-red spear was condensed. It was full of murderous intent and there were even drops of blood dripping from it. This aura was abnormally strong, far stronger than Huozhao's. The entire void couldn't withstand it and countless small black cracks appeared. The red-robed elder's face was ferocious. He seemed to have seen Lin Xian being pierced by the blood-red spear. However, the next moment he was stunned. This was because he saw a sword, a blood-red sword. It was scarlet, demonic, bloodthirsty, and murderous. The powerful murderous aura shrouded the surroundings and dyed the surroundings blood-red. It was like hell. The red-robed elder's heart trembled. The blood-red sword was too terrifying. It was far stronger than his blood-red spear. It even made him feel like he was facing death. Chapter 595. Impossible! How can you have such a powerful martial skill? The red-robed elder cried out. He was stunned. Lin Xian's blood-colored sword was too terrifying. Its power far exceeded that of a peak spirit-detecting realm martial artist. Did you hide your strength? The red-robed elder screamed. If that was the case, then it was too terrifying. The youth in front of him was only at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, but his strength surpassed his. This was too terrifying. This youth was probably very close to the top geniuses of the Sand region. No, I have to send the news back to the family. The red-robed elder was anxious. Their previous analysis was wrong. This youth's strength had completely exceeded their expectations. Run! This was his only thought. He couldn't resist that blood-colored sword. You want to leave? Don't you think it's too late? Lin Xian sneered. This Wang family was indeed sinister. Just because he obtained 10 consecutive victories, they wanted to kill him. This kind of family didn't deserve to come to the arena. Since they wanted his life, he didn't plan to let them go. Therefore, he used the sword of slaughter from the start. Looking at the red-robed elder who had turned into a blur, Lin Xian raised the sword of slaughter and quickly swung it down. The blood-colored sword aura surged and instantly submerged the red-robed elder. No! The red-robed elder roared unwillingly. He struggled with all his might, but it was useless. In the end, he was completely submerged. The next moment, the blood-colored sword aura disappeared, and the red-robed elder's corpse fell from the sky. Lin Xian waved his arm and sent out a ball of spirit flame, burning the corpse. Then, he stepped into the air and used his soul power to sense the illusion array outside. Relying on his outstanding soul power and knowledge of array formations, he quickly collected this illusion array. Then he sat cross-legged under the ancient tree to cultivate. In the Wang family's arena, a group of people were anxiously waiting. It's been so long. Why isn't he back yet? Did something happen? He's just a little thief. What could happen? Many people snorted. In their eyes, the red-robed elder can easily kill Lin Xian. Yeah, maybe the elder is torturing that kid. Someone laughed. Okay, let's wait patiently, the black-robed elder said. However, as time passed, the Wang family's disdain turned into suspicion. Finally, they all frowned. Did something really happen? This time, no one answered. Why don't I go take a look? An elder said. The black-robed elder nodded. The sack-robed elder was stronger than the red-robed judge. Therefore, no one objected to the sack-robed elder's decision. Seeing that the black-robed elder had agreed, the hemp-robed elder did not linger. He quickly turned into a ray of light and flew into the distance. Soon, he arrived at Lin Xian's residence. Then he frowned because it was too quiet. It was quiet all around. There was not a single sound, and the surrounding buildings were in perfect condition. There were no traces of fighting. The hemp-robed old man was puzzled. Then he reached out with his soul. With doubts in his heart, the old man decided to go down and take a look. In any case, even if a thief had some tricks up his sleeve, it was impossible for him to harm him. With a snort, the elder quickly landed in the courtyard. However, as soon as he landed, the spiritual energy in the surroundings surged. An illusory spirit defense array appeared and covered the surroundings. The family's illusory spirit array? The elder frowned. He had a bad feeling. "Old Eight, are you there?" The old man in linen robes shouted. However, no one answered. At that moment, a voice said, "Stop shouting. He won't answer you." The old man's heart shook when he heard this, and he swiftly turned around and cried out involuntarily. "It's you?" He was stunned when he saw the figure behind him. "You're not dead?" The old man's heart was in turmoil. Naturally, he saw Lin Xian. If Lin Xian was still alive, then the red-robed elder might be. "You're right, that guy is dead," Lin Xian said in a low voice. "Thief, what trick did you use? How dare you kill an elder of the Wang family?" The elder shouted, "You're dead. I'm going to rip your tendons out and refine your soul. I'll make you wish you were dead." "Cut the crap. You'll join him soon." Lin Xian's face was gloomy. "Don't think that the Wang family can do whatever you want. Since you want to kill me, you should be prepared to be killed." The elder sneered. "Kid, I don't know how you killed Old Eight, but if you think you can kill me, you're too naive." The old man laughed maniacally, but soon his laughter stopped. It was as if someone had grabbed him by the neck and stopped abruptly. That was because he saw a sword. A pitch-black sword. Gloomy, cold, silent, and dead. That kind of aura made one despair. "Impossible! What kind of move is this?" The elder screamed. He realized that the aura was too strong. He could not resist it at all. Now, he suddenly understood that Old Eight might not have been assassinated, but killed in an instant. The young man in front of him was too strange. His strength was beyond everyone's expectations. Damn it! The elder's face was ferocious. He did not care about anything else and ran away. However, that pitch-black sword suddenly appeared in front of him. Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding. The elder squeezed out an ugly smile. However, Lin Xian did not care at all. The silent sword continued to descend. "If you dare to kill me, the Wang family will not let you go." The elder saw that begging for mercy was useless and immediately became ferocious. However, no matter what, he could not escape. Puchi. The silent sword pierced the elder's chest and took away all of his life force. A single sword strike had killed the hemp-robed elder. The Wang family had sent 2 elders at the peak of the spirit-detecting realm, but they were both killed. The next time they sent someone, it might be a group attack. Lin Xian guessed that the possibility of sending a supremacy was not high, so he was not too worried. Compared to Lin Xian, the Wang family was in a terrible mood. They had already sent out 2 elders, but there was no news from the 2 of them. This gave them a very bad premonition in their hearts. In the end, the black-robed elder could not help but send someone to investigate. Soon, someone reported back. "Elder, that thief's courtyard is very quiet, and there are no signs of fighting," a warrior said. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. They felt as if the 2 elders had disappeared. If that was the case, it was too terrifying. Impossible, the 2 elders are very powerful. How could that thief be a match for them? Since that thief can't be killed, there is only one possibility. There must be an expert by his side. Chapter 596. According to the Wang family's analysis, they discovered that there was likely a mysterious expert behind Lin Xian. If that was the case, then things would become very troublesome. Based on the current situation, the mysterious expert behind Lin Xian was very powerful. His strength might be above the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. As for whether he had reached the venerable realm, it was unknown. They could not assassinate Lin Xian at all in the face of such a powerhouse. Thinking of this, the Wang family's faces darkened. Damn it, are we just going to let it go like this? Someone was unwilling to give up. Lin Xian had injured several of their experts, causing the Wang clan's battle arena to lose face in front of everyone, making them unable to raise their heads. Every time they thought of this, they had the urge to vomit blood. Therefore, they had to get rid of Lin Xian. Only then would they feel at ease. We'll also send out venerables. I don't believe that mysterious expert can fight against our entire Wang family. The black-robed elder shook his head. The combat strength of a venerable is too terrifying. If we act rashly, it will definitely attract the attention of other forces. If this matter is exposed, it will be very disadvantageous to the Wang family. That would be extremely disadvantageous to our Wang clan. So, we absolutely can't dispatch Exalt Realm experts unless we have no other choice. As for that thief, of course we can't let him go. Let's close the dojo for a few days and recruit some powerful young martial artists. Firstly, our Wang family lost many experts in this battle, and it also exposed the weakness of our dojo. Especially this time, many geniuses from other regions have come. We must be prepared. Isn't that thief going to come again? When we find enough battle strength, we'll directly kill him in the arena. At that time, even the mysterious expert behind him would not be able to stop him. The black-robed elder's voice was cold. Everyone nodded in agreement. Not only could this method kill that detestable thief, but it could also increase the strength of their dojo. It could be said to be killing two birds with one stone. Soon these people began to act. The next day, the news that the Wang family's dojo was temporarily closed spread. Immediately, everyone was shocked. The Wang family's dojo was considered a medium-sized dojo, and its business was usually good. When it suddenly closed this time, many people were stunned. Very soon, news of Lin Xian's 10 consecutive victories and the defeat of the Wang family's experts spread like wildfire. Many people were shocked. For a moment, Lin Xian and the Wang clan's battle arena were pushed into the center of the storm. When Lin Xian heard about this, he was also stunned. He didn't expect the Wang family's dojo to be closed. Soon after, he shook his head and stopped paying attention to it. It seemed like the Wang family had been dealt a heavy blow, so they wouldn't make a move against him for a while. He could use this time to exchange some of the resources he had on him. Although he wasn't very familiar with Quicksand City, with Nan Gongseng's help, things should go smoothly. When Lin Xian found Nan Gongseng and told him his idea, Nan Gongseng's eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh. This is fate, Brother Lin. I just happen to know of a small-scale exchange meeting, and its standards can be said to be the highest beneath the Exalt realm. I'll take you there in a few days. Hearing Nan Gongseng's introduction, Lin Xian's eyes lit up. This exchange meeting was held between the major forces of Quicksand City and was very secretive. Moreover, it was generally not open to the public. If one wasn't invited, they definitely wouldn't be able to enter. Moreover, this exchange meeting was conducted by bartering. Generally, the items that appeared were relatively rare resources, which was completely in line with Lin Xian's requirements. After bidding farewell to Nan Gongseng, Lin Xian returned to his courtyard and began to prepare the items he wanted to exchange. Lin Xian prepared to sell some of the useless spirit-grade artifacts. In addition, he also planned to sell a 3,000-year-old spirit herb and 2 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. As for what he wanted to exchange, he hadn't thought about it yet. He could only wait until the time of the exchange to choose. In addition, he had many primal yang stones on him, but he didn't plan to take them out. He, the dark red dragon, and the snow-white monkey all needed primal yang stones. Moreover, primal yang stones were too important. If he took them out, it would definitely attract the attention of others. Lin Xian didn't want to cause trouble for himself. 3 days later, Nan Gongseng came to find him. The two didn't stop and immediately set off. Nan Gongseng led the way in the city. Soon, they arrived at a secret place. Nan Gongseng took out an ancient token and poured his spirit energy into it. Then, he shone it at the high wall in front of them. Suddenly, the ancient token bloomed with light and a huge ancient character appeared. The high wall in front of them became hazy and ripples appeared. Then the scene in front of them changed and an illusory door appeared. It's a strange space. The dark red dragon hid in Lin Xian's sleeve and was surprised. Upon hearing the dark red divine dragon's voice transmission, Lin Xian was also surprised. He took a few more glances at the front. Brother Lin, the small exchange meeting is inside. Let's go in. Nan Gongseng took back the token and said with a smile. Okay. Lin Xian nodded. Then, the two entered the illusory door. After entering, Lin Xian found that the scenery inside was very different. It was different from the quicksand and rocks outside. The buildings inside could be said to be very exquisite. There were tall halls, exquisite pavilions, rockeries, flying stones, and waterfalls everywhere. It was like a paradise on earth. Who are you? Suddenly, a cold voice came from the front. Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked forward. He saw a few figures flying over from a pavilion in the distance. They were very fast and arrived in front of the two in an instant. A few silhouettes landed. Their bodies carried a sharp aura, and their eyes were filled with vigilance. We are from the Nan Gongseng family. Nan Gongseng handed over the token. That's right. The token is correct. You may enter. Those people quickly left after checking. Lin Xian was speechless. No wonder Nan Gongseng said that they couldn't enter without proof. The checks were very strict and these people were very strong. Normal people wouldn't be able to force their way in. I hope I can find something useful here. Lin Xian was excited. The two of them quickly walked inside. It's Nan Gongseng. Along the way, many people greeted Nan Gongseng, but even more people looked at Lin Xian. First of all, Lin Xian was a new face. They had never seen him before. Also, Lin Xian's cultivation was only at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Although it was not bad outside, it was too low here. Even if he was a disciple of a large family, he wouldn't be qualified to come here. Therefore, everyone looked at Lin Xian with doubt. Some people looked at him with disdain. No matter how Lin Xian came in, his strength wasn't enough. He wasn't even comparable to the servants here. Such a person wouldn't cooperate with them. Brother Nan Gongseng, you're finally here. Chapter 597. Brother Nangong, you're finally here. A loud laugh rang out. The newcomer was a burly man with bronze skin that was filled with explosive power. Behind him was a silver spear that was shining with silver light. This person's aura was as powerful as a mountain. Although he didn't deliberately release it, the pressure still made many people's hearts tremble. Brother Rulong, long time no see. Your strength has improved a lot. Nan Gongseng said with a smile. The two exchanged a few words before the burly man looked at Lin Xian and asked, Brother Nangong, who is this? Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists all turned their heads with a trace of curiosity. This is Lin Xian, Brother Lin. He's also a young genius. Oh, is that so? To be praised by Brother Nangong, he must be extraordinary. The burly man was stunned for a moment before greeting Lin Xian with a smile. Lin Xian returned the greeting with a smile. However, the surrounding people weren't so polite. Many of them snorted. They clearly didn't believe that Lin Xian was a young genius. Otherwise, why would he only be at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm? Please come in. The burly man Marulong said. Then, Lin Xian and Nangong Xing walked in. This space was much larger than they had imagined. There were many palaces around them. Marulong led Lin Xian and Nangong Xing to a silver palace. Brother Nangong, Brother Lin, please fill in what you want to exchange here. I'll go greet another guest. Oh? Guest? What guest? Nan Gongseng was puzzled. He knew Marulong's identity. He was also a disciple of one of the top forces in Quicksand City. Even this small space belonged to his family. A guest that he had to personally greet must be extraordinary. Speaking of which, this is also an important guest. I'm sure you've heard of his name. Marulong said, his name is Shin Yaon. Shin Yaonan? Nan Gongseng was stunned for a moment before exclaiming, is it that Shin family? That's right. He's from the Shin clan of the Sky Martial region. This Shin Yaotian is very strong. His cultivation base is extremely high. He can even fight against those geniuses. Rumor has it that he's following the heavenly daughter of the Murong family. Since he's passing by this time, it just so happens that he wants to participate in the rare treasures exchange. Lin Xian was astonished. He had heard of the geniuses from the Sand region, and they could be said to be extremely powerful existences. He had never thought that Shin Yaotian would be able to contend with them. He was definitely a terrifying figure. I didn't expect that the Shin family would also come. It seems that Quicksand City will be interesting this time. Nan Gongxing smiled. The Shin family? Lin Xian frowned as he recalled a figure from his memories. The Shin family is a super family in the central region of the Sky Martial continent. They have a king realm expert as their leader. They are one of the top existences in the Sky Martial region. And this Shin Yaotian is one of the more outstanding members of the Shin family's younger generation. King Clan. Lin Xian sucked in a cold breath. In the Tianan region, venerables were the strongest fighting force and could dominate a region. However, the Sky Martial region was different. Although venerables were part of the upper echelons, they were not the top. The top warriors were King Realm experts. Only those with King Realm experts were the top existences in the continent. And the Shin family was such an existence. The two of you can sit in the tranquil palace for a while. I'll be back soon, Marulong said. Then he turned around and left. Lin Xian and Nan Gongxing walked into the Silver Palace behind him. Brother Lin, what are you going to exchange this time? Nan Gongxing asked. Just now, he had pretended to pay attention to Shin Yaotian's news and did not pay attention to Lin Xian's information. Nothing much. There are some spiritual treasures and 3 spiritual herbs. Lin Xian did not plan to hide it. After all, he had already filled in the information. It would not take long for those people to find out. Oh, spiritual herbs? What kind of spiritual herbs? Nan Gongxing asked. Obviously, he had ignored the spiritual treasures. Instead, he was very interested in the spiritual herbs. A 3,000-year-old purple sunflower and 2 1,000-year-old blood ginseng. What? 3,000-year-old purple sunflower? Nan Gongxing exclaimed and jumped up. His expression was even more surprised than when he heard about Shin Yaotian. Seeing Nan Gongxing's reaction, Lin Xian was stunned. Although 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs were rare, there was no need for such a reaction. Seeing Lin Xian's confused expression, Nan Gongxing tried his best to calm himself down. After a long time, he slowly exhaled. Brother Lin, it seems like you really don't know much about the Sand region. Nan Gongxing said, the Sand region's climate is abnormal. It lacks water, so some spiritual herbs cannot grow here. Not to mention 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs, even 1,000-year-old spiritual herbs are rare. With Nan Gongxing's explanation, Lin Xian finally understood. Although the Tianmu region was vast, it was divided into regions. For example, in the Sand region, spiritual herbs were rare. On the other hand, precious stones and ores were abundant. Therefore, when Lin Xian said 3,000-year-old spiritual herbs, Nan Gongxing had such a big reaction. Not to mention Nan Gongxing, even the patriarch of the Nan Gongxing family would be tempted. After hearing this news, Lin Xian frowned. He did not know the importance of spiritual herbs in the Sand region, so he took out 3 spiritual herbs, one of which was 3,000-year-old. But now, it seemed that this was a little troublesome. He did not believe that the people from the big factions could restrain their desires. As if sensing Lin Xian's worry, Nan Gongxing comforted him. Brother Lin, don't worry. The standards of this exchange are very high and the rules are strict. No one will cause trouble. I hope so. Lin Xian sighed heavily. He realized that in the Sand region, he could not reveal any other spiritual herbs. At this moment, a group of people suddenly landed in front of the main hall and quickly walked over. These people were all outstanding and had extraordinary bearings. Powerful auras flowed around their bodies. It was obvious that they were young experts. One of them was even more powerful. He had blue hair and his eyes were as bright as the stars. There were blue halos around his body, making him look like an immortal king. This is Shin Yaotian from the Shin family. People call him Young Master Yaon. Ma Rulong introduced. The blue-haired youth looked at Lin Xian and Nan Gongxing with a deep gaze and nodded slightly as a greeting. However, his arrogant expression made Nan Gongxing unhappy. Lin Xian frowned. It seemed that Shin Yaodan was also an arrogant and conceited person. Then, Ma Rulong started to introduce Nan Gongxing and Lin Xian. Shen Yaotian did not react to Nan Gongxing. Instead, he stared at Lin Xian. Are you the one who wants to sell the 3,000-year-old violet sunflower? Shin Yaotian asked in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Then, they looked at Lin Xian with burning eyes. Chapter 598. No wonder he was in such a hurry to come here. It seemed like his target was the 3,000-year-old purple sunflower. Seeing everyone's gaze, Lin Xian nodded. There was no point in denying it now. He might as well admit it openly. Very well, kneel down and offer the purple sunflower to me. I can consider letting you become the Shen family's battle servant. Shen Yaonan said condescendingly. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. Then they all looked at Lin Xian. Especially those who came with Shen Yaonan, they all had mocking expressions. Lin Xian's face darkened. He secretly activated the great dragon sword soul in his body, ready to attack at any time. Nan Gongxing also roared angrily. Shen Yaonan, what is the meaning of this? Shen Yaotian's condescending attitude just now made him unhappy. Now, Shen Yaotian actually wanted Xian to kneel down and offer a 3,000-year-old spirit herb. This was simply bullying. What is the meaning of this? Don't you understand? Shen Yaotian revealed a disdainful smile. He turned and stared at Lin Xian. Looks like you still don't understand the strength of my aunt's Shen family. Not just anyone can become the Shen family's battle servant. So many people want to join the Shen family. Now that you have received a great benefit, why aren't you kneeling down and thanking us? Shen Yaotian's face was full of arrogance. It was as if he had bestowed Lin Xian a great favor. Lin Xian's eyes darkened. The Shen Yaonan was too much. Not only did he want him to offer a 3,000-year-old spirit herb for free, but he also wanted him to become the Shen family's servant. Not only that, in Shen Yaotian's eyes, he even wanted him to kneel down and thank him. At this moment, Lin Xian's heart was burning with anger. Cold sword intent surged in his body as if it would rush out at any time. What if I don't give it to you? Lin Xian's voice was cold. He suppressed the anger in his heart and did not attack. Don't give it to you? Shen Yaotian laughed. Do you think you have the ability to decide this matter? He looked very arrogant and did not put Lin Xian in his eyes at all. Brother Shen, the rules of the rare treasures exchange are to exchange items. If you really want the 3,000-year-old purple sunflower, why don't you exchange it with something else? Ma Rulong said. He was the host of this rare treasures exchange meeting, so naturally he didn't want things to get out of hand. Exchange? Shen Yaotian revealed a faint smile. Brother Ma, you think too highly of this brat. He is just an ant at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Being able to enter this exchange is already a great gift for him, yet he still wants to trade? This was simply a fantasy story. The martial artists following behind Shen Yaonan also laughed foolishly. Humph, a piece of trash who came in through connections actually dares to reject young Master Akash. He really does not know how to spell the word death. Brat, hurry up and hand over the 3,000-year-old violet sunflower, or else you won't be able to bear the consequences. All of you are looking down on my Ma family. Ma Rulong's face sank. Brother Ma has misunderstood. Shen Yaotian laughed. Our actions aren't targeted at Brother Ma. It's just that this ant isn't willing to exchange with us. I don't want to affect our relationship because of a piece of trash at the mid-stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Shen Yaotian's voice was flat, but there was a hint of threat in his words. Such a nice social exchange was actually ruined by a bunch of random people. It's fine if I don't participate in this social exchange. Brother Lin, let's go. Nan Gongxing snorted coldly. His handsome face was a little ferocious. Brother Rulong, I'll take my leave. I'll visit you another day. Nan Gongsheng pulled Lin Xian and was about to leave. It won't be that easy to leave. Several martial artists blocked the door, blocking Lin Xian and Nan Gongsheng's path. Silver light appeared behind him and formed a silver spear that pierced through the sky. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Endless killing intent surrounded them. Shen Yaotian's star rings shone. His sharp aura made many tremble. His gaze was like a star that pierced Lin Xian. Wherever it passed, the void shattered. Shen Yaotian was too strong, as expected of a half-step venerable realm expert. What? He actually resisted it? That's impossible. The surrounding martial artists were all stunned. They kept rubbing their eyes, not daring to believe what they had just seen. A mid-stage spirit-detecting realm brat had actually resisted Shen Yaotian's attack with a single sword. If this was told to others, no one would believe it. Who was Shen Yaotian? He was a genius of a king family. Even if he came to Sand Valley, he would be a peak existence. Such a person could kill a group of peak spirit-detecting realm martial artists with a raise of his hand. However, a mid-stage spirit-detecting realm brat had actually blocked his attack. This was too unbelievable. Even if it was just a casual attack from Shen Yaotian, no one could accept it. Shen Yaotian was also slightly startled. You actually blocked it? Interesting. It looks like you're not a complete piece of trash. Brat, I'm someone who cherishes talent. I'll give you one more chance. Kneel down and offer me 3,000 years of violet sunflowers. Then, become a battle servant of the Shen family and I'll spare your life. In 100 years, you might have a chance to enter the sovereign realm. Shen Yaotian's voice was cold. He still didn't put Lin Xian in his eyes. Join your grandpa. Lin Xian was furious. He waved his sword and released a terrifying sword energy. Rays of sword energy tore through the void and slashed forward. He was indeed angry. Shen Yaotian's expression was asking for a beating. He decided to beat Shen Yaotian into a pig's head. Too weak. This little bit of attack has no effect on me at all. Shen Yaotian's expression was disdainful. His body was surrounded by a halo of stars, making him look like a starry sky war god. Blue fists were swung out and the entire void cracked. Every punch was like a meteorite smashing into the void. The strength was enough to make one's heart tremble. Boom, boom. Terrifying fist shadows were swung out and collided with the sword energy. Violent energy waves burst out and swept out in all directions. Marulong recovered from his initial shock. He took out the silver spear on his back and used all his strength to eliminate the energy waves. Otherwise, the entire Silver Palace would be turned into ashes in an instant. One had to admit that Shen Yaotian was too powerful. As expected of a genius disciple of a sovereign family. Those fist shadows all accurately collided with the sword energy and shattered it. Is this your attack? Brat, you're too weak. Shen Yaotian's expression was cold. In his opinion, although Lin Xian had exceeded his expectations, he still couldn't withstand a single blow. Lin Xian frowned slightly. Shen Yaotian's strength was beyond his expectations. As expected of a top genius. However, it wouldn't be so easy to take his life. In the next moment he withdrew the wind shadow sword. He reached out with his right hand and a pitch-black sword appeared in front of him. Sword of Nirvana. Lin Xian held the sword. Then the aura on his body changed. In addition to the overflowing sword intent, it also emitted an aura of death and nirvana. It was as if the god of death had just appeared, making one feel despair. Once this aura appeared, it immediately spread out in all directions of the palace. When the martial artists below felt this aura, they were so shocked that their bodies trembled. Many of them revealed looks of horror. Especially those martial artists who had mocked Lin Xian before. Their expressions were very ugly at this moment. Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations. Even among them, none of them could withstand this deathly aura. Who is this brat? How can he have such a powerful martial skill? When did such a person appear in Quicksand City? I don't know. He might be a prodigy from another region. Chapter 600. Marulong was also shocked. He had thought that Lin Xian had a good relationship with Nan Gongseng, which was why he had come to the rare treasure exchange. Now it seemed that this was not the case at all. Nan Gongseng probably already knew about Lin Xian's strength, which was why he had brought him here. Furthermore, what shocked him even more was that the pitch-black sword in the void made his heart palpitate. Marulong was shocked. For him to feel this way, it was enough to show how strong Lin Xian was. It has to be said that he had only felt this way when facing Shen Yaotian. Comparing the two made him even more shocked. This Lin Xian was simply too unbelievable. He was only at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm, but his strength had already surpassed the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. Looking at the pitch-black sword in the air, Shen Yaotian also frowned. For the first time, his expression became serious. That pitch-black sword made him feel a trace of danger. He hadn't felt this in a long time, but now he felt it from a small cultivator at the middle stage of the spirit-detecting realm. Shen Yaotian suddenly felt a trace of anger. He decided that he had to get rid of Lin Xian. The star rings on his body shined even brighter and a terrifying aura spread out from his body. This time, the power was even stronger than before. Lin Xian also held the Nirvana sword. A deathly aura spread out from his body as if it was going to suck away all the vitality around him. The two powerful forces continued to rise as if they could collide at any moment. These two forces were too terrifying and had already surpassed the limit of the spirit-detecting realm. The surrounding cultivators all retreated and left the Silver Palace. They didn't dare to stay any longer. If they were even a step late, they would all be sucked into that violent vortex. Lin Xian held the Nirvana sword in his hand as his black hair fluttered in the wind. He was like an Azura from hell, bringing with him a destructive aura. On the other side, Shen Yaotian was surrounded by stars. He was like a god of war and was extremely fierce. Just as the battle was about to break out, an even more powerful force appeared above the palace and enveloped the two of them. Lin Xian frowned and was shocked. He felt that the Nirvana sword was being suppressed and couldn't be swung at all. On the other side, Shen Yaotian's expression was equally ugly. His astral halo was also greatly suppressed, so much so that he couldn't even swing his fist. This was too inconceivable. One had to know that the two of them were already at the peak of the psychic realm. However, someone was actually able to suppress them with just their aura. One could only imagine the terrifying strength of this person. There was only one kind of person who could have such strength, and that was a venerable one. Moreover, they were not ordinary venerable ones. Sure enough, after the enormous pressure appeared, an aged voice resounded in the hall. "Ha, two little friends, please stop. Otherwise, my hall will be torn down by you." An old figure appeared in the void, looking at the two of them with a smile. At that moment, the people that had left earlier followed Marulong in again. However, their expressions were filled with astonishment. "Elder!" Marulong exclaimed when he saw the old man floating in the air. The old man in the air was an elder of their family. Who would have thought that he would make a move here? The elder of the Ma family chuckled and said, "Little friends, I know why you're making a move. How about this? This old man will settle it for you. Why don't you give the spiritual herb to me?" Hearing that, Lin Xian and Shen Yaotian fell silent. Soon, Lin Xian said, "Since Senior wants it, I'll naturally comply." In fact, Lin Xian had thought about it carefully. This old man's identity was special, and he was an elder of the Ma family. He probably wouldn't do something like snatch it by force. Moreover, with the relationship between Nan Gongseng and Marulong, he should be able to obtain the corresponding exchange item. Therefore, Lin Xian was very straightforward and directly gave the spiritual herb to the elder. Seeing that Lin Xian had spoken, the elder of the Ma family immediately smiled in satisfaction. On the other hand, Shen Yaotian's face was gloomy and somewhat ugly. He had previously said that he would definitely obtain the 3,000-year-old violet sunflower and even take Lin Xian as his battle servant. Yet now Lin Xian had displayed shocking combat strength and was even able to fight him. Moreover, The most detestable thing was that the spiritual herb didn't belong to him anymore. If it was in the past, then he would have slapped that person to death if they dared to fight him for the spiritual herb. However, it was an Exalt Realm elder who wanted the spiritual herb now. Moreover, the elder was an expert amongst Exalt Realm experts. He couldn't defeat the elder at all. So, he could only admit defeat this time. Since Senior wants it, then I naturally won't fight for it. Shen Yaoyan spoke in a low voice, and then he turned around and gazed at Lin Xian while a strand of icy cold killing intent erupted from his eyes. Kid, you better not let me see you again. Otherwise, it'll be the day of your death. Let's go. Shen Yaonan grunted coldly, and then he led all the cultivators away swiftly. Marulong and the others heaved sighs of relief. Shen Yaonan was arrogant and untamed. If he really attacked, then the situation would be extremely troublesome. Even though their elder was very strong, he didn't dare to injure Shen Yaotian. After all, Shen Yaotian was from a sovereign clan. However, fortunately, Shen Yaotian didn't attack and left instead. The others heaved sighs of relief as well, and their faces were filled with lingering fear. Lin Xian's heart sank slightly. Shen Yaotian was a strong enemy, and he had to improve his strength. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for him to defeat Shen Yaotian. The elder descended from the sky and gazed at Lin Xian with a smile. Young friend, what do you intend to exchange for? Lin Xian took out the 3,000-year-old violet sunflower and smiled. Yes, I don't have any special requests. Senior, you can give me whatever you want. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian handed the violet sunflower over. Young friend, you really are straightforward. The Ma clan elder quickly took the spiritual herb and carefully inspected it. In next to no time, his old face was filled with extreme excitement. That's right, it really is a 3,000-year-old spiritual herb. I never expected that I would finally be able to obtain a 3,000-year-old spiritual herb in my lifetime. The Ma clan elder's voice trembled, and he seemed to be extremely excited. The Sand region's climate was dry, and it wasn't suitable for spiritual herbs to grow. Therefore, spiritual herbs in this area were very rare, let alone a 3,000-year-old spiritual herb. Although the Ma clan elder was an honorable one, he was already very old. If he didn't have any fortuitous encounters, he wouldn't be able to break through at all. It was very likely that he would reach the end of his life in the near future. However, now that he had this spiritual herb, it was very different. At least he could extend his life a little. By then, he might have a chance of breaking through. It could be said that the effect of this spiritual herb was much greater for him than for other young warriors. That was why he was so excited. Since young friend is so straightforward, I won't mistreat you. The Ma clan elder kept the spiritual herb and flipped his palm, taking out a fist-sized golden stone. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.